Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Recognizing Songjian's identity, she couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. You truly deserve the favor of the gods, daring to absorb the essence of the Black Dragon's blood. Ordinary people who'd try would have been dead by now, but not only have you survived, you seem to have gained quite a few benefits. Have you gained the Black Dragon bloodline? The Black Dragon bloodline? What is that? Songjian couldn't help but ask in amazement. Legend has it that those who bathe in dragon blood gain a powerful body resistant to weapons, and can even change their bloodline to possess the dragon bloodline. Those with a strong concentration of the bloodline can even master some dragon language magic, becoming powerful dragon sorcerers. Deirdre explained. Dragon sorcerer, is that also a battle profession? Songjian asked excitedly. Of course. Oh, haven't you become a professional yet? Would you like to learn about the dragon sorcerer profession? You've just bathed in the essence of the Black Dragon Albert Rylane, so maybe you have the qualifications to become a dragon sorcerer too. Deirdre said with a smile. Chapter 181, Injury Dragon Sorcerer? Songjian instantly became excited. This profession sounded extraordinarily superior. Yes, it's a profession with high requirements for bloodline. Without the dragon bloodline, no matter how hard you try, it's impossible to gain entry. You should know, a dragon sorcerer is a rare profession. Very rare, indeed. Deirdre said with a taut muscular grip around the golden rope in her hand. A rare profession? Songjian's heart skipped a beat and asked hurriedly, Respected dragon hunter, could you elaborate on the profession classifications? Are professions also divided into common and rare? Haha, you don't even know this. Deirdre laughed heartily and looked Songjian up and down. She nodded and said, It seems you need a responsible tutor to guide you. However, before that, I can tell you about the profession classifications. In this world, there are all sorts of combat professions. There are 10,000 common combat professions, 3,000 elite ones, 800 are rare, 108 are legendary, and 72 are epic. Starting from the elite professions, each profession has a limited number. If a profession is full, no one else can take on this profession, unless someone already in the profession dies, creating a vacancy. The Dragon Sorcerer is one of the 800 rare professions. The number of people hasn't ever been filled because the entry requirements are too stringent, such as having your dragon bloodline concentration above 65% as the lowest threshold. Only those with a dragon bloodline concentration of 80%, or even 90%, have the potential to become formidable dragon sorcerers. Let me show you first how powerful a dragon sorcerer can be, and introduce you to the skills one can possess. We'll talk about other things later. Oh, yes, to learn about the dragon sorcerer combat profession, you must pass a test first. Let me see, I shall pick the simplest assessment for you. This one it is. As long as you can harm the black dragon, I will explain the traits of the dragon sorcerer profession to you. Deirdre looked at Songjian and added, Now, Elbandrian is severely injured and weakened. Do you have any long-range means of attack? If not, I suggest you give up this test. Even when weakened, a blow from Elbandrian would kill you instantly. System, Dragon Hunter and Combat Profession Tutor Deirdre has assigned you a test mission. Inflict damage on the Black Dragon Elbandrian. Task requirement, inflict damage on the severely wounded Black Dragon Elbandrian. Time limit, hour. Mission reward, receive Deirdre's praise, and she will explain information about the profession Dragon Sorcerer. Mission penalty, substantial decrease in Deirdre's favorability towards you. Lose an opportunity to learn about the combat profession Dragon Sorcerer. Looking at the task bar, Songjian found that completing this test mission would mean half the main mission is completed. He just needed to gain explanations from combat profession tutors 5 more times, then apply for a selected combat profession. Tutor Deirdre, I happen to have a weapon suited for ranged combat, Songjian said with a smile. He hoisted the rocket launcher. After unleashing a heart's eye skill on the Black Dragon Elbandrian, a giant blood-red crosshairs began scanning up and down the dragon's body. Deirdre seemed a bit stunned, detecting something. She turned to look at Songjian, a smile creeping up on her lips. After a long while, the crosshairs finally stopped, locking onto the Black Dragon Elbandrian's right eye. Bing! Songjian pulled the trigger. A silver glowing rocket flaming a long tail behind it, aimed for the Black Dragon Elbandrian's right eye. In this shot, Songjian had loaded the rocket launcher with 50% invisible sword chi. He dared not add more, fearing it might break the rocket launcher again. Seemingly sensing danger, the black dragon opened its mouth wide and slightly tilted its head back. Elemental fire gathered in the air, quickly forming a fireball that spun like a nebula. Song Jian's heart sank. If hit by the dragon's vortex fireball, the rocket would surely explode and cause no damage to the black dragon. Daredevil gave a subtle smile and yanked back the rope in her hands. Suddenly, dozens of golden ropes glowed brilliantly and pressed into the dragon's flesh. Clack clack, the black dragon Elbandrian's blood burst forth anew from its wound. A mournful dragon's cry was heard as the vortex fireball, which was just about to form, collapsed instantly, turning into a cluster of shooting stars and a pillar of thick smoke jutting from the dragon's mouth and nostrils. The rocket traced an arc in the air, pierced through the thick smoke, and aimed for the black dragon's right eye. Boom! With a loud crash, the rocket hit the right eye of the black dragon. Instantly, a damage number of over 30 floated above the head of the black dragon Elbandrian. Huh? Daredevil wore a surprised look on her face and turned to Song Jian. You actually managed to deal 32 points of damage. That's truly astonishing. Oh, why do you say that? Song Jian could not help but ask in surprise. Well, you are only level 10, and Elbandrian is a level 80 elite boss. Even in his injured state, you could not possibly break through its defenses. The strength of a dragon's body is harder than steel. They don't fear firearms. Even I can only slowly wear it out, depleting its energy and vitality to inflict damage. This process sometimes lasts for several hours, even days, just to kill a single dragon. I thought at best you could deal it 1 point of damage, but I didn't expect. Hee, impressive. Daredevil's face bloomed in admiration and nodded towards Song Jian. System, you have completed Dragon Hunter and Combat Profession Tutor Daredevil's test mission, and won Daredevil's favor. Now, let me take you into the explanation space for combat professions and allow you to comprehend the formidable strength of the Dragon Sorcerer profession. With that, a blur crossed Song Jian's vision, and he found himself in a special space. Song Jian had been in this space before and did not exhibit any surprise. Only he was present in this space. Daredevil had not entered with him. Quickly, Daredevil's voice resonated in the space. Along with her voice, a character appeared in the space, clothed in a long, golden robe and holding a magic staff made from dragon vertebrae. Chapter 182 Forbidden Dragon Bloodline. In the spacious battle guidance explanation space, Daredevil's voice rang in Song Jian's ears. As her voice sounded, the screen in front of him showed a man holding a dragon bone wand and wearing a golden robe, entering a battle state. Dragon Sorcerer, a powerful profession that utilizes the energy from burning their own dragon bloodline to master multiple draconic spells. Not only do they have an extremely high physique, but they also possess incredibly powerful magic. Bang! In the screen, swarms of monsters rushed toward the man, their numbers akin to a tidal wave. The man waved his hand, and a large number of ice spikes appeared out of thin air, covering a range of more than 10 meters. Within this area, it was a forbidden zone for life. All creatures were completely frozen, some even pierced by the ice spikes, dangling in midair. This is the Dragon Sorcerer with the Ice Dragon bloodline, who can develop the power of ice to the extreme. In the screen, large flakes of snow fell, countless ice spells flew out from the hands of the sorcerer, reaping the lives of numerous monsters. A few minutes later, the man suddenly raised both hands as his body began to float. Surrounding him, ice crystals appeared and encircled him. Behind him emerged a gigantic white dragon phantom, and endless frosty aura emanated from his body. Finally, with him at the center, layer upon layer of ice crystals fell from the sky, and everything within sight turned into a vast expanse of ice and snow. All monsters transformed into ice sculptures, shattering to pieces. The entire world became an endless icy landscape. Ice sealed 1,000 miles. This is one of the forbidden spells that the Dragon Sorcerer with the Ice Dragon bloodline possesses. The scene changed, and a man in a black robe appeared at the center of the screen. On the surface of his exposed skin, black dragon scales emerged, and his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils. When the Dragon Clan's bloodline within a Dragon Sorcerer's body exceeds a certain level, their body will be strengthened by the Dragon Clan's genetic power, gaining a physique comparable to a giant dragon. At the same time, their body will partially transform, becoming a half-dragon. In the screen, facing the oncoming tide of monsters, this man charged right into them. His hands transformed into enormous dragon claws, effortlessly tearing the surrounding monsters apart. The monsters' attacks couldn't penetrate the defense provided by his dragon scales, and he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, causing a bloody massacre among the monsters. Only dragon sorcerers can have such a formidable body and powerful spells at the same time. The scenes in the screen kept changing, and each person with a dragon bloodline who became a dragon sorcerer possessed incredibly powerful capabilities. Song Jian even saw someone transform into a giant dragon in the screen, Its boundless dragon flame burnt all the monsters to ashes. After more than 10 minutes, Song Jian emerged from the explanation space but was still immersed in those scenes, his blood boiling with excitement. This was the profession he desired. Comparing musketeer, street thug, or armed miner to it was like comparing trash to gold. System: you have found a battle profession mentor and learned about the dragon sorcerer profession. Main quest progress, 5 out of 10. The progress of the main quest had advanced once more. After finding 5 more battle profession mentors, this quest would be completed. Is this the power of rare professions? Are all rare professions so powerful? Song Jian couldn't help but ask. That's right, this is the power of formidable rare professions. Those that can be called rare professions have similar power. Other rare professions also have their own strengths. So, are you interested in the dragon sorcerer profession? Daredevil revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth and asked Song Jian. It's so powerful. Song Jian exclaimed, his heart filled with longing for the dragon sorcerer profession. Haha, this profession is indeed very powerful, but you must have the dragon bloodline to become one. Come, let me see how much of the black dragon Albertine's essence blood you absorbed and how much it transformed. Daredevil said. What do I need to do? Song Jian asked with an eager expression. Drip some blood out. Daredevil said. Song Jian immediately cut his finger, and blood gushed out. Daredevil was taken aback and looked up at Song Jian. Then, she wrapped the golden rope around her arm, freeing her palm, and a painful roar of the black dragon could be heard in the distance. Daredevil grabbed Song Jian's right hand and put the bleeding finger into her mouth to suck. Impossible. How can this be? Daredevil's face was full of astonishment. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? Song Jian immediately became nervous. Just now, I clearly saw that your body absorbed a lot of Albertine's essence blood, and your body has been significantly strengthened. Why isn't there a trace of the black dragon bloodline in your veins? Daredevil exclaimed in surprise. Even if it can't reach a concentration above 65%, it shouldn't be completely absent. Could it be that it has weakened to the point where it can't even invade the bloodline of an ordinary person? No, the powerful genes of higher order beings cannot be resisted by lower order beings. Even if it's weakened, it's impossible for not a single trace of bloodline to be transformed. Daredevil muttered to herself, seemingly contemplating something. Upon hearing Daredevil's words, Song Jian understood that the black dragon essence blood he had absorbed was all transformed into the dragon blood talisman by the hexagram array diagram on his chest, without merging with his own bloodline. His body had become stronger because he had absorbed the black dragon essence blood, and his Night Slayer foundation attribute had become more powerful, enhancing his physical constitution. Could it be that you also possess the forbidden dragon bloodline? Daredevil suddenly brightened her eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure, and examined Song Jian up and down. Forbidden dragon bloodline. What is that? Song Jian couldn't help but ask curiously. Ha, I didn't expect to find a forbidden dragon bloodline bearer in this abandoned city. Daredevil laughed heartily, and her attitude towards Song Jian became even more friendly. The forbidden dragon bloodline is a bloodline that has the ability to isolate the genetic invasion of higher order beings. How one obtains this bloodline, no one knows, and those with this bloodline appear no different from ordinary people. Daredevil explained, but this bloodline can isolate the invasion of higher order bloodlines, such as the Dragon Clan, the Elf Clan, etc., and can draw power from these higher grade bloodlines. You have to know that after being invaded by the bloodline of other high-level beings, if your willpower is not strong enough, you will gradually lose your self-consciousness and eventually become like a wild beast. For instance, dragon sorcerers can only control more power when their dragon bloodline is more concentrated, but the more concentrated the dragon bloodline is, the more it affects the dragon sorcerers. Many powerful dragon sorcerers ultimately can't withstand the endless erosion of their bloodline and lose their self-consciousness, becoming half-dragon beasts. Daredevil sighed. Holy shit, it's that dangerous? Song Jian's eyes widened, and he immediately lost interest in the dragon sorcerer profession. Chapter 183, Assessment Task. The side effects of the dragon sorcerer profession made Song Jian somewhat apprehensive. Although powerful, the more powerful the profession, the greater the possibility of becoming a humanoid dragon beast. Song Jian could not imagine what it would be like when the concentration of dragon blood in his body reached 100%. Would that still be considered a human? Thinking back to the professional explanation space where the warlocks with dragon horns on their heads, dragon scales all over their bodies, and ferocious faces like wild beasts, he had thought they were cool at the time. But now it seemed that those people might have been tortured to the brink of collapse by the dragon clan's bloodline, becoming half-dragon beasts. It's too dangerous, exclamation mark. One Song Jian shook his head and said. Yes, in the pursuit of their own strength, humans will lose many things and in the end, they do not know whether it is worth it or not. Deirdre sighed lightly. Respected combat mentor, can you explain the Forbidden Dragon bloodline in detail to me? Song Jian asked. Although he was sure that the reason he was not affected by the dragon blood was mainly due to the hexagram array diagram on his chest, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about the content of this game. He might encounter someone with a Forbidden Dragon bloodline in the future. As I mentioned earlier, the Forbidden Dragon bloodline can prevent the erosion of higher-level creatures' bloodlines. In this world, when people think of powerful creatures, their first thought is often the Dragon Clan. So, this kind of bloodline that can prevent high-level bloodline invasion is called Forbidden Dragon bloodline. However, in reality, there are too many creatures at a higher level than the Dragon Clan, and this ability to prevent the bloodline of higher-level creatures is extremely rare. Deirdre shook her head. If I possess such a bloodline, would I be able to take on an even more powerful profession? A bright idea suddenly flashed through Song Jian's mind, and he couldn't help but ask. You're right. Deirdre looked meaningfully at Song Jian and said, I am someone who possesses the Forbidden Dragon bloodline. You, a dragon hunter? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. Haha, yes, a dragon hunter. Only those with the Forbidden Dragon bloodline are qualified to become a dragon hunter. Deirdre said proudly, I wonder if the mentor could explain the dragon hunter combat profession to me? Is it also a rare profession? Song Jian's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could learn about another combat profession today. Haha, only those who possess the Forbidden Dragon bloodline are qualified to learn about the dragon hunter profession. Deirdre laughed. The dragon hunter is not a rare profession, it's a legendary profession. I'm looking forward to the day it becomes an epic profession. Anticipation appeared on Song Jian's face as he stared intently at Deirdre. Deirdre smiled at Song Jian, as if looking at a successor. I've heard of the Dragon Slayer technique. Are dragon hunters the ones who possess the Dragon Slayer technique? One Song Jian asked curiously. Haha, Dragon Slayer technique? Only fools would claim to have mastered the Dragon Slayer technique. If such a guy can survive for 2 days, it'd be a miracle. The true art of slaying dragons is not as simple as rushing into a dragon lair and challenging a dragon one-on-one. You have to trap the giant dragon through endless wilderness, sneak up on it without being noticed, and strike it down when it's least prepared. Speaking about the Dragon Slayer technique, Deirdre's face was filled with disdain. She gestured to the dying black dragon in the distance. Look, a true dragon hunter should be like me, hunting real giant dragons. A look of admiration appeared on Song Jian's face. Deirdre nodded and smiled. Do you want to learn about the dragon hunter profession? Do you want to become a real dragon hunter? Song Jian nodded eagerly. Then go to the lair of Albertalian and steal a black dragon egg for me. Deirdre whispered. System, combat profession mentor and dragon hunter. Deirdre issues you a challenge. Dragon hunters test, task requirements. Enter the lair of the black dragon Albertalian and steal a mature black dragon egg. Task time limit, hour. Task reward, obtain Deirdre's appreciation and teach you about the profession dragon hunter. Task penalty, greatly reduce Deirdre's favorability towards you. Lose a chance to learn about the combat profession dragon hunter. 1. Task tip, dragon hunter is a legendary profession, please take the test seriously. Going to the giant dragon lair? Stealing a dragon egg. Song Jian was shocked, but quickly realized that the black dragon Albertalian, who was on the verge of death, must have the safest lair right now. I don't know where its lair is. I'm afraid I will waste time if I can't find it. Song Jian said. Take out the map. Deirdre said. Song Jian took out the map, and Deirdre lightly pointed at it, saying, the place marked with a black mark is its lair. You need to speed up, as time is not very abundant. Once Albertalian dies, the dragon eggs it laid will shatter right away. Is it really that magical? Song Jian wondered in his heart. Alright, I will go now. Song Jian glanced at the map, put it away, summoned his motorcycle, and drove to the marked location. Deirdre watched Song Jian's figure, nodding her head and saying, after more than 100 years, I finally meet someone with the Forbidden Dragon bloodline, and he's also a god-favored one. It seems that the dragon hunter profession can continue to be passed down in my hands. Albertalian's lair was about 7 or 8 kilometers away from where it and Deirdre had fought. The black dragon Albertalian had moved away from its lair, perhaps out of fear of harming its offspring. On the way, Song Jian didn't encounter a single monster. It seemed that the battle between the black dragon Albertalian and dragon hunter Deirdre had driven all the surrounding monsters away. It was worth noting that the area was inhabited by level 30 monsters. Any ordinary monster could cause serious trouble for Song Jian. The level suppression at level 20 would cause Song Jian's damage to be reduced by more than 60%. Driving his motorcycle at breakneck speed, Song Jian saw traces of destruction everywhere. Many roads were blocked by collapsed buildings, forcing Song Jian to take detours and waste some time. 20 minutes later, Song Jian stopped his motorcycle in front of a cinema building. The only sign that it was a cinema was the large neon sign that read Eastern Cinema. The entire building was covered in a thick layer of steel, through which Song Jian saw traces of trains, cars, and other materials. It seemed that the Black Dragon Albertalion had collected all the steel it could find and melted it together with its dragon flame to create its lair. Before he even got close, Song Jian felt a wave of heat. Inside the building, which was covered in molten steel, there seemed to be a volcano ready to erupt, emitting rolling waves of heat. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the building. Chapter 184, Black Dragon Hatchling. The closer Song Jian got to the building, the higher the temperature rose. He even felt as if the air around him was on fire. Once inside the building, Song Jian realized that there was no sign of any modern civilization. The building interior was like a deep cave with walls and pillars wrapped in thick rock. The rocks glowed with a dark red light, fissures branched out like veins, oozing a sticky red liquid. The liquid flowed slowly through these fissures, all converging into a bowl-shaped nest in the depths of the hall. The nest, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, was carved out of hot stone, glowing with heat. Embedded on its surface were fist-sized mineral crystals. A thin golden string connected these crystals, their arrangement giving off a sense of a magic array. The closer one got, the more dangerous it felt. The bowl-shaped nest was like a pot filled with boiling magma, constantly churning in the nest and illuminating half of the great hall with a dark red glow. Song Jian did not know how the Black Dragon managed to source so much magma in such a modern city. It seemed that the magma was continuously heated, never hardening. At that moment, Song Jian's gaze fell back on the surface of the nesting chamber. Could it be that the magic array, built from numerous mineral crystals, was heating the magma? Inside the nest stood 3 black dragon eggs, each taller than a person. Their surfaces emitted a blue glow, dotted with flickering silver lights, looking like stars. There are actually 3 black dragon eggs. Deirdre's test only required 1. Could I take 2 for myself? Suddenly, a surprised smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Song Jian briskly headed toward the black dragon nest. Suddenly, the mineral crystals on the surface burst into brilliant light, sending a wave of heat spreading in all directions. Within moments, the temperature in the building rose drastically. Song Jian immediately felt as if he had entered a gigantic steamer. His vitality points started to drop rapidly. Thump! A heat wave swept over him, filling the entire hall. Song Jian had nowhere to hide and could only use his arms to protect his face. He lowered his body slightly, taking the blow head-on. Boom! The heat wave hit him, causing his body to shake. A burning pain transmitted from his skin, with a fire damage of more than 100 points floating above his head. He was during the burning negative state. Burning, level 1, causes the target to lose 10 vitality points per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Upon checking his vitality points, Song Jian was startled. He had just lost 180 vitality points. If it had been another level 10 player, they would have been killed instantly. As for the level 1 burning status, with his current vitality points recovery rate, he could practically ignore it. Song Jian started making his way to the enormous nest in the deepest part of the hall, more than 20 meters away from the entrance. Just as Song Jian was about to approach the nest, the mineral crystals on the surface shone again. Another wave of scorching heat surged towards Song Jian. Minus 218 fire damage of more than 200 points floated up above Song Jian's head. The closer he got to the nest, the greater the damage he suffered. At the same time, the burning status that was originally at level 1 had now been raised to level 2. The bleeding rate per second had increased from 10 points to 20 points. At this point, Song Jian felt a sense of nervousness. Regardless of how quickly his vitality points were recovering, the 2 attacks he had just suffered cost him 400 vitality points. Thankfully, the Dark Slayer, Foundation, had absorbed the Black Dragon's essence blood and condensed the Dragon Blood rune, adding 200 vitality points to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the previous attack. The recovery speed was more than 500% of his vitality points, allowing him to maintain more than 300 vitality points and continue to recover at a speed of 10 points or more per second. I am already suffering from a level 2 burn. By the time it reaches levels 3 or 4, my vitality points recovery rate will be offset. Then I will be left with certain death and no chance of escape. Song Jian felt a sense of urgency. His life was in danger, he needed to act quickly. Just as Song Jian was less than a meter away from the nest, the mineral crystal on the surface once again emitted a dazzling light, this time at a shorter interval than the previous one, and the light was even more blinding. What was almost a substantial wave of fire had condensed into giant fire dragon illusions on the surface of the nest, rushing in all directions. Song Jian's heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped by a giant hand. His pupils contracted abruptly. With a single thought, his figure disappeared instantly, replaced by a giant black cloud with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Whoosh! A fire dragon illusion passed through the black fog. A fire damage of 150 points rose above the black fog. Song Jian drew a long breath. Having transformed into a dark cloud, his magic resistance increased by 100%. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the fire damage of this attack would surely have exceeded 300 points. Coupled with the third-degree burn, it would have definitely killed Song Jian. Fortunately, having transformed into a black cloud, he only suffered slightly over 100 points of damage, and the burning condition was still only at level 2. Song Jian didn't hesitate and immediately flew into the nest. Just as he was doing so, one of the dragon eggs close to the edge of the nest began to shake dramatically, and cracks started to form on the eggshell. Crack, crack! The sound of cracking echoed, and the dragon egg hatched completely in just a few seconds. A reddish, four-legged lizard that hadn't even opened its eyes climbed out of the egg, and fell directly into the magma. To Song Jian's surprise, the dragonling hatched from an egg taller than a person was only the size of a palm. When the hatchling fell into the magma, not even a bubble surfaced. The shattered dragon egg also slowly fell into the magma, dissolving out of sight. Only 2 out of the 3 eggs are left? Surely this hatchling won't be scorched to death by the magma. Song Jian looked at the churning magma and thought to himself. Just as Song Jian was intending to grasp the other 2 dragon eggs, a red figure burst out from the magma. The palm-sized hatchling looked like a lizard with wings, and its scales gradually changed from red to green. There were only 2 bumps on its head, and the dragon's horns had not yet grown out. Level 1 Black Dragonling, Elite, Vitality Points, 200 out of 200, Spirit Points, 50 out of 50, Traits, Flame Strengthening, Low-Level Magic Immunity, Skills, Dive, Claw Clash, Flame Ejection. The Black Dragon hatchling, still dripping with magma, stared at the black fog above its head, feeling a sense of kinship from the fog. Mama! The Black Dragon hatchling bellowed at the black fog. Chapter 185, Dragon Egg. This little black dragon's cry of mama left Song Jian somewhat dazed. Could this little guy be a fool? He can't even distinguish between men and women. Song Jian thought to himself sarcastically. However, he quickly realized that he was currently just a mass of black mist, and there was certainly no distinction between male and female in this state. Whoosh, whoosh! The little black dragon flapped its tiny wings against its back and pounced towards the black mist that was Song Jian. Song Jian was startled and hurriedly dismissed his black mist mode. Even if the black dragon cub was first-rate elite, with the current damage of the black mist, it would only take a few seconds to turn the cub into a dead dragon. Standing at the edge of the nest, Song Jian gazed at the 2 dragon eggs in the lava and gritted his teeth as he jumped directly into the lava, swimming towards the nearest black dragon egg. As he entered the lava, he immediately activated the main skill of the Guardian Sword, the Knight's Faith. A transparent light dome enveloped him, and his 500-point defense began to visibly decrease. A few seconds later, Song Jian rushed to a dragon egg, held it with both hands, and put it into his inventory. Another dragon egg was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, and the defense of the thought field shield had dropped to below 200. If he went to retrieve the remaining egg, the shield's defense would definitely drop to 0, causing him to fall into the lava. Song Jian didn't think he was capable of swimming in lava given his current physical condition. When the black dragon cub saw the black mist disappear and transform into Song Jian, it looked at him with a bewildered expression, but quickly sensed a familiar bloodline from Song Jian. It flapped its wings and flew towards him. Splash! The little black dragon plunged into the lava, struggling constantly to swim towards Song Jian while continuously crying, "Mama, Mama." After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian immediately swam back to the edge of the nest. The moment he climbed up, the protection shield shattered, and his vitality points recovered significantly, now restoring more than 70% of his vitality points. As the Knight's Faith skill was in cooldown, Song Jian began to walk along the edge of the nest towards the edge closest to the last dragon egg. As soon as the Knight's Faith skill cooldown ended, he could retrieve the last dragon egg. Although he didn't know what the dragon eggs were for, anything that Deardly wanted was surely priceless. "Mama, Mama." The little black dragon hopped out of the lava again, following right behind Song Jian, and closely following him along the nest's edge. This little creature, I wonder if it could drop some equipment if killed. Though, I'm afraid it'd only be first-class equipment, which is not particularly valuable. Perhaps I should level it up to level 10 and then kill it. Song Jian looked at the little black dragon that was constantly following him and calculated in his mind. Song Jian knew that many creatures would acknowledge the first creature they saw upon birth as their parent. He was surprised to find out that even the superior giant dragon species had such an inclination. However, the wisdom of a giant dragon was incomparable to other creatures. Once this little black dragon grew up, it would not take long for it to realize that Song Jian was not its parent, and it would inevitably attempt to kill him. As Song Jian was contemplating the black dragon cub following him, All of the glittering crystals on the surface of the large bowl-shaped nest shattered simultaneously. Instantly, the golden patterns on the nest surface dimmed, the surrounding temperature decreased rapidly, and the lava in the nest began to solidify. The fiery red lava turned into black hard rocks in a matter of seconds. The dragon egg sinking in the lava also became dull and lifeless. The silver glow that was previously bright as stars was gone, and the dull surface covered with a thin layer of rock texture became lifeless. All of this happened so suddenly that Song Jian was taken aback. When he reacted, everything had already ended. Song Jian was amazed and couldn't help stepping onto the lava that had solidified in the nest. The touch from his feet confirmed that the lava had indeed solidified into volcanic rock. At this moment, Song Jian heard a sorrowful dragon chant coming from the distance. It seemed that the black dragon, El Batrillion, had sensed something. Song Jian approached the last dragon egg. It had blended into the solidified lava, devoid of any luster, without any sign of life. Oh, what a pity. Song Jian shaking his head, he could feel that this dragon egg seemed to have turned into a stone. The dragon inside died before it could be born. Mama, Mama. The black dragon cub flying around him kept shouting at him, making him somewhat annoyed. Poof! A spark of flame sprayed on Song Jian's face. The black dragon cub sneezed at him, looking at him innocently. It looks like I'm going to develop a new recipe. Song Jian caught the black dragon cub and tried to stuff it into his inventory. However, he found that no matter what he did, the black dragon cub could not be put into his inventory. System: living organisms cannot be put into the inventory. If the black dragon cub is a living organism, then isn't the black dragon egg? Or does it not count if it hasn't hatched yet? Song Jian wondered. He was relieved that if the black dragon egg was also considered a living organism, he wouldn't be able to put it in his inventory. A black dragon egg as tall as a person weighs at least a few hundred pounds. How would he transport it to Deardali in the first place? Mama, Mama. The black dragon cub seemed to have a limited vocabulary. Perhaps due to the game mechanics, it only knew this single word. Song upheld the cub's neck and brought it to eye level. The black dragon cub was obviously uncomfortable and was struggling with quite some strength. Song Jian thought for a moment, took out a piece of zombie meat from his inventory, and passed it to the cub. To his surprise, the black dragon cub bit the flesh and began to chew on it. Within moments, a chunk of zombie meat almost the size of its body was fully in the black dragon cub's belly. Burp! A puff of black smoke mixed with sparks spewed out of the black dragon cub's mouth and nose. Then, breaking free from Song Jian's right hand, the black dragon cub flew onto his shoulder. Its four claws firmly grabbed Song Jian's clothes, and it nestled against his shoulder and fell asleep. This little guy is quite audacious. Song Jian shook his head, turned around, and walked out of the nest. Chapter 186, Failure. After a long while following Song Jian's departure from Black Dragon El Battalion's nest, the black dragon egg that had already turned into rock cracks with a round of shattering sounds. Finally, it becomes a pile of stone fragments scattered on the solidified lava. A hatchling, the size of a palm and in earthy gray color, clumsily crawled out. With a sturdy body, the hatchling spread its two flesh wings that were as long as an arm, looking much like a huge bat. This gray hatchling, covered in gray scales, had a pair of eyes like two dull stones, stumbling on the lava field. Having stood for a short while, it fell again. Its limbs struggled against the rock ceaselessly with sharp claws that left trails and trenches, while roar echoed as the earth elements swiftly gathered in the mouth of the little dragon, and a stone spike over a foot long abruptly appeared, shooting towards the front, and blasted a giant hole at the rim of the bowl-shaped nest. This earth attribute hatchling seemed startled, puzzled for a while, and with flapping wings and paddling limbs, it crawled to the rim of the nest. In no time, it stood on the edge of the nest, gave a strong jump, vigorously flapped its wings, took to the air shakily. Looking back at the shattered stone egg in the nest, it turned its body and flew outward. In a short time, it disappeared into the city. Deardali looked with amusement at the black dragon hatchling climbing on Song Jian's shoulder. The hatchling, its belly bulging, tightly clutching Song Jian's legion armor with its four claws, and laying limp, intermittently exhaled a puff of black smoke mixed with sparks from its nostrils and mouth as it breathed. Black Dragon El Battalion was already gone by then. Only traces of the previous battle remained in the distance, collapsed high-rises, bricks, and stones melted by the scorching flames, with black smoke billowing everywhere. Is that black dragon dead? Song Jian curiously asked. Dead. Deardali shrugged and said, did you get the dragon egg? To ensure you secured the dragon egg, I held back for a while before slaying it. You should know, once a black dragon is dead, all dragon eggs in its nest would be destroyed. I had just arrived, and this little guy was hatched already. There were 2 more dragon eggs, but I could only retrieve one. The other one is destroyed and turned into a stone egg. Song Jian pulled out the black dragon egg from his inventory. Instantly, a giant egg over a person high appeared beside him. Hey, You are lucky then. Daredevil chuckled while taking out a palm-sized cloth bag. She scooped towards the dragon egg, putting away the person high egg directly into the bag, spatial equipment. Daredevil showed the cloth bag in her hand to Song Jian, saying, I know you chosen ones naturally possess this sort of equipment, certainly more convenient than us. However, are you sure you want to raise this black dragon hatchling? You should know, the legacy of a black dragon is etched in its bloodline. As time passes, they will become more and more intelligent. Be careful, it may retaliate. Daredevil cautioned, glancing at the black dragon hatchling sound asleep on Song Jian's shoulder. One day, it will know you are not its kin. It's strange, you don't have a shred of black dragon bloodline in you, why is it so close to you? I don't know either. Song Jian scratched his head. Despite what Daredevil said, he couldn't bear to kill this little guy. Okay, let's talk about the characteristics of a dragon hunter profession. Daredevil shook her head and directly pulled Song Jian into the explanation space, starting to explain the characteristics of a dragon hunter. System, you have completed the trial of dragon hunter Daredevil, greatly improving your favorability with dragon hunter Daredevil. Daredevil reveals information about combat job dragon hunter to you. Song Jian stayed dumbfounded for more than half an hour in the explanation space before emerging, shocked. After all, it was his first time encountering a legendary level profession. Indeed, a legendary level profession was inherently far stronger than other jobs. Just the professional inherent abilities alone were 4, including absorbing dragon blood to enhance one's attributes, thus increasing attack, critical damages, and movement speed. When confronted with dragon-type beings, it can induce a sense of fear in them, lowering their defenses, and increase damage inflicted on them. After killing each giant dragon, a random perpetual status would be granted. The skills of a dragon hunter were numerous and immensely powerful. Just the core skills alone tallied up to dozens, and most importantly, all these core skills could be learned directly from Daredevil, saving a lot of trouble. System, you have found a combat job tutor, understood the relevant content of the job dragon hunter, completed the mainline task 6 out of 10, how is it? Interested in becoming a real dragon hunter? Daredevil said with a beaming smile, sensing that Song Jian was already tempted. Of course, I wish to become a dragon hunter. Song Jian said excitedly. This was a legendary level job after all. In the entire game, there were only 5 spots available for becoming a dragon hunter. Once one spot was held, there was one less spot. Currently, 3 players had already become dragon hunters, only 2 spots left. Song Jian estimated that these 3 players were likely NCPs, as no player had yet become a dragon hunter. Then let me help you change your profession now. You will soon be a dragon hunter. Daredevil smiled, but I have not yet completed my mainline task. I need to understand 10 combat jobs before turning into one. Song Jian said with hesitation, no problem, you can first turn into a dragon hunter, then go understand other jobs. It won't conflict. Daredevil explained. Alright. Let's get started. Song Jian drew a deep breath to calm his agitated feelings. Daredevil raised her right hand, resting it on top of Song Jian's head, and began chanting. Suddenly, a desolate and ancient voice rang near Song Jian's ear, while different scenes appeared before his eyes. They were scenes of dragon hunters chasing giant dragons on the wilderness. Each dragon hunter wielded different weapons, some held spears emitting a blood-red aura, some held huge battle bows taller than a person. There were even those carrying a sniper rifle on their shoulder that had an opening as big as a fist engraved with complex magic runes. Song Jian even saw a dragon hunter equipped with a pair of gauntlets identical to the one on Daredevil's hand, but that person was not Daredevil. Just then, a sudden bang echoed near Song Jian's ear. The scenes before his eyes shattered like glass, and in front of him appeared Daredevil's astonished face. Failed, it failed. How did it fail? Daredevil muttered to herself, seemingly encountering such an event for the first time. Chapter 187, Chat Channel. Seeing Daredevil's expression, Song Jian felt his heart sink, and it suddenly occurred to him that in order to become a dragon hunter, one must possess the forbidden dragon bloodline. The reason why he had misled Daredevil was because he had absorbed the black dragon bloodline, but his own bloodline did not contain any trace of the black dragon bloodline. I'm done for. She misunderstood. I'm not at all of the forbidden dragon bloodline. The reason why I wasn't tainted by the dragon blood was mainly because of the hexagram array diagram on my chest. The black dragon essence blood was all transformed into dragon blood talisman by it, so there isn't a trace of black dragon bloodline in my veins, but I still have the aura of the black dragon. Song Jian thought to himself, Mentor, what's the situation? Song Jian asked softly. There was a trace of exhaustion on Daredevil's face as she looked meaningfully at Song Jian. After a moment, she shook her head slowly, without saying a word. She took 2 steps away, and then a golden rope suddenly shot out from her knuckle duster, wrapping around a distant building. Daredevil leaped up with a sudden burst of speed, using the rope's force to fly into the air. Her other hand then shot out another rope towards the distance, and she moved like Spider-Man, disappearing into the steel jungle with a few flashes of her body. Song Jian sighed as he watched Deardale's retreating figure, feeling at a loss. He didn't want to deceive Deardale, and he was also very interested in the legendary profession of dragon hunter, but unfortunately, he simply didn't have the qualifications to become one. Roar! Just then, Song Jian suddenly heard a monster's roar from not far away. A creature resembling an ape emerged from a building. Level 30 mutated ape beast, ordinary, vitality points, traits. A level 30 monster. Song Jian was startled. Although absorbing the black dragon essence blood had greatly increased his strength, a monster that was 20 levels higher than him was still somewhat difficult to handle. Clearly, after the black dragon and Deardale had disappeared one after the other, more and more monsters would appear in this area. If he were to get entangled with his level 30 monster and end up surrounded by other monsters, Song Jian would have no way out. With that in mind, Song Jian's body tensed up as he stared intently at the giant ape-like creature not far away. Unexpectedly, the mutated ape beast just glanced at Song Jian from afar before turning around and running towards the building that the black dragon had demolished. It moved on all fours with incredible speed, and in no time, it climbed onto a chunk of concrete and seemed to be sucking on something. Song Jian slowly retreated, his figure disappearing from the area. In just a few minutes, he saw 7 or 8 level 30 monsters, rushing towards the location of the previous battle. Even when they saw Song Jian, they appeared not to care, as if they had more important things to do. Even at a distance from the area, Song Jian could still hear the faint sounds of monstrous roars and battles in the distance, as if they were fighting over something. Perhaps it's the blood of the black dragon, or maybe it's the shattered muscle tissue of the black dragon. Those monsters will gain even more powerful strength if they devour these things, and they might even have a chance to become dragon beasts. Song Jian thought to himself, this area was simply too dangerous, with high-level monsters everywhere. It was easy to lose one's life by being careless. Song Jian carefully dodged the monsters, narrowly avoiding being surrounded several times, but luckily he managed to escape using his morphing into dark cloud ability. By the time Song Jian returned to the level 10 monster area, nearly 2 hours had passed. When he had first set off, it had only taken him a few minutes to reach the area, but now the return trip had taken him almost 2 hours. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were great. I've made significant progress on the main quest, and even got a dragon blood talisman. Song Jian looked at the dragon blood talisman in his character attributes and smiled. The increase of 200 vitality points and 100 spirit points had brought about a tremendous change in Song Jian's strength. With 600 vitality points and a 500% vitality point recovery rate, he could now recover more than 30 vitality points per second. Even when facing a large group of monsters, he could charge in and kill a few times. It could be said that he was now in a dominant position in this level 10 monster area. However, since his experience points were now locked, killing more monsters wouldn't allow him to level up. His attention was now focused entirely on finding a combat profession mentor. At this moment, Song Jian noticed that there was someone talking in the chat channel, World Channel. Xiaolin, haha, I'm finally level 10. Let me gloat for a bit. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Could it be that I'm the first level 10 player in the game? Haha, I'm so proud. World Channel, Wang Hai, I reached level 10 3 days ago, bro. World Channel, Zuo Ziqian, reached level 10 5 days ago, bro. World Channel, Suzy, 2 days ago, I saw someone solo a level 10 elite boss, can you believe it? World Channel, Xiaolin, so many people have reached level 10 already, how embarrassing. Song Jian looked at the chat and smiled faintly. The chat channel was only accessible after reaching level 10, and when Song Jian had reached level 10, other players were still at lower levels. It had only been a few days, and now there were already so many level 10 players. Moreover, these players must have also completed the second main quest and created their safe houses. I just don't know if they've come across the job-related main quest yet. Song Jian thought to himself, if someone can access the job-related main quest, we might be able to share resources. Just then, someone in the chat channel suddenly asked about the information on combat profession mentors. World Channel, Zhonghong, does anyone know about the combat profession mentor information? This main quest is so difficult. I've only found 2 combat profession mentors in the past week. Song Jian's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly inquired in the chat channel, World Channel, Song Jian, bro, I'm doing this quest too. Are those 2 combat profession mentors still in their original places? How about we exchange information? World Channel, Zhonghong, sure, the 2 combat profession mentors I met were in a small villa courtyard next to Building 3 in the community. One is a boxer, and the other is a wandering monk with a profession in martial arts. However, that wandering monk has been gone for a long time now, so you can only try your luck at the community. That boxer is actually a rare profession, so I might choose it if I don't find any better options. Bro, what about yours? World Channel, Songjian, do you know Sunflower Bar? There's a bouncer named Zuoya who can give you information on the street thug profession. Also, this bar sometimes has wandering NPCs. Last time I met one, I got information on the musketeer profession. Songjian thought for a moment and continued, World Channel, Songjian, do you know the terrifying underground boxing arena dungeon? It's a level I secret realm, and there are 3 bosses in there. If you can make it to the 3rd level, there's a boss named Jiaxi who can give you the weapon master profession, which is also a rare profession. World Channel, Zhonghong, all, thank you, Brother Song. It seems like you've almost completed the quest. Well, actually, I know of another combat profession mentor, but the test for that mentor was too difficult, and I failed. However, that person seems to not have left yet. Chapter 188 Ancient Martial Arts Master. The test from the combat mentor is too challenging. Failed? Songjian was taken aback and asked hurriedly, is that combat class's mentor still around? Where is he now? World Channel, Zhonghong, brother, do you know the Tang building? That combat mentor is on the rooftop, dressed in black and carrying a long sword on his back. He seems like a swordsman or something, but all his attributes are hidden, you can't even see his level or name. Songjian chatted in the channel for a while and found out that it seemed only Zhonghong had encountered a professional task, others had just finished creating safe houses. He didn't exclude the possibility that some of them refused to share their experience with the combat mentor in the chat channel. Closing the chat channel, Songjian decided to head first to the villa next to building number 3 in the Mei district to look for that martial arts master. That should be easier. As for the Tang building, Songjian found its location on the map. That area was teeming with level 15 creatures, and there might be a chance of running into a level 15 elite boss. Even for him, he would have to be careful. Songjian placed his black dragon hatchling, who was sleeping soundly, in the villa and set off alone towards the Mei district. The Mei district wasn't far from Camel Square. Along his journey, Songjian even found a few players who had also successfully set up safe houses. However, their safe houses were only level 1 and had no particular features. It was just a simple wooden wall and house. They didn't look very strong against wind and rain. He wondered how they managed to withstand the monster's attacks. As Songjian arrived at the Mei district, he saw 7 or 8 players surrounding a villa far ahead the moment he entered the district's gate. There were only 5 or 6 people in the chat channel just now, didn't expect so many people to be lurking. Songjian thought to himself, and quickly made his way towards the villa. Guys, stop crowding here, Master Han isn't awake yet. Even if you guys huddle around here, it's pointless. Master Han doesn't take disciples lightly. A teenager who looked about 13 or 14, dressed in dark blue clothes and sporting short hair, stood outside the villa with a helpless look, talking to the players around them. Lad, we just wanted to know more about the career characteristics of the martial arts master Han Hai. We don't necessarily want to become his disciples. Can you give us some leeway, or tell us about the career characteristics of the martial arts master Han Hai? A player who was tall and thin like a bamboo pole shouted out loudly. Yeah, young man, how about you tell us about the career characteristics of the martial arts master Han Hai? The other players echoed. They had only come to complete the main task, they didn't necessarily want to become the disciples of the martial arts master Han Hai. Songjian looked up to see that the boy was shaking his head and saying anxiously, I'm just an apprentice, who's only been learning for 2 years. I'm not qualified to be the combat mentor for you people. It seemed that the boy was not that naive. Despite his young age, he was not easily fooled. He knew what these players wanted. However, he was just an apprentice and had no qualifications to become a combat mentor. He would not help the surrounding players complete the quest by telling them about the professional characteristics of the martial arts master. The system just wouldn't recognize it. Songjian thought for a moment and began sizing up the villa in front of him. The villa was about 400 or 500 square meters and consisted of 3 courtyards. It was walled with red bricks on the outside, and there were several single-story houses inside. It had a front yard and a backyard. The building style wasn't that of a Western-style stand-alone villa. Instead, it had the feel of a rural courtyard, with red bricks and tiled roofs. The courtyard was filled with bamboo plants and a few fruit trees. By the sound of it, there seemed to be a stream flowing. Songjian went round to the backyard and faintly heard the sound of someone practicing martial arts. The sound was produced by the swift movement of the disembodied air by fist swings and sleeve movements. Songjian made a slight jump, caught hold of the wall, and slowly peeked his head in to look inside the courtyard. The backyard had been converted into a practice field where a man in his 40s was practicing martial arts. He was wearing a moon-white long gown, the lower part of which was tucked around the waist. Level 35 Ancient Martial Arts Master, Han Hai, Elite, Vitality Points, 2,800 out of 2,800, Attributes, High Resistance, High Defense, Swift, Air Tearing, Skills, Ancient Martial Arts, Advanced, Rhinoceros Fist, Burst Fist, Hurricane Fist. Watching Han Hai practice martial arts with such discipline, his movements fluid and his demeanor tranquil, filled Song Jian with a sense of excitement and utter thrill. He even felt as if he was a part of it. Suddenly, Master Han Hai stepped forward abruptly, shattering the green brick underneath his foot. Pieces of broken stones scattered. He then waved his hand and several pieces of broken stone flew towards Song Jian, who was laying on the top of the wall with half of his head sticking out. Song Jian's body plunged downwards, hiding behind the wall, leaving only one hand grasping the top of the wall to support his body. The sound of the stones flying past his head was terrifyingly sharp, causing Song Jian's scalp to tingle. Since he had been discovered, Song Jian didn't bother to hide anymore. With a strong push of his hand, the whole body leaped above the wall as if he were a large bird and landed within the courtyard. Song Jian made a fist salute and said to Han Hai, "Master Han. Young man, you're nimble. But did you know, it's taboo to spy on someone's practice?" Han Hai said in a deep voice as he appraised Song Jian up and down, with his hands behind his back. "I'm sorry, Master Han, I just wanted to understand ancient martial arts, so I came uninvited. I wonder if Master Han could explain it to me?" Song Jian said frankly. "All of you forget it, since I can't avoid it, let's discuss it together. Follow me." Han Hai sighed and headed out, shaking his head as he went. Song Jian followed Master Han Hai towards the front yard, passing through a walkway. There was a fake mountain pond on the side, the creek was babbling, and there were even a few koi fishes waving their bodies and occasionally splashing water in the pond. At the end of the walkway was a moon gate. Passing through the moon gate, both of them came to the front hall. Song Jian could already faintly hear the clamor of the players in front. The heart is not sincere or calm. How can martial arts be practiced well? Humphrey, I won't accept such people as my disciples. Han Hai frowned as he looked at Song Jian and said. Feeling somewhat helpless, Song Jian just followed closely behind Han Hai as they arrived at the front yard. Pushing open the courtyard door, the figure of martial arts master Han Hai appeared outside the small yard. Right now, his disciple was already sweating, and if it weren't for him having a higher level than these players, he might have already been unable to stop the players from entering the villa. When the disciple saw Han Hai coming out, he let out a sigh of relief, and his face eased up. He hurried forward to bow and said, "Master, they." Han Hai waved his hand and said, "I know all about it, you back down." His disciples backed off, and the surrounding players became quiet seeing the master outside, but their gazes all landed on Song Jian standing behind Master Han Hai. Chapter 189, Fine Iron Boxing Gloves. Who's this guy? Why is he following the boxer around? Did he already become a disciple, becoming a student of Han Hai the boxing master? I just saw him. He arrived later than us. How could he have become a disciple? A crowd murmured quietly. Han Hai the boxing master swept a glance across the crowd, his gaze sharp. He lightly shook his head and shouted loudly, "Are you all here to worship, to learn boxing?" The crowd of players around him were mainly just beginning their professional quests. They didn't wish to choose the first profession they came across as their own, but didn't want to say they were just here to learn the ropes, so they all fell silent. Only the tall and thin one who spoke earlier glanced around, then stepped forward and said, "Master, we want to understand the characteristics of the boxer profession first, then we'll compare it with others to see if we're really suitable for learning boxing. If we are suitable, we'll naturally become disciples of yours and learn boxing skills." Yes, we first need to understand it," the others exclaimed in conjunction. "Well, that's fine. However, if you want to understand the profession of an ancient martial arts master, you must pass my test. Those who fail the test do not have the qualifications to access this profession," Han Hai the boxing master declared, his face displaying high arrogance. We're willing. The crowd chanted all together. "All right, then go fetch me 10 fine iron boxing gloves. As long as you can complete this task, I will explain the characteristics of the ancient martial arts master profession to you." Han Hai the boxing master waved his hand and continued, "Fine iron boxing gloves can be dropped by the Iron Fist zombies, although the drop rate is somewhat low. I hope you can hold out. Now go, stop standing around me." All the players simultaneously received a system prompt. System, Ancient Martial Arts Master Han Hai has issued you a challenge, the Boxer's Test. Task requirement, hunt Iron Fist zombies and obtain 10 fine iron boxing gloves, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 3 hours. Rewards, Receive commendation from Ancient Martial Arts Master Han Hai and information on the Ancient Martial Arts Master profession. Punishment: greatly reduce Han Hai's positive sentiments towards you, lose an opportunity to learn about the Ancient Martial Arts Master profession. Damn, Iron Fist zombies. That's a LVL 15 creature. One punch from it can decrease my vitality points by 40 or more. Someone muttered in disbelief. A LVL 15 monster? Are you serious? Is this test that hard? Song Jian was taken aback, immediately opening the chat channel. In it, people had already begun to privately message Zhang Hong to ask about the situation. World Channel, Pan Ming, brother Zhang Hong, are you there? What's this boxing test you mentioned last time? Is it to get 10 fine iron boxing gloves within 3 hours? World Channel, Zhang Hong, 10 fine iron boxing gloves? No, the test I had was just to hunt 10 ordinary LVL 10 creatures. There was no time limit, and it was very easy to complete. World Channel, Zhu Guang, what? You only had to hunt common LVL 10 creatures? Why is our test so hard, requiring us to hunt LVL 15 creatures? Why is there such a big difference between people? World Channel, Zhang Hong, LVL 15 creatures. Iron Fist zombies. Hey, I wish you guys good luck. The World Channel was filled with wails of despair, however, since they had already accepted the quest, they had no choice but to try. Although LVL 15 creatures were powerful, in the daytime, when their attributes were halved, they were only as strong as LVL 7 or 8 creatures. Just after Han Hai the boxing master issued the task, Song Jian immediately summoned his motorcycle and rushed towards the area where the Iron Fist zombies were located. That guy has a motorcycle already? How did he get it? Do monsters drop motorcycles? Did he make it himself or did a monster drop it? Are there mechanical monsters now? Impressive, there are so many experts in this game. It looks like he's already strong enough to solo LVL 15 creatures, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Soloing LVL 15 common creatures isn't too difficult, we should all be able to do it. But obtaining enough fine iron boxing gloves from killing creatures within 3 hours. That's a bit more challenging. Those who had already leveled up to LVL 10 were players with considerable strength, typically possessing 2 or 3 attack skills. With enough caution, they should be able to solo a LVL 15 creature. Anyone want to team up? We're safer in a group, and most importantly, it will speed up our hunting. Someone shouted. Does this game have a team setting? How are the drops distributed? In this game, as long as you inflict damage to the monster, even just a little, you are entitled to loot. As of now, there weren't any team mechanisms for hunting in the wild, so once a monster was killed, chaotic looting was likely to occur. Let's take turns picking up. Trust in luck. Whoever gets the fine iron boxing gloves can keep them. That sounds good. I'm LVL 10 and have 2 long-range attack skills. Anyone want to team up with me? Outside the villa of Ancient Martial Arts Master Han Hai, several LVL 10 players started forming teams in a lively and noisy manner. 7 or 8 players ultimately formed 3 teams, preparing to head towards the area where the Iron Fist zombies resided. The number of people in a team shouldn't be too few. If it's too few, hunting becomes difficult. Conversely, if it's too many, taking turns picking up loot means it might take a long time to have a turn, making efficiency potentially worse than solo hunting. Most people formed teams of 3. While they were still busily forming groups, Song Jian had already arrived in the area inhabited by Iron Fist zombies on his motorcycle. This area included a multi-purpose 6-story mall, next to it was a 3-story new China bookstore, and in front was a plaza with a fountain. Long wooden benches were placed around the edge of the plaza. At this time, there were 3 or 4 people sitting around the fountain in the middle of the plaza. In front of each of them was a black cloth laid out with several objects flashing with colored lights. After checking their levels, Song Jian noticed that these people were all LVL 10, their equipment completed and they looked rather capable. Huh, another one's come. Looks like we'll have to work harder, there are more and more LVL 10 players. A player who was bored from manning his stall saw Song Jian approaching and his eyes immediately lit up. The other players followed suit. We've been in the game for over a month now, and should have leveled up to LVL 10 just from grinding monsters, not to mention the task of creating a safe house. One of the players next to him snorted, but the ones who dare to come to a LVL 15 monster area to farm are few and far between. Exactly, we're 5 levels ahead in grinding. Other players at most dare to hunt LVL 10 or even weaker creatures. Hey man, come take a look. All LVL 10 equipment here, and also some rare materials. Certainly something will catch your interest. One of the players shouted towards Song Jian. LVL 15 creatures don't necessarily drop LVL 15 equipment, they could drop equipment from a lower level. But the lower the level of the equipment, the better the quality. The black cloth in front of the player was laid out with several green quality LVL-10 equipment pieces that caught the eye. Chapter 190, for forging. Song Jian walked up to a few stalls, swept a glance around, and his eyes immediately lit up. What are these boxing gloves made of? How much are they selling for? Song Jian asked, pointing at a few fine iron boxing gloves placed in front of a stall. Fine iron boxing gloves, white, function unknown. My friend, you have good taste. This is a white quality forging material, capable of producing level 10 blue quality equipment. These fine iron boxing gloves are raw materials. They can also increase the success rate of forging. How about it? Want to buy a couple and test them out? They're cheap anyway, even if the forging fails, you won't lose much. The stall owner quickly said with a smirk. Can it really be used to forge level 10 blue quality boxing gloves? Song Jian showed a skeptical expression, clearly unconvinced. Of course, look at its attributes. Even though its functions are unknown. But just from its name, you know. It can definitely be used to forge a full set of valuable materials. You can buy one for just 5 doomsday coins here. Even if you fail, how much would you really lose? It can be considered as spending money to buy forging proficiency. You wouldn't be at a loss. The man was insistent. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian nodded and said, all right then, I will buy all 5 fine iron boxing gloves here. I need to rush to practice my forging proficiency. Even if forging fails, I can still gain some proficiency points from the white quality materials. That's the spirit, bro, you absolutely won't regret it. The man was grinning from ear to ear. These fine iron boxing gloves were practically useless, and could only be sold back to the system store for 1 doomsday coin. They weren't even forging materials. If they were thrown onto a forge, the system would just prompt this item cannot be forged. Hey, mate, I also have 3 fine iron boxing gloves here, I will sell them to you for 5 doomsday coins each. To level up your forging skill, you'll need lots of materials. Someone nearby quickly chimed in, fine iron boxing gloves could drop with a certain chance after killing an Iron Fist zombies. Ever since these people reached level 10, they had been hunting monsters here, killing at least 100 Iron Fist zombies with each of them getting several fine iron boxing gloves. Song Jian bought all the fine iron boxing gloves from the stalls near the fountain, totaling 20, costing him 100 doomsday coins. After making his purchases, Song Jian was not in a hurry to leave. He glanced at the few people and asked, have you guys completed your safe house creation task? Yeah, we have. What about it, bro, haven't you finished yours? Need materials? I still have some wood and stone. The man who first sold Song Jian the fine iron boxing gloves brightened up, and quickly asked, no, I was just wondering. You've all accepted occupational tasks too, right? The one that requires finding 10 professional combat mentors? Yeah, we all took on that mainline task. But finding combat mentors in this city is such a time waste, we might as well level up while searching. Maybe we'll get lucky and bump into one. Someone else joined the conversation, have you encountered any combat mentors? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He had already found 7 combat mentors and still needed 3 more. If he didn't count the one that Han Hai mentioned which failed the test, he still needed 2 more to complete the task. Nope, leveling up is more important. I've leveled up to 56% of level 10 now. The amount of experience points required after level 10 is too high, otherwise, we wouldn't have to come here to hunt higher level monsters. No, this city is just too dangerous. Wandering around aimlessly, we might accidentally stumble into a monster nest. We won't even know how we died then. Let's just stick to leveling up by hunting monsters and leave it to luck. Yeah, we've already been grinding here for 3 days, and we haven't even gained 1 level of experience points. This game is too hard. The stall vendors voiced their complaints one after another. Song Jian shook his head. It seemed that these guys were all crazy monster grinders. They didn't even know that their experience points would be locked and couldn't increase beyond level 10 if they didn't complete the occupational task. After glancing into the distance, Song Jian placed 1 fine iron boxing gloves in front of him and patiently waited. Hey, mate, aren't you going to practice your forging skill? What are you doing here? The man next to him asked curiously. He looked at the fine iron boxing gloves in front of Song Jian and didn't understand what Song Jian was trying to do. Oh, I didn't learn the forging skill. Song Jian said casually. Then you are. Hey, bro, do you know what these fine iron boxing gloves are used for? Someone finally realized, and quickly asked. Hee, you'll know soon enough. Song Jian said with a laugh. Everyone exchanged looks, all having a bad feeling about this. What is that thing used for? The man who initially tricked Song Jian looked at the boxing glove in front of Song Jian with a puzzled face, muttering to himself, didn't you say it increases forging proficiency? A man next to him gave him a sideways glance. Bullshit, wasn't I? Just advertising, just like the beef in the instant noodle commercials. There's nothing about it in its attributes anyway. Anyway, I feel like, at 5 doomsday coins, you definitely sold it at a loss. Wonder how much this kid here is going to sell it for. Wait and see, an unknown function white item, how high can he sell it? I think 5 doomsday coins are reasonable, what if it's worth 10? Then we lost 5. Songjian listened to their muttered comments, smiled to himself, soon he saw a group of people running over from a distance. The Iron Fist zombies should be around here, wonder if the drop rate is high. 3 hours seems a bit tight. What if the drop rate is high? Maybe one Iron Fist zombie can drop 2, after all, it does have 2 hands. You have a point, let's try it. Hey, look over there, someone is selling items. Isn't that a fine iron boxing glove? I wonder how much it's for. If it's cheap, we could just buy 10 directly to complete the task, right? This guy looks familiar. Isn't he the guy who stood behind Fistmaster Han Hai, and rode on a motorbike? Upon seeing Songjian, and then looking at the boxing glove in front of him, they were all left speechless. How much are you planning to sell this boxing glove for? Someone tentatively asked. Lowest price 50 doomsday coins, highest bidder gets it. Songjian said nonchalantly. The nearby vendors gasped. The fine iron boxing gloves they sold for 5 doomsday coins each were now being resold for 10 times the price. This was out of this world. Those fine iron boxing gloves, level 15 regular monsters drop them, 50 doomsday coins, you'd have to be crazily poor. A man at one of the stalls folded his arms, sneering, exactly, what a joke. The crowd showing disdainful expressions towards Songjian. Why don't you try and kill them yourself to see? Songjian remained unfazed, smiling, let's go, let's go. They're only level 15 monsters, they're nothing special, let's kill them ourselves. Right, we'll kill them ourselves. I refuse to believe that we can't get the items to drop. The crowd headed towards the distant high-rise building. It was daytime now, and the Iron Fist zombies were all hiding somewhere not exposed to sunlight. The shopping mall opposite and the new China bookstore next door were obviously places where the zombies gathered. Songjian wasn't in a hurry. He silently watched as the crowd entered the high-rise building. Soon enough, the sound of battle could be heard from inside. Chapter 191, now we have to set a price 50 doomsday coins, you're really selling them for that much? A man next to Songjian gaped at him. It's not that he's selling them for 50, it's that the price starts at 50 doomsday coins, do you know what starts at means? Another person interjected. He's acting as if this is an auction. The materials dropped by a level 15 common monster are being sold for such a high price. Indeed, but it seems everyone here needs this thing. I wonder what they're using it for. It must be useful, we just don't know what for. However, 50 doomsday coins, hey hey. A few people were whispering to one another nearby. By now, they had realized that this fine iron boxing gloves must have a significant use, otherwise, these people wouldn't have rushed over so hurriedly. Hey, bro, could you tell us what these fine iron boxing gloves are used for? A man with a stall leaned over to Songjian and asked softly. This man was Miao Hong, the one who initially misled Songjian by saying that the fine iron boxing gloves could enhance his forging experience. They are used for forging and can produce level 10 blue quality equipment. Even if you fail, it will still boost your forging experience. Songjian glanced at him and responded coldly. Miao Hong. Was he mad at him? He had initially thought that Songjian was an easy mark, but it turned out that Songjian was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, tricking them all. But 50 doomsday coins, you dare to bid that price? Miao Hong said, shaking his head. An enigmatic smile appeared on Songjian's face as he suddenly turned his head and asked, if I told you they all have a task requiring 10 fine iron boxing gloves each, and these need to be obtained within 3 hours, no, now it's 2 hours and 40 minutes, would you say that one fine iron boxing glove is worth 50 doomsday coins? It depends on the reward for that task. If the reward is a silver quality weapon, I dare to bid 500 doomsday coins for these fine iron boxing gloves. Miao Hong was instantly excited. It's just a profession initiation task, a test set by a combat profession mentor. Songjian said indifferently. What, a combat profession mentor? Where? It's been nearly a week, and we haven't even encountered one combat profession mentor. Damn it, this game is too difficult to play. Miao Hong looked shocked. What, Zhao Miao, you have information on a combat profession mentor? Where? Don't hog it, let's go together. Upon hearing this, a few vendors nearby also became excited and gathered around. Next to house number 3 in the beautiful residential district, there's a villa courtyard where an ancient martial arts master named Han Hai resides. Songjian generously shared the location of the combat profession mentor with them. Bro, you're generous. If I were you, I would sell one boxing glove for at least 100 doomsday coins. You know, our survival here depends on the few of us fighting for 4 days to get this. Miao Hong gave Songjian a thumbs up, hastily packed up his stall and ran towards the beautiful residential district with the others. Songjian smiled faintly. In fact, when he was buying these fine iron boxing gloves, he had already calculated their drop rate in his heart. It was too low. Probably Han Hai, the martial arts master, had also ignored these people, hence choosing such a difficult test task. Otherwise, why was Zhang Hong's test task easy and theirs so difficult? Not much later, Miao Hong and the others, who had previously teamed up to hunt the Iron Fist zombies, returned, grinning from ear to ear, and set up their stalls again. What happened? Songjian looked surprised. Haha, for some reason, the test task given to us by that ancient martial arts master, Han Hai, was to get 20 Iron Fist badges. These are also dropped by Iron Fist zombies, but their drop rate and that of the fine iron boxing gloves can't be compared. After killing 10 Iron Fist zombies, at least 8 or 9 Iron Fist badges will drop. We've already collected a bunch, which allowed us to complete the task right away, haha. Miao Hong said, laughing heartily. I think the profession of the ancient martial arts master is pretty good, powerful moves, cool actions. When you reach levels 30-40, with one punch, you can wipe out a large group of monsters. Simply formidable. Someone nearby said, laughing. I also think it's pretty good. Don't forget, in this game, you can take your skills out, so in the future, I might even be able to become a world boxing champion for fun. A smile appeared on Songjian's face. These people were first-timers in dealing with combat profession mentors. In reality, each combat profession mentor showcases the strongest sides of their profession. They tend to gloss over the weaknesses and shortcomings of the profession. If you don't specifically ask, they won't tell you. Initially, when Songjian first exposed his musketeer profession, his blood boiled with excitement, and he wished he could assume the musketeer profession immediately. But after truly understanding the musketeer profession, he instantly lost interest in it. Though Songjian has not actually been exposed to the ancient martial arts master profession, this profession is merely a good one. It's not even a rare profession, let alone comparing it with the legendary profession of Dragon Hunter. It's definitely inferior. Therefore, Songjian was not very interested in the ancient martial arts master profession. He only wanted to complete Han Hai's test task for the sake of completing the mainline task. Actually, up till now, the profession that Songjian truly wanted to pursue was the legendary profession, Dragon Hunter. However, the more powerful the profession, the greater the restrictions to qualify. The Dragon Hunter required one to possess the Forbidden Dragon bloodline, which Songjian hardly had, hence he couldn't qualify for this legendary profession. Alas, what a pity. Songjian shook his head, glanced at the 2 core skills of the swordsman immortal profession in his skill bar, and immediately became excited again. The unique 10 professions, immortal, demon, holy, king, god, Tao, Buddha, prince, scholar, emperor. And the swordsman immortal is part of the immortal. It would be wonderful if I could truly qualify for the unique profession. However, Songjian also knew that even qualifying for a legendary profession was such a challenge, let alone an epic profession, followed by the unique profession. With this in mind, he could understand the difficulty of becoming a unique profession. After all, a unique profession signifies that in the entire game, only one person could qualify. Just as Songjian was fantasizing about the future, the group of people who had gone to kill the Iron Fist zombie walked out of the mall, looking dejected. Glancing at his task bar, Songjian's lips curled into a smile. As he expected, there were less than 30 minutes left for the test task. This group must have deeply realized the pitiful drop rate of the fine iron boxing gloves. 50 doomsday coins, I will take 10. A player with a darkened face walked up to Songjian and said. Ahem, just now it was 50 doomsday coins. Now, after 2 hours, all of you have just experienced how low the drop rate is. The price needs to go up. Songjian said somewhat apologetically. The players looked at each other. Are you even human? 70 doomsday coins, I want 8. A young man nearby called out loudly. Songjian was startled, turning to look at him. Not bad, kiddo. You've gotten 2 in 2 hours. It seems like you have some good luck. Chapter 192, 7/10. What's the big deal about a combat mentor? I refuse to believe that he's the only one in this game. I might just not take on this test quest. Yeah, the guy thinks he can charge exorbitant prices because he knows we need him for our quests. If we give up on this one, there could be countless other possibilities in the future. The players nearby started to express their dissatisfaction and murmur among themselves. Songjian didn't mind their complaints, still wearing an indifferent smile. Some of them left disappointed, but none of those who were complaining about the cost of the quest task actually left. They all hoped that the price could be somehow negotiated down. He had initially been planning to sell the fine iron boxing gloves one by one, but after a moment's hesitation, Songjian pulled out 10 pairs at once and shouted, "Bundled sale, 10 pairs for 1,000 doomsday coins. If you want them, then pay up." No dilly-dallying. Time was running out for the test quest. As soon as Songjian finished speaking, someone immediately handed over 1,000 doomsday coins to him. While the others were still hesitating, this person had already packed the 10 pairs of fine iron boxing gloves into their backpack. "Make way, folks," said Fanwei, politely excusing himself from the crowd, a calm look on his face. 1,000 doomsday coins was not much money for the players present. What they were measuring was if a combat mentor's test quest was worth it. Fanwei had come across this main quest 5 to 6 days ago. He had tried searching for a combat mentor but failed to find even one. He knew the chances of finding a combat mentor were very low, let alone 10 of them. Seeing the opportunity now, he wanted to seize it. After completing the transaction, Songjian summoned his motorcycle and drove back to the villa where Han Hai, the ancient martial arts master, was. There wasn't much time left for the test quest, and if he didn't leave soon, he might not make it in time. Seeing Songjian leave, Fanwei felt a tightening in his heart. He quickly said, "Folks, I will be going ahead." Songjian quickly returned to the small courtyard of the villa, where he saw Han Hai sipping tea under a large tree in the courtyard. "Master Han, I've come to complete the quest." Songjian laid out the 10 pairs of fine iron boxing gloves on the table. Surprise flickered in Han Hai's eyes. Amongst the group, he didn't have high expectations of anyone and had intentionally chosen the most difficult task. Unexpectedly, someone actually managed to complete it. Remaining expressionless, Han Hai gave a slight nod, then waved his hand to store the boxing gloves. Standing up, he slowly stated, "Well done, to have gathered 10 pairs of fine iron boxing gloves in such a short time. You flatter me, master. I hope you can now enlighten me about the profession of ancient martial arts master." Songjian respectfully requested. "System, you completed the quest from ancient martial arts master Han Hai, greatly improving your affinity with him. He then explained to you the details of the ancient martial arts master class. Haha, the class of ancient martial arts master evolved from the national skills of the ancient Huaxia. It's a killing art. Every move aims for a fatal hit, almost always causing harm or death in combat. Come with me to the explanation space, and you can understand more about the superiority of the ancient martial arts master class." Nodding, Han Hai directly pulled Songjian into the explanation space. About 10 minutes later, Songjian emerged from the explanation space, a shocked look on his face. It's like a human monster. They can really use just their hands to clash with a tank." Songjian couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly remembered the boss he encountered in the instance dungeon before, who could crush a rocket with its bare hands. It seems that mastering martial arts was just as good as using sophisticated weapons. Skills in the game can be used in the real world. If I could possess such martial arts in real life. Huaxia is one of the countries with the strictest gun control. If my fists could combat rockets, wouldn't I be invincible, especially without the threat of firearms? Songjian thought to himself. System, you found a combat mentor and gain knowledge about the ancient martial arts master profession. Main quest completion, 7 out of 10. Suppressing the excitement of immediately becoming a disciple, Songjian looked at his taskbar. He had completed 70% of the main task, and he just needed to find 3 more combat mentors to complete the quest. This time, Songjian had been in the game for more than a week. The sync between the game and real-world time was far from being well coordinated, and being in the game for too long could cause a person to feel disoriented when they come back to reality. Songjian made a small bow to Han Hai, then turned to leave. He had decided to understand all the professions before making a choice. What a pity. I still haven't encountered the Sword Immortal class. If I can't find a combat mentor, does it mean that I can't pursue the Sword Immortal class? After choosing another class, I wonder if those 2 Sword Immortal techniques, Invisible Sword Chi, and Sword Finger, will still be preserved? Songjian thought to himself. Invisible Sword Chi and Sword Finger were both very powerful skills. Invisible Sword Chi could not only provide energy for Sword Finger but also be attached to weapons to inflict additional damage. Sword Finger was powerful and swift in action and was hard to detect and defend against in close range. System, you have a new message. Please check it soon. The sky was gradually darkening. Songjian was originally planning to go back to the roof of the Tan building to check if the combat mentor had left, but it seemed he would have to wait till the next day. The Tan building was a zone for level 15 monsters, whose battle power would fully recover at night. The level 15 ordinary monsters were even more troublesome than the level 10 elite boss during the day. If Songjian was surrounded then, he most likely could only run away. If this led to the task being failed, it would be such a pity. Back at Manor Castle, Songjian astonishingly found that the black dragon hatchling had awakened. It was flapping its wings, continuously spitting fire, and hunting level 1 mutant zombies along the wall of the castle courtyard. The mutant zombies were incessantly enraged, waving their arms and trying to jump up to attack the black dragon hatchling. The black dragon hatchling couldn't fly too high or it would automatically exit the combat mode, and the zombie would run away. It flapped its wings and moved nimbly, evading each of the zombies' jump attacks while taking the opportunity to spit fire back. Not long after, the mutant zombie was defeated and turned into a pile of black ashes, and the black dragon hatchling flew off in search of the next target. If there were too many mutant zombies, the black dragon hatchling would lure them to the castle wall to let the arrow towers and catapults take them down. It seemed quite smart. The items collected from the zombies were out of reach for the black dragon hatchling, thus all got taken by the bloody ghostly poisonous tree Alex instead. Buzz, a golden light radiated from the black dragon hatchling's body as it leveled up to elite level 2, and its size also increased. Seeing Songjian return, the black dragon hatchling finished off the last zombie, flapped its wings and flew towards him. Special thanks to Bread84 for the donation of 100 starting coins. Chapter 193, Territorial Expansion. Seeing Songjian, the young black dragon showed its affection by flying onto his shoulder and lying down on it, looking very well behaved. Songjian checked the attributes of the young black dragon, which was now at level 2, with 450 vitality points and 100 spirit points, but no other changes in its traits and skills. Songjian smiled slightly, took out a piece of roasted meat from his bag, and offered it to the young black dragon. Watching it swallowing the meat, which was almost the same size as its body, Songjian felt that something was off. It didn't call me its mother this time. Songjian's heart sank. It seemed that the young black dragon's bloodline memory was slowly recovering as it leveled up. The dragon clan's lineage was passed on through their blood, so even if they slept for 100 years right from birth, they would still obtain their clan's inheritance memory and skills once they reached adulthood. It must have realized that I'm not its mother but can still sense the black dragon bloodline within me, so it remains affectionate. But when it levels up more and gains higher intelligence, it will surely understand that we're not of the same kind. When that time comes, I'm afraid. Songjian played with the young black dragon as he made his way to the third floor of the castle. In the third floor bedroom, there was a 1-meter diameter wooden bowl filled with dry straw. Songjian had instructed the carpenter in his manner to make this as a black dragon nest. Placing the yawning young black dragon in the nest, Songjian turned to check his mailbox. There were more than a dozen letters in the mailbox, each containing a type of plant seed. He took out all the seeds, spending more than 4,000 doomsday coins. "George!" Songjian shouted loudly. "Yes, master, how can I help you?" Butler George appeared in front of Songjian immediately with a respectful tone. "Give these seeds to John, let him choose and plant them. If there's a harvest ceremony, be sure to let me know immediately." Songjian handed the dozen plant seeds to George. "As you wish, master, I will pass your order on to John and follow up. Once a harvest ceremony can be held, I will let you know right away." George accepted the seeds and replied. Songjian nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do we need to hire a cook? After all, the food we produce needs to be processed into consumable meals, master. Not only do we need a cook, but also a mill, and preferably some livestock." George began to plan for the future development of the manor. "You've made some good points. Go ahead and follow your plans for development. I've given you the authority, so the manor's in your hands now." Songjian smiled. "Master, our most pressing issue right now is that we don't have enough land for building the mill and livestock pen." George showed a troubled expression on his face. Songjian nodded, knowing that his safe zone now had the largest land area in the game, covering 500 to 600 square meters. But apart from the castle and the 6 spirit fields in the yard, there was no more space for building anything else. "Do you have any suggestions? Can we build anything outside the safe zone?" Songjian inquired. Since anything built outside of Songjian's safe zone did not belong to him, he didn't know whether he could build something on other lands. "Master, I would not recommend building anything on lands that do not belong to us. It is very unsafe, and most importantly, if the building is not on our land and is destroyed, we will be left with nothing." George shook his head. Songjian nodded, aware that if a building inside the safe zone was destroyed, it could be rebuilt with very little materials. For example, the traps outside the walls, the arrow towers on the walls, and the catapults on the castle could be rebuilt with only about a tenth of the materials if they were destroyed. However, if a building outside was destroyed, it would be a total loss, with all the contents inside disappearing as well. leading to even greater losses. If Song Jian were to build the mill outside, he would risk losing all the food stored inside if it were destroyed, becoming loot for others. But if the mill were built within a safe zone and was destroyed, most of the food inside would be preserved. Can we continue expanding our current location? Song Jian asked. Master, in order to expand the safe zone, we have to initiate an expansion battle, which is a very risky move. It should only be considered when we have absolute confidence, as failure may result in huge losses. George said with a serious expression. Are there any other alternatives for development? Song Jian inquired. George frowned deeply, thought for a moment, and slowly shook his head. Then let's initiate the expansion battle. Song Jian wore a determined expression on his face. Master, you can only initiate an expansion battle once a month. Once started, it will be a fight to the death. The battle will only end when one side is completely destroyed. Master, please be cautious. George sighed. Don't worry, there are no undefeatable enemies around us. Song Jian smiled slightly. With a thought, Song Jian's figure appeared at the top of the castle, and as he looked around, he saw a few villas and a green jungle in the direction of Camel Square. Expansion. Song Jian summoned the safe zone interface and made his move. Suddenly, a grand, low, and stern voice emerged from the castle and spread out in all directions. Territory struggle initiated. A blazing red light slowly seeped out from the castle, spreading in all directions and stopped 10 meters away from the outer walls. The red light then came to a halt. System, no other safe zones detected within the expansion area. Would you like to occupy? Occupy. Whoosh inside the castle, a slowly expanding green light covered the original red light. The green light spread very slowly, as if waiting for something. After 3 minutes, the green light completely covered the red light, and the entire area became Song Jian's external territory. Originally close neighboring villas disappeared under the green light, and a wide road outside the manor began to blur. Before long, all buildings and items on the ground within the green light disappeared, replaced by a large area of unexplored green grassland. The green light vanished, and Song Jian stared at the green grassland that suddenly appeared among the high-rise buildings with an odd expression. It was so strange that he even saw a half-cut villa standing eerily at the edge of the grassland. Master, congratulations on your brilliant victory. George said with an excited face. Chapter 194 Tan Building. Song Jian looked somewhat speechless at the 10-meter grassland extending beyond the wall. Such a big move, with such an imposing momentum, making people's blood boil. But you only extended by 10 meters? Are you kidding me? My lord, it is a glorious victory. Congratulations, we finally have our territory. The butler George was excited. Song Jian stared at him for a moment, thinking George was mocking him, a lord with only 10 meters of territory. Alright, George, now that we've got a place, hurry up and get to work. Build everything you can, and don't forget the defensive structures. We don't want our hard work destroyed by the monsters, Song Jian said. At your command, my lord. George respectfully bowed. With a 10-meter territory, George's form of address for Song Jian changed from master to my lord. But, being called my lord does feel pretty good, hee. Song Jian was secretly pleased in his heart. George began to command Tammy and John to get to work. With the expansion of the territory, they could now hire more workers. George started recruiting workers one after another. In no time, the manor was filled with the noise of construction, as it turned into a bustling construction site. Song Jian returned to the 3rd floor to make potions. Although he had only learned the formula for weakness potion, the high-quality portable mobile potion crafting table could produce potions of even higher quality. In battle, an excellent quality weakness potion could change the outcome of a fight. Working until late into the night, Song Jian exhausted all the potion materials in his inventory. He now had over 20 bottles of weakness potion, excellent, and 7 or 8 bottles of weakness potion, mutated. It's a pity I don't have enough materials for high explosive grenades. Now that would be a real killer. Song Jian sighed at the sight of the single high explosive grenade in his inventory. Although potion malting had a simple process, Song Jian was tired after spending most of the night on it. He glanced at the sleeping black dragon cub in the wooden nest and lay down to rest. At the moment Song Jian closed his eyes, the black dragon cub suddenly opened its eyes. A flash of brilliance in its golden pupils stared at Song Jian lying on the bed for a few seconds before closing them again. A quiet night passed, and when Song Jian got up the next day, he saw a newly built mill outside the manor. The 7 or 8 meter high mill had a massive windmill with a diameter of over 6 meters spinning slowly at the top. In the distance, a few NPCs were building a livestock pen. They appeared to have been working all night, their eyes red. Song Jian appeared in front of the unfinished livestock pen. At this time, George was also standing next to it looking tired. Tammy and John were leading a few NPC workers to construct the pen. At this moment, a countdown timer appeared in the empty space above the livestock pen. and it looked like it would be completed in about 3 hours. Noticing Song Jian approach, George prepared to bow. Song Jian waved to stop him. "George, you've worked hard. After work is done, treat everyone to a good meal to thank them." Song Jian paused, seemingly thinking of something, and continued, "You can go to the Sunflower Bar to buy some drinks so everyone can celebrate." George immediately shouted, "Did you hear that, fellows? Work hard, and after it's over, we'll have wine and meat. Our Lord will be rewarding us." Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the working crowd. "Long live our Lord." System message: you spent 130 Doomsday coins to boost the morale of reconstruction workers. Their building efficiency has increased by 30%. Song Jian glanced at the countdown above the livestock pen, which suddenly jumped to 2 hours. At the same time, the Doomsday coins in his inventory, which were almost depleted, disappeared by another 100. Song Jian couldn't help but feel the pain. Spending over 100 Doomsday coins to save just over an hour seemed uneconomical. But when he thought of how these coins were going to buy wine and meat for the hardworking NPC builders, Song Jian felt much better. Summoning his motorcycle, Song Jian drove towards the Tang building. There should be a combat mentor there. The chat said that the assessment task given by this combat mentor is too difficult. It might be like Han Hai's situation, where the combat mentor didn't think much of him and chose the hardest task. If the combat mentor considers me worthy, maybe they'll select a more manageable task. Song Jian thought. Every combat mentor would issue an assessment based on the tester's abilities. An easy task would be assigned to a player suited for the profession, while a more challenging task would be assigned to a player not suited for the profession. Driving his motorcycle, Song Jian was followed by a large group of mutated zombies. Despite being during the day, the noise from the motorcycle attracted many monsters. After about 10 minutes, Song Jian left the level 10 monster area and entered the level 15 monster area. In this area, Song Jian didn't dare to drive his motorcycle recklessly anymore. If a few elite level 15 monsters were provoked, he'd have no choice but to run. On the top floor of Tang building, a man wearing a black uniform stood at the edge, looking down at the entire street. Beside him, a thumbnail-sized metal ball constantly rotated around his body. The man saw Song Jian quickly rush into Tang building, followed by a sea of mutated monsters, and couldn't help but chuckle and mutter, "Another fearless fellow." Song Jian panted as he dashed into Tang building and looked back at the tide of monsters, cold sweat appearing on his brow. It's terrifying. From now on, I shouldn't drive a motorcycle in the city. Mutated zombies are too horrifying. They followed me for over 10 kilometers without giving up. Under normal circumstances, monsters have their specific zones to operate in. Level 5 monsters wouldn't enter level 10 monster zones, and level 10 monsters wouldn't venture into level 5 monster zones. They usually didn't interfere with each other. Song Jian thought the same, so he drove his motorcycle carelessly through the city. But the noise from the bike caused level 5 monsters to follow him into level 10 monster zones and not leave. Instead, they joined level 10 monsters and chased after Song Jian into the level 15 monster zone. By the time Song Jian realized something was wrong, it was too late. Hundreds of monsters had gathered behind him. "Phew, I will find the combat mentor first and then deal with you properly." Song Jian glanced at the high-explosive grenade in his inventory, resisting the urge to throw it into the monstrous horde, and ran towards the staircase. Chapter 195, Sword Controller. The horde of monsters surged towards the Tang building. They had just reached the entrance when the monsters in the front suddenly halted their steps with a look of horror and continued to retreat. The monsters behind could not slow down in time and directly crashed into them, causing a scene of chaos. The roars echoed under the Tang building. Atop the building, a man in black grimaced, muttering irritably under his breath. The silver orb surrounding him began to vibrate violently, projecting an inch-long silver halo, inhaling and exhaling as if a living entity. Seemingly sensing the formidable force, the monsters below trembled all over, lying motionlessly on the ground while emitting faint wails. Scram! A single shout echoed from the top of the building, prompting hundreds of monsters to flee in disarray. Song Jian, who was climbing the building, heard these remarks clearly. He looked out of the window and saw hundreds of monsters fleeing, including several level 10 and 15 elite creatures, which made his blood boil. A powerful shout and the monsters are pacified. When will I have such strength? Wondered Song Jian, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. By the time Song Jian reached the rooftop, the man in black was still standing by the edge of it, leaning against the wind, while a silver metallic orb was slowly rotating around him. "Magneto?" Song Jian blurted out involuntarily. The man in black turned around, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. "I'm not Magneto, nor do I possess the X gene. I can't control metal. This is my weapon, the sword orb." Embarrassment flickered across Song Jian's face. It seemed that many players had seen the man in black. Any player who saw the metal orb slowly rotating around him would be reminded of Magneto's escape from jail in the movie X-Men. Are you a sword immortal? Song Jian suddenly asked with a look of excitement. Sword immortal? The man in black was taken aback, then shook his head slowly. A sword immortal is what I strive to become. Perhaps in the future, I will be a sword immortal, but not now. Currently, I am just a sword controller. Just as the man in black uttered the phrase sword controller, Song Jian was granted access to some of his attributes, which were previously obscured by question marks. Level 86 sword controller, Wanjian, elite, vitality points, spirit points, traits, immortal sword body, skills, sword retention. An elite boss of level 86? Even higher than the dragon hunter, Deardly Walker. Song Jian was taken aback and hastily bowed. Could you tell me about the special characteristics of the sword controller profession? Wan Jian gave a slight smile, scanning Song Jian before asking, can you wield a sword? Song Jian felt awkward. Although his secondary weapon was the blue-grade one-handed guardian sword, he had never in fact wielded it in combat. Even the passive skill, cold weapon, sword type, basic, that he learned was only at level 1 and he had never attempted to upgrade it. Song Jian responded, have never encountered a swordsmanship master, so I'm reluctant to learn from the unskilled. Wan Jian paused, laughing heartily. You are the second brazen person I've met. In honor of the first one, I will give you a chance. Use the sword you carry to slaughter a level 15 elite monster. If you do, I will tell you the meaning of a sword controller. Wan Jian pointed at the guardian sword hung around Song Jian's waist and spoke arrogantly, can I only use this sword? Can't I use other weapons? Song Jian frowned and asked, exactly. You can only use this sword. Once you employ a different weapon, even if you kill a level 15 elite monster, the trial will be deemed a failure. You will not need to see me again in such a case, otherwise, I will kill you. Wan Jian stared coldly at Song Jian as he spoke, can I use my personal skills? Song Jian queried further. Wan Jian hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded, you can use the skills you have mastered, but forget it. Let's talk about it once you pass the test. Wan Jian seemed to want to say something, but ultimately just waved his hand, signaling Song Jian to leave. System, the sword controller and battle job instructor, Wan Jian, gives you a challenge, kill a level 15 elite boss, 0 out of 1. Challenge requirements, use your sword to kill a level 15 elite boss. If any other weapon is used, the mission will fail immediately. Challenge time limit, 24 hours. Challenge reward, earn Wan Jian's admiration and enlightenment about the sword controller profession. Challenge punishment, Wan Jian will negatively change his attitude towards you by a large margin, and you will lose a chance to learn about the combat profession. Sword controller, Song Jian nodded his head, turned around, and left the rooftop, to kill a level 15 elite boss, which has at least 3 to 4,000 vitality points, even when its attributes are halved during daytime, is almost impossible without the use of the rocket launcher or Tusk Fang Stinger skills. Coupled with the onslaught from 5 levels above him, the endeavor to single-handedly hunt down a level 15 elite boss seemed like an impossible task to Song Jian. Song Jian switched the guardian sword to his right hand and played with it as he walked along, trying to get a feel for it. On leaving the Tan building, there were no monsters to be seen. Despite practicing for a while with the guardian sword, Song Jian still felt a bit awkward. First, let me find some regular monsters to get used to it. Who knows, I might even learn some sword skills on my own. Song Jian muttered to himself as he set off down a gloomy alley. First, he would test his skills on a level 15 regular monster. If he can't even beat that, he might as well abandon the challenge. In the dark alley lay a ragged human-formed zombie, appearing like a corpse. Yet Song Jian knew that as soon as he strayed into its alert zone, it would instantly awake, relentlessly chasing him until he was dead. Earth Teeth Assault. Before it could fully awake, he chose to deplete its vitality points. The Tusk energy ball lunged at the corpse and fiercely struck the zombie's waist. This sent its body flying in the air. Roar! The mutant zombie slowly rose from the ground. Its blood-red eyes gradually opened, focusing on Song Jian and emitting a roaring sound. Level 15 mutant zombie, regular, vitality points 850 out of 1,700, traits, intermediate defense, primary vitality restoration, skills, no. Seeing the mutant zombie pouncing towards him, Song Jian took a deep breath. Tightening his grip on the guardian sword, he sprinted towards the zombie. Whoosh! As soon as he neared, the sword in Song Jian's hand sliced across the zombie's head, inflicting over 60 critical damage points. Experiencing pain, the zombie became more frenzied, waving its hands, while its mutated nails, sharp as mini blades, carved streaks of white in the gloomy alley. Chapter 196, Physique increase. A level 5 blue quality one-handed sword dealt only around a dozen damage points to a level 15 ordinary mutant zombie, which was quite low. However, With a 500% increase in vitality recovery speed, it was nearly impossible for a level 15 mutant zombie to kill Songjian. Even if it cost him blood, he would eventually bring down the zombie. In the dark alley, the mutant zombie's roars continued to echo, perhaps due to rotting flesh all over its body. Its voice was deep and hoarse, but Songjian was not worried about attracting nearby monsters as he continued to slash his sword. Minutes later, the level 15 mutant zombie finally turned into a pile of ashes, dropping 2 white quality materials and 5 doomsday coins around its body. Ordinary level 15 monsters can drop doomsday coins? Songjian picked up all the spoils of war and tore off his clothes, revealing the armor of the zombie commando. His original coat, which had no defense, had been scratched into a bundle of shreds by the mutant zombie, making it cumbersome to wear. Looking at his skill bar, he had not comprehended any sword-related skills, only the passive basic sword skill had increased some proficiency: slash, chop, flick, stab. Songjian wielded the one-handed sword, feeling the sensation with every attack. There's no other way now, let's start with these basic skills. Songjian could only practice one-handed sword based on the method used for daggers, but he gave up after a while, feeling awkward. After all, they were different weapons, and if he practiced the wrong moves, it would take more time and effort to correct them. I'll explore gradually while fighting monsters. Only life and death battles can improve me the fastest, Songjian thought as he carried the one-handed sword towards another building. As half a day passed, the sky began to darken, and mutant zombies appeared on the streets. The night belonged to the monsters. Most players hid in safe houses or places they thought were safe. At first, some players wanted to kill monsters and level up at night, but soon there were fewer and fewer such players. After all, everyone only had one life. Many people initially treated it like a game, but now there were fewer and fewer of those people since most of them had died. Songjian estimated that in just 2 months, hundreds of people had probably died in Coastal City in the real world. He wondered if the police and others had noticed this situation. However, sooner or later, people would discover it, because Songjian believed that more and more people would enter the game, and more people would die. There were still 17 hours left for the task completion, plenty of time. Songjian did not plan to go back to his territory, as there were many monsters on the way back. Even if he transformed into black mist, it would take more than an hour to go back and forth, which would not be worth it. Songjian went straight back to Tan's building, not going upstairs but finding a room on the first floor to rest. As long as Wanjian didn't leave the building, it was the safest place in the level 15 monster area. Without a doubt, night fell, and the sky was covered with thick, gloomy clouds that brought pressure. Songjian sat cross-legged on a shabby single bed, staring at the dark sky outside the window, quietly waiting. After a long time, a crack appeared in the heavy clouds, and a ray of moonlight seeped through. Songjian's spirit was energized, and he hurried to the window. A burning sensation came from his chest, and the hexagram array diagram started to glow faintly. Tonight was a half moon, and as the moon appeared, countless moon essences scattered across the city. Roars were heard from the tops of various tall buildings, as bosses began to absorb the moon essence to enhance their strength. Songjian glanced around and noticed that within a few hundred meters around Tan building, not a single boss was on the rooftops, making him speechless. A stream of moon essence was drawn into the room through the window, merging into Songjian's body. Songjian could feel the moon essence entering his body, slowly circulating through his blood vessels, and integrating into his body as it flowed, disappearing. This process was very comfortable, but there was a side effect. Whenever he absorbed moon essence, Songjian could not help but feel a killing intent rising in his heart, wanting to kill anything in sight. However, whenever this killing intent emerged, a refreshing energy would appear in Songjian's mind, allowing him to maintain his self-awareness. Time always flew by when immersed in absorbing the moon essence, and soon the moon was once again covered by clouds. Songjian sighed slightly, feeling the gradual improvement of his physical fitness with the influx of moon essence. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. System, you have absorbed enough moon essence, and your physical fitness has improved. Your physique has increased by 1 point. Finally, it's increased. Songjian thought, after absorbing more than a month's worth of moon essence, although it felt comfortable, and he could feel his body becoming stronger, not receiving a system upgrade made him feel like something was missing. Checking his attributes, Songjian's physique had now reached 9 points, and his vitality points limit had increased by 20 points, reaching 620 points, which was better than nothing. After half a day of fighting, Songjian's passive skill, cold weapon, sword class, basic, had been upgraded to level 2, and the proficiency at level 2 had also increased significantly, requiring only about 10 more level 15 monsters to be slain before reaching level 3. Songjian felt that such passive skills were easy to understand and improve in the early stages. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after the passive skill was upgraded to level 2, he felt that swinging the sword was more agile. I can't waste the night. It's safe here. I'm not afraid that the noise will attract monsters, so why not take this time to practice swordsmanship? Song Jian thought. With his one-handed sword and the blade pointed down, Song Jian stood at the center of the room. Ha! In a low shout, he swung his right arm in a circle, lifting the sword high over his head, and then slashed forward at a 30-degree angle. During the daytime battles, Song Jian had constantly summarized that this slashing method was the most energy efficient and inflicted the most damage. However, this move had a major drawback: fatigue, and continuous swinging like this. Song Jian estimated that he would eventually develop shoulder inflammation. After practicing for more than an hour, Song Jian felt as if his right arm was about to dislocate, his whole body drenched in sweat like he was soaked in water. But he didn't give up and continued to practice, with the passive skill, cold weapon, sword class, basic, slowly improving at a visible rate. Fool, that's not how you practice swordsmanship. You shouldn't treat the sword as a dead object. Just as Song Jian was concentrating on practicing his sword, a deep voice came from behind him. Wang Jian. A smile appeared on Song Jian's mouth. Chapter 197, Skill Improvement. While practicing dagger lighting technique at the Black Panther Gym in the real world, his coach once told Song Jian, regardless of the fighting style or the presence of weapons, from the moment of first contact, he must receive standard instruction and not blindly practice on his own. Once bad habits are formed, they are incredibly hard to correct. Adhering to wrong practices not only nullifies improvement but can also harm the body over time. Just like Song Jian's situation, the sword move he had summarized from half a day of fighting was filled with errors. He knew this in his heart, but sword practice was not his true aim. He merely wanted to catch Wang Jian's attention since they were both in the same building. After over an hour of the practice, Song Jian found his entire right arm numbing, with unbearable itching, swelling, and pain at the shoulder joint. He was drenched in sweat and about to give up when he finally heard Wang Jian's voice. Master! 11. Turning around with a weary face, Song Jian greeted Wang Jian respectfully. Swordsmanship is not practiced this way. Wang Jian shook his head, raising his right hand. The silver metal orb that had been revolving around him suddenly expanded into a long sword and flew into Wang Jian's right palm. Holding the long sword, he oozed an imposing demeanor which forced Song Jian to involuntarily step backward until his back hit the wall. Even the continual echoes of monster roars around him came to an abrupt end, as if the whole world fell into silence. A sword is an extension of the arm, not just a dead object. Don't control your sword with your hand, control it with your will, your spirit, your soul. Your hand can control the dimensions around your body, but your will and spirit can fill the space between heaven and earth. Control the sword with your spirit. Wherever the mind moves, the sword reaches. Walking and talking about his understanding of the sword, Song Jian found his words somewhat inexplicable. He felt that he understood yet didn't understand at all. It was like when a postdoctoral mentor lectures first-year university students. What they impart is not just specialized knowledge of the first year but a concept, a direction, a guiding path. Maybe many students couldn't understand at that time, but if you persist, there will eventually come a time when everything seems illuminated. Only then will you comprehend the true intentions behind their teachings. Wang Jian was doing something similar now. He didn't tell Song Jian how to hold the sword, how to use it, or impart any substantial sword skills, but he was enlightening Song Jian with a certain ideology. After listening to Wang Jian for a long time, Song Jian looked at him perplexedly. Wang Jian, feeling his throat parched from talking, saw Song Jian's excited expression and couldn't help but snort. It's impossible to carve rotten wood. Ready to leave with a swing of his sleeve, Wang Jian was stopped by Song Jian, who rushed towards him and grabbed his leg. Master, you can't leave. At the very least reach me one sword technique so that I can defeat a level 15 elite boss. Otherwise, do you really want to watch me blindly practice till I ruin my arm? Song Jian cried out, squeezing the corners of his eyes to try and force out a few tears, but to no avail. In the end, helpless, he applied saliva to the corners of his eyes. Enough, stop pretending. You really are. Wang Jian was a bit helpless for a moment before suddenly asking, do you know a fat guy with the surname Mew? Song Jian was taken aback and shook his head. You two truly are alike. Thick-skinned. Get up. I'll teach you how to use a sword. After speaking, Wang Jian yanked Song Jian up by his left hand. Watch carefully. I will only demonstrate once. How much you can grasp is up to you. With that, Wang Jian began demonstrating the basic sword technique. Song Jian opened his eyes wide, not daring to blink, afraid of missing a single move. System prompts flooded his view like a waterfall. His passive skill, cold weapon, sword class, basic, was rapidly improving. System, sword controller Wang Jian imparts basic sword technique to you. Your, cold weapon, sword class, basic, skill proficiency has improved by 20 points. System, sword controller Wanjian imparts basic sword technique to you. Gear, cold weapon, sword class, basic, skill proficiency has improved by 21 points. In just a few minutes, Wanjian had finished demonstrating the basic sword technique. Turning around, he sent his sword flying into the air where it shrank back into the size of a finger before curling into a smooth, silver metal orb. This orb slowly floated back to Wanjian's side and began revolving around him like a satellite. That's all the help I can give you. Any more and I would be breaking the rules. It doesn't matter to me how much you've managed to grasp. Just know that if you haven't hunted a level 15 elite boss by tomorrow, don't show your face to me anymore. Wanjian left after giving Songjian a stern look. Songjian wiped the sweat from his brow and stood still with closed eyes. Beneath his eyelids, his eyeballs were shifting rapidly. His right hand was twitching involuntarily, wanting to shake from time to time, as if it wasn't under his control. At this moment, in Songjian's mind, every details of Wanjian's basic sword technique demonstration was being replayed. After a long while, Songjian let out a sigh, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He mused inwardly, the gap is truly enormous. Only after witnessing a real sword technique, did he realize his own deficiencies. Composing himself, Songjian started practicing exactly as Wanjian had demonstrated. In just a few tens of minutes, Songjian's passive skill, cold weapon, sword class, basic, rose from level 2 to 5, improving at a terrifying speed. Cold weapon, sword class, basic, passive, level 5, increase in power of sword weapons by 30%, armor break +1. Now that he had started practicing, the skill's improvement rate was extremely slow. One reason was the high level of the skill, which demanded higher proficiency. The other reason was the disparity between Songjian's and Wanjian's mastery of sword techniques, naturally causing their proficiency to be different. The night passed like this. As the sun slowly rose, Songjian only then laid down his sword and sat down on his bed dressed. At this moment, Songjian's aura was drastically different from the previous day. The transformation over the night seemed to have allowed him to take an important step on the path of martial arts. Wanjian stood with his hands behind his back, high on the rooftop, looking at the slowly rising sun. The corners of his mouth held a faint, indistinct smile. Chapter 198, severely injuring the boss. Wanjian didn't show off any sophisticated sword techniques. Instead, he demonstrated the simplest actions: thrust, cut, lift, chop, slash, and how to form combinations of these basic moves into various attack techniques. This was the most elementary set of sword techniques yet. It seemed miraculous when executed by Wanjian. Songjian watched, fascinated, and spent the whole night trying to replicate every action of Wanjian. And, just like that, the night passed. The moment day broke, Songjian rested briefly and then left the building. He had about 11 to 12 hours left for the mission, the equivalent of one more day. If he didn't manage to hunt a level 15 elite monster by evening, the test mission would be considered a failure. Practicing alone isn't very effective. I need to hone my skills from last night in real combat. Also, I need to start looking for the location of a level 15 elite boss. It's best if I can find several, and then select the one most suitable for me. Songjian thought. He had spent yesterday afternoon hunting level 15 monsters and seeking out an elite boss. Generally, unless it has a special boss like the roaming zombie, the regular bosses stay in fixed areas and only show up in these locations. The exception is when players kill large numbers of regular monsters, which could attract the bosses. Over the course of yesterday afternoon, Songjian discovered 2 level 15 elite bosses. One was a fiercely defensive scaled zombie, and the other, a giant yellow bird which was as big as a fully grown eagle with a length of 1 to 2 meters and wings that could stretch 3 to 4 meters long. Although it couldn't fly, it could glide through the air at an impressive pace. Both bosses posed quite a challenge for Songjian. If he was limited to using the one-handed sword, it would be tough to kill them. As such, he considered these 2 bosses as alternative targets. Bloody hell. Finding a boss is harder than finding a wife. Songjian muttered to himself, changing his direction and moving forward. Soon, from a shop ahead, noises emerged. A level 15 regular mutated zombie had its left foot stuck between a collapsed counter. Oblivious, it kept trying to press onward, the rattling sound of the iron counter giving it away. There we go, a chance to test the skills I mastered last night. Songjian, holding the guardian-ass sword, headed towards her shop. Once inside, the mutated zombie, sniffing out the presence of a living human, growled at Songjian. It struggled to free itself, attempting to lunge at him. Without using any special skills, Songjian swung his sword at the zombie. Thanks to his practice throughout the night, each strike landed with precision, causing bursts of 40 to 50 points of damage on the zombie. This showed a 3 to 4-fold increase in damage compared to yesterday. The mutated zombie became more furious. When its vitality points fell below half, it forcefully broke free from the iron counter and lunged at Song Jian. However, this desperate act came at a cost. Its left leg had a gaping wound that revealed a bone, with a dark brown pus oozing out. This move had injured its leg bone, causing it to limp and slow down significantly. Song Jian continued slashing with his sword, and before long, the zombie had transformed into a pile of black ash. Feels great. The use of the long sword is very different from the dagger, but the theory is similar. Essentially, they are extensions of the arm. However, their practical use is still very greatly. One Song Jian twirled the long sword skillfully in his right hand, putting away the 2 dropped items, and continued down the street. Being taught by someone versus learning everything on your own made a huge difference. Now, Song Jian was more efficient with the long sword, killing at a pace several times faster than yesterday. Level 15 ordinary monsters were no longer a threat to him. His experience points remained fixed. Even after hunting a level 15 monster, he didn't earn any experience points. After a while, feeling like he had sufficiently mastered the sword techniques, Song Jian began looking for a level 15 elite boss. Now, as a melee profession, it'd be best to find a boss that uses long-range attacks and isn't so strong up close. Also, it'd be nice if the boss's defense isn't too high, and its vitality isn't too great. Song Jian muttered as he kept walking. Why not just find a severely injured boss that's about to die? A voice suddenly rang in Song Jian's ear. That's a brilliant idea. Excited, Song Jian's eyes sparkled. But then, alert, he held his sword in front of him and squinted towards where the voice had come from. Who's there? Song Jian backed away, pressing himself against a wall, looking around cautiously. As Song Jian prepared to open his vertical pupil in his forehead, a figure started to take form. It's me, don't be alarmed. I just noticed you. Lin Sheng's figure gradually materialized and he waved at Song Jian. Damn, you really do come and go like a ghost. You're not worried about wandering into a level 15 monster area. Seeing a familiar face, Song Jian put down his sword, still irritated. He had been thoroughly startled by the sudden voice. Hey, you've switched to a long sword now. Where's your dagger? Lin Sheng took note of the long sword in Song Jian's hand, his eyes sparkling. Lin Sheng had been eyeing Song Jian's tusk fang stinger for a long time. While it was just a level 5 blue quality dagger, its inherent skill was hugely powerful, making it even better than some level 10 daggers. I plan on becoming a swordsman, so I am getting used to it now. Do you want the dagger? Song Jian asked. Yes, boss. I've been coveting your dagger for a long time. I still haven't found a good weapon. If I get your dagger, this level 15 area will be nothing for me. Lin Sheng boasted. You've leveled up to 10? Are you here for the combat mentor test mission? Song Jian questioned, looking at Lin Sheng. Yes, I've hit level 10. This main mission requires finding 10 combat mentors, and I haven't found one yet. But I've already made up my mind to become a thief. I came here to find a thief mentor, I'm not interested in other professions. Lin Sheng said, holding his head high. Didn't the guide in the dungeon tell you to look for him once you reach level 10? You didn't go? That guy must be a combat mentor, and it might be a good fit for you, possibly even a thief mentor. Song Jian said. Don't remind me. He asked me to find him in a dungeon with real difficulty. Like I could handle that. I nearly died even in a simple level dungeon. Lin Sheng said grumpily. Hey, that's true. A dungeon with real difficulty isn't something we can handle right now. But remember, even if you find a thief mentor, you'll still need to find 9 other combat mentors to learn about different professions for the main mission to be considered complete. Song Jian laughed. Huh, how do you know? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Of course, I know it because a combat mentor told me. Song Jian glanced at Lin Sheng and asked, you said there's a level 15 boss that's about to die? Where? Tell me, and this dagger is yours. Song Jian took out the tusk fang stinger and teased Lin Sheng by waving it in front of him. Chapter 199 Temporary task. Looking at the blue quality tusk fang stinger in Song Jian's hand, Lin Sheng's eyes were full of little stars. I'll take you there. Lin Sheng said directly, it's just ahead. That boss has been injured, lost a leg, and its vitality points are less than half left, looking very desperate. Song Jian followed behind Lin Sheng, running and asking, why didn't you finish it off yourself? A level 15 boss will definitely drop good loot. I can't beat it, it can see through my stealth, I can't even get close to it. Lin Sheng said somewhat helplessly. Soon, the two of them arrived at a small residential area. In a central pavilion, Song Jian saw the heavily injured boss. The boss looked like an enormous beastman, with blue skin covered in lumps, 2 tusks protruding from its lips, and sanguine eyes emitting a bloodthirsty glow, looking very ferocious. Its massive body was squatting in the pavilion, looking like a meat mountain. Next to it, stood 4 wooden stakes, half a man's height, carved with complex magic runes on the surface. Rings of energy condensed into light, slowly rotating around the stakes. One stake was enveloped in a green glow, one stake was enveloped in a crimson glow, another stake was encompassed in a gray energy glow, the last one flickered with tiny currents. Level 15 Mutated Shaman Beast, Kurututu, Elite, Vitality points 680 out of 2,800, Spirit points, 250 out of 800, Traits, Regeneration, Beast's Blood Boil, Skills, Summon Totem Pillar, Summon Beast Spirit, Death Ray, Ice Cone. This guy is a beastman, huh? Songjian stared at the mountain of flesh in the distance, stroking his chin. Yes, it looks like a beastman. Do you see those 3 pillars next to it? Those are totem pillars, they can attack automatically. The damage isn't high, but they are very troublesome. Lin Sheng pointed at the 3 wooden stakes next to the mutated shaman beast. Explore new novels on Novelbin. Come hey, it seems to be healing its wounds. Songjian saw that every few seconds, a +5 green healing figure would jump above the boss's head. He couldn't help but say, there is a healing totem pillar. Songjian pointed at the wooden stake surrounded by green light. You need to be faster, if it drags on, its vitality points will be fully restored. It's okay, didn't you see that it doesn't have much spirit points left? It looks like it has been through a big fight, you're really lucky. Songjian said, hee, brother Song is the lucky one, now it's yours. Lin Sheng chuckled. Alright, give you the dagger, this boss is mine. The test required me to fight solo, so just guard the perimeter for me. Don't participate. As Songjian spoke, he handed the Tusk Fang Stinger to Lin Sheng. Don't worry, brother Song, I know the rules. Lin Sheng's face broke out into a grin as he took the dagger, swinging it around a few times, looking thrilled. Songjian slowly approached the boss with his sword. As soon as he stood around a dozen meters away from the boss, it stood up. Despite the imposing pressure from the one-legged boss, Songjian hesitated whether picking this boss was a correct choice. Human, this is Kurututu's territory. If you don't want your soul to be tormented on my flame totem forever, leave now. The boss even spoke, surprising Songjian, a monster capable of speech indicating it has consciousness, and a conscious monster is way tougher than a senseless one. Perhaps perceiving Songjian's hesitation, a hint of a smile appeared on Kurututu's face. Feeling the immense power within this human, Kurututu himself was at a low ebb with barely over 200 spirit points left, just not enough to sustain a fight. Even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He could end up being taken down by an ordinary monster afterward. Human, if you leave now, you'll gain Kurututu's friendship. I will also give you a gift. Kurututu continued. System, Kurututu is offering you a temporary mission. Leave territory. Mission requirement, leave the area within 1 kilometer radius from Kurututu. Mission reward, obtaining Kurututu's friendship. Exquisite totem imprint. Mission failure, permanent reduction of 2 points in all attributes. Do you accept? Songjian carefully read through the mission details word by word, and then chose to accept. As soon as Songjian accepted, a smile crossed Kurututu's face. He threw something towards Songjian. Songjian caught it and checked the attributes. Exquisite totem imprint, green, inlay eye accessory, accessory attributes, worn on the body, recovers eye vitality point per second, can be inlaid on equipment, when inlaid on a helmet, vitality points increase by 100, when inlaid on armor, defense increases by 5 points, when inlaid on leg protectors, spirit points cap increases by 50, not bad. Don't know if it can be used as a spirit talisman and inlaid on the hexagram array diagram. Songjian thought, seeing Songjian pick up the item and stand still, Kurututu's face darkened, yelled, human, you have already accepted the task I assigned. Why haven't you left? Are you willing to bear the punishment of the beast god? Songjian threw the item into his inventory, lifted his head, glanced at Kurututu, then turned around and ran towards the exit of the residential area. Seeing Songjian leaving, Kurututu let out a mocking smile as he slowly sat back down with the help of the pavilion's pillar. Stupid human. Lin Sheng watched as Songjian rushed past him, completely baffled, only hearing Songjian say to him, just wait for me for a bit, I'll be right back. Soon, Songjian's figure disappeared from Lin Sheng's vision. Songjian kept running forward until a system prompt appeared in front of him, then he stopped. System, you completed the temporary mission, leaving the territory. System, you obtained Kurututu's friendship, you received the item Exquisite Totem Imprint. Seeing that the mission was completed, Songjian turned around and ran towards the residential area. I need to hurry up, if any later, that boss's vitality points will be fully restored. Lin Sheng was a bit confused, standing in place waiting for a few minutes. Soon, He saw Song Jian hurriedly running back from a distance. "What are you up to?" Lin Sheng asked. His level was too low. Kurututu did not offer him a temporary mission at all. Seeing him, it attacked, scaring him away. "Doing a mission," Song Jian said while panting heavily. "Stay here and wait for me. Don't help when I take action." Song Jian seemed a little worried and reminded him again. Seeing that Song Jian was charging back towards him once more, Kurututu's anger flared up. "Shameless human." Kurututu roared in his heart, suddenly standing up. "Human, honesty is key." Kurututu seemingly had fire coming out of his eyes, staring at Song Jian, and growled. Song Jian was stunned, opened the mission column, pointed at the completed mission, and said, "But I completed the mission." "Kurututu, you have a point." Chapter 200, Beast Spirit Descend. "Human, I don't want to be your enemy. As long as you leave my territory and never return, I will teach you a skill. This is a core skill that only beastmen shamans can learn, Totem Pillar." Kurututu suppressed his anger and spoke solemnly. Song Jian quickly received a system prompt. "System, Kurututu has issued you a temporary quest, leave the territory forever. Quest requirement, leave the area within a 1-kilometer radius of Kurututu, and never return. Quest reward, gain Kurututu's friendship and skill, Totem Pillar, Lightning. Quest failure, permanent loss of 2 points in all attributes. Do you accept?" Song Jian carefully reviewed the quest requirements. After a while, a look of regret appeared on Song Jian's face. There was no loophole this time. If it was just a level 15 elite boss, Song Jian might have accepted the quest, because even if he killed it, there was no guarantee of getting its core skill. But now, this weakened boss was related to the completion of Song Jian's evaluation quest. If Song Jian couldn't even defeat a severely injured level 15 elite boss, then there was no hope of completing his evaluation quest. Song Jian sighed and chose to refuse. Kurututu's face suddenly became ugly. "Human." Song Jian didn't wait for the other party to speak. Holding the guardian's sword tightly in his hand, he whispered, "Let's fight." Kurututu's face revealed a ferocious expression. He picked up a bone wand from the ground and roared loudly. Lightning condensed on the bone wand and shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian directly activated the guardian's sword's inherent skill. A milky white halo surrounded his entire body. The lightning struck the light shield, taking away more than 100 defense points. Without slowing down, Song Jian roared and charged towards Kurututu. He lifted his sword to his chest and stabbed forward fiercely. Breaking through the air, a silver glow appeared on the sword. Song Jian added invisible sword chi to the surface of the sword. Just as he arrived in front of Kurututu, the 2 totem pillars next to him started to shake violently. Lightning and fire burst out from the totem pillars and struck towards Song Jian. Totem Pillar, Lightning, releases a bolt of lightning at enemies within attack range, dealing 60 points of lightning damage. Has a chance to trigger the paralysis effect. This attack can only be released once every 3 seconds. Totem Pillar Defense, 50 points. Totem Pillar, Fire, releases a stream of fire at enemies within attack range, dealing 50 points of fire damage. Has a chance to trigger the burning effect. This attack can only be released once every 3 seconds. Totem Pillar Defense, 50 points. The 2 totem pillars around Kurututu began to attack Song Jian. The other 2 totem pillars were the Revealing Totem Pillar, capable of revealing any invisible enemies within range, and the Healing Totem Pillar, which released healing light on Kurututu to restore his vitality points. Lightning and fire struck the light shield on the surface of Song Jian's body, causing the shield to tremble violently, but it still didn't break through the defense. Thud! Song Jian's sword stabbed fiercely into Kurututu's plump body. More than 100 critical damage points floated above Kurututu's head. Before Kurututu could react, Song Jian flipped his wrist and pulled out the sword. He slashed it through the air in an arc, aiming for Kurututu's head. Unforgivable. Kurututu roared angrily, waving his bone wand to block Song Jian's attack. Just when the bone wand and sword were about to collide, Song Jian flicked his wrist, making the sword tip vibrate intensely. It covered Kurututu's skull, throat, and chest, making it impossible to tell where the sword would strike. In the moment of Kurututu's hesitation, the guardian's sword had already pierced his chest. A thick, green jet of blood spurted out, and Kurututu's vitality immediately weakened. The heart was a vital point for any species. Beast Spirit Descent. Kurututu struggled to stand up, raising his hands high, while his bone wand let out a rumbling sound and cracks appeared on its surface. Crack, crack! The wand, over a meter long, unexpectedly shattered inch by inch, turning into nothingness. A look of pain flashed in Kurututu's eyes, his aura increasingly weakened, and wrinkles spread across his entire face, making him seem a dozen years older instantly. This was the result of sacrificing 15 years of his life and his bone wand to summon the ancient beast spirits. The sky churned, and a whirlwind of dark clouds appeared above Kurututu's head, accompanied by thunderous roars. From the whirlwind, an ancient beast's roar emerged, sounding like an angry bellow of a primordial creature. A huge claw emerged from the whirlwind, reaching for Song Jian. This massive claw was like a skyscraper towering in the sky, pressing down on Song Jian. Goosebumps stood on the back of Song Jian's neck as a powerful sense of threat rushed toward him. It felt like his body was locked in by something. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid this deadly blow. Song Jian's body disappeared, replaced by a large cloud of black fog. After morphing into a dark cloud, Song Jian drifted toward Kalututu, quickly enveloping him in the black fog. Within the pitch-black fog, Kalututu's damage numbers floated above his head. Being shrouded in black fog, he would suffer 300 fixed damage points and 200% mental damage. Kalututu's vitality points were already low, and after summoning the ancient beast spirits, he became even weaker, unable to withstand the damage caused by Song Jian's black fog. Within the black fog, Kalututu roared in anger, swinging his bone wand continuously, creating gusts of wind. However, all his efforts were useless, unable to cause any harm to the black fog. Crack, crack, several totem pillars shattered one after another. The 50-point defense couldn't bear the damage from the black fog. Losing the healing from the healing totem pillar, Kalututu became even more agitated. That huge claw above his head was like a massive pillar, pressing down on the black fog on the ground. Before it could even get close, Song Jian felt his mind waver, nearly unable to maintain the state of black fog. Song Jian couldn't help biting his tongue hard, and when the taste of blood filled his mouth, he barely broke free from the mental pressure, trying his best to maintain the black fog state. Always shrouded in black fog, the furious Kalututu stumbled blindly, trying to shake off the entanglement of the black fog. However, all of this was to no avail. The more terrifying thing, in Kalututu's view, was that he could feel the massive claw above his head getting closer and closer. The giant claw, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, could easily crush Song Jian's black fog form. Correspondingly, the continuously fog-shrouded Kalututu couldn't escape the fate of being struck by the earth-shattering blow of the beast claw. No. A look of despair appeared on Kalututu's face, staring at the ancient beast's claw with deep lines running through it like gullies, and he let out a desperate roar. Chapter 201, Pet Contract. A gigantic beast claw descended from the sky, pulverizing a large area in the center of the neighborhood. The small pavilion where Kalututu resided, right under the palm of the claw, was ground to a fine powder. Song Jian, transformed into a cloud of dark mist, was also suppressed underneath the claw. Wisps of black smoke gradually seeped out from the gaps between the beast's claws. After this blow, the beast's claw slowly vanished. The swirling black clouds flashing with lightning overhead also gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its bright blue. Only a massive paw print, over 15 meters in diameter, remained on the ground. Kalututu looked like a broken rag doll with wounds cracking open all over its body. It lay on the brink of death in a pool of dark green blood. Song Jian was utterly shaken. That blow, although mostly physical, had also carried a trace of spiritual attack, similar to his Eye of Mind skill. The beast had first locked onto Song Jian with its mind, then unleashed this earth-shaking blow. Physical damage could be negated, but that trace of spiritual damage still inflicted Song Jian with over 180 points of damage. Kalututu's vitality points had now dwindled to less than 100. With its every bone broken, it couldn't understand how the desperate finishing move it had deployed had rebounded onto itself. While the enemy had barely been damaged, Song Jian returned to his human form, his face turning pale. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood while his mind was in tumult, and his head throbbed with pain. The image of the gigantic beast claw's earth-shaking blow was deeply imprinted in Song Jian's mind, as imposing as a massive mountain range in his consciousness. This is horrifying. This is nothing but a level 15 elite boss. Yet, it could summon such a terrifying strike. And it was just a single giant claw. If the ancient beast were summoned in its entirety, the entire city might have vanished. Song Jian revealed a horrified expression. How? How could this be? Kalututu looked up at the sky. It could feel its strength swiftly draining away from its body. It knew it was about to die. Watching Song Jian gradually approaching it, a puzzled look appeared in Kalututu's eyes. Human, how did you manage to do this? Song Jian remained silent, lifting his long sword to thrust towards Kalututu's head. Human, don't kill me. Don't you want to know about the shaman profession? Thunk. The long sword pierced straight into its brain, draining Kalututu's last bit of vitality. Kalututu died in confusion. A transparent flame surfaced on its body. A few items exploded out, one of them emitting bright silver light, a silver quality item. Song Jian's face lit up with a pleasantly surprised smile. He reached out to grab the silver quality item. Pet contract, silver, consumable, usage effect, apply to a beast class no higher than a lord, turning it into a pet. The lower the beast's HP, the higher the success rate of the contract. Once the contract is successful, the pet's level resets to level 1. Uses, 0 out of 1. Usage requirement, 9 points of charm. Can it be taken out of the game? No. A pet contract scroll? Songjian was taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. He had always been wondering whether or not to kill the black dragon hatchling. The dragon clan passed down its powers through bloodline. As the hatchling leveled up, it would grow rapidly, learning vast inherited knowledge from its bloodline. If the hatchling ever surpassed Songjian in power, it might very well turn against him. Even now, Songjian could sense some estrangement from the hatchling. It no longer felt as close to him as before and had become somewhat wary. Great. With this scroll, I can truly own a dragon pet. When that happens. Ha ha ha. Songjian burst out laughing, hurriedly storing the scroll away in his inventory. Aside from this silver quality pet contract scroll, Kalututu also dropped a blue quality totem pillar, and the rest were some materials like linen, healing totem pillar, blue, consumable, use effect, restores vitality points of all teammates within a 5-meter radius by 5 plus 10 120 spirit per second, duration of 15 minutes, usage, I out of 1, defense, 50 points. This is an item best used for dungeon raiding or on the battlefield. It would be a waste to use it during regular times. Holding the palm-sized totem pillar, Songjian pondered. After collecting all the items, Songjian was a bit uneasy. Although he had killed a level 15 elite boss, it was severely injured and its mental strength was almost exhausted with only a stroke of power left. He picked up a good bargain and wondered if Duanjian would acknowledge his successful completion of the task. Upon opening his task bar, as expected, the task was not shown as being completed, causing Songjian's heart to sink. Brother Song, what was that just now? Was that your skill? That beast claw was terrifying. After seeing the boss getting killed, Lin Sheng quickly ran over. The beast claw was overwhelming and Lin Sheng was filled with fear. If I could perform that move, wouldn't I wipe out anyone in my path? That was the boss's final counterattack, the trump card. Songjian rolled his eyes as he spoke. Brother Song, you endured such a terrifying move. My admiration for you is like a mighty river. Lin Sheng revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Songjian in disbelief. Alright, I have a task to hand in. You go and find your thief mentor. With a wave of his hand, Songjian took a few steps away before he hesitated and turned back to say to Lin Sheng, I still think that man who guided the dungeon is not as simple as he seems. If in the future you really have the strength to enter a realistic difficulty dungeon, you must go and meet with him again. Lin Sheng thoughtfully nodded, saying, I understand, Brother Song. Seeing Lin Sheng take the advice to heart, Songjian turned around and dashed towards the Tan building. These days, Songjian has encountered many high-level NPCs. He can clearly feel their power and even distinguish some of their strengths from the aura they emitted. When he initially entered the dungeon, the guide only showed to be at level 30, but the terrifying aura that Songjian sensed from him was not less than Dragon Hunter or Duanjian. Upon returning to the Tan building, there were still 5 to 6 hours left until the task completion deadline. Reaching the rooftop, Duanjian looked at Songjian speechlessly. You really? I don't know what to say about you, but you are indeed lucky. An awkward smile surfaced on Songjian's face. If Kalututu hadn't been severely injured, Songjian would have had to reveal his full strength to fight with it. The result turned out to be that Kalututu was seriously injured. Not only did it lose a leg, its spirit points were almost depleted, only able to exert a weak final blow. That final blow happened to be restrained by one of Songjian's skills. As a consequence, not only did it not eliminate Songjian, it instead gave it a fall, leaving Songjian's prepared trump card unused. Now thinking about it, even if Kalututu wasn't severely injured, with Songjian's current strength, even without using the rocket launcher and the Tusk Fang Stinger, after a hard fight, he could have slain it. Safety first, he Songjian grinned while rubbing his hands together. Alright, I will consider this a pass for you this time. Duanjian let out a sigh of resignation and muttered under his breath, just like that fat man, clearly having the strength to slay the boss, but still insists on finding loopholes to benefit. Chapter 202, Raising a Tiger invites trouble. After gaining Duanjian's acknowledgement, the assessment task in Songjian's taskbar finally showed completed. It seemed that whether the task was completed or not was ultimately up to Duanjian. System, you've completed the Sword Controller Duanjian's test. Your favorability with Sword Controller Duanjian has greatly increased. Duanjian is now sharing the information about the profession Sword Controller with you. Upon receiving the system's notification, Songjian's vision blurred, and next moment, he and Duanjian were in the explanation space. The Sword Controller is a legendary profession with the ultimate goal of becoming a sword immortal. Duanjian waved his hand and a man clad in black and holding a long sword appeared before Songjian. Sword immortal? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He was always looking for a profession with the goal of becoming a sword immortal, and he already possessed 2 inherited skills of the sword immortal. Right, a sword controller who does not desire to become a sword immortal is not a qualified sword controller. Wang Jian nodded and pointed to the black-clad man in front of Song Jian. Take a good look at the power of this profession. If you can become a sword controller in the future, these are the skills that you will need to master. Watch closely. On the screen, the black-clad man holding the long sword started to demonstrate an array of powerful sword techniques: the wave dreading art, Yangwen triple stacking, Mount Tai 18 bends, flying swallow 9 linked rings. Countless monsters swarmed towards the black-clad man whose long sword was continuously waving, flashing like a ball of silver light around his body. Any monster that touched this silver sword light shattered and could not get close at all. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, over 100 archers in the distance drew their bows and shot a rain of arrows at the black-clad man. The cover-the-sky arrow shower gave one no chance to dodge. In the real world, even someone of high strength would find it impossible to survive such an arrow storm. Arrow-breaking style. The long sword in the black-clad man's hand suddenly changed. In an instant, he swung his sword to create countless shadows that deflected dozens of arrows flying towards him, causing them to change direction and shoot towards the surrounding area. Suddenly, a large number of monsters were pierced by the arrows. Boom boom boom, fireballs, ice bullets, all kinds of magic attacks were shot at the black-clad man. Spell-breaking style. In Song Jian's surprised gaze, all the magic shot at the black-clad man was deflected by his sword, resulting in a series of loud explosions around the black-clad man. This is too outrageous. How could? Song Jian couldn't help but look over at Wang Jian. Although Song Jian knew that in the explanation space, many instructors would greatly amplify the power of their own profession to arouse trainees' enthusiasm to the point where they couldn't wait to switch to that profession right away. But the most basic principle must still be adhered to: exaggeration is acceptable but outright fabrication absolutely cannot be allowed. Imagine, for instance, if the black-clad man on the screen was able to deflect various types of magic with his sword, that must mean he really can do so. Humphrey, the power of a sword controller is not something you can gauge now. Keep watching. Wang Jian snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he spoke nonchalantly. Later, the black-clad man on the screen seemed to transform into a god's lair. He became a death god. With a several-meter-long sword light from his long sword, he swept across all the monsters around him, shedding blood and creating rivers of it. The most remarkable thing was that he was finally able to control the sword with chi, and he could manipulate the long sword, killing his enemies within a radius of about 3 meters around his body as if he were cutting melons and chopping vegetables. Controlling the sword with chi is the most profound sword skill that a sword controller can master. Anything beyond it is in another realm. Wang Jian took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the space around them crumbled, and they returned to the rooftop. Controlling the sword with chi, huh? Song Jian mumbled to himself, glancing at the small silver metallic ball slowly rotating around Wang Jian. If you decide to become a sword controller, you can come to me, and I will give you a set of sword techniques as a gift for our first meeting. Wang Jian glanced at Song Jian and waved his hand. Alright, you can leave now. Remember, only with a brave heart and unyielding will, can you go farther and farther on the path of becoming a sword controller. System, you have found a combat profession instructor and learned about the profession sword controller. Main quest completed 8 out of 10. Song Jian gave Wang Jian a bow, transformed into a cloud of black smoke, and flew back to his manor castle. Explore new novels on Novelbin. With most of his main quest completed, Song Jian's focus was no longer on finding combat profession instructors, but on choosing a profession. Among the 8 professions he had come across, the sword controller had the most potential. Sword immortal. Song Jian's eyes were full of longing. The sword controller, like the dragon hunter, was a legendary profession. It had a naturally higher starting point than other professions, and what's more, the goal of the sword controller was to become a sword immortal. If the sword controller's goal is to become a sword immortal, then does that mean that the goal of all other professions that use the sword as a weapon is also to become a sword immortal? A thought suddenly occurred to Song Jian. Could it be that the 10 unique professions are the common goals of all professionals? Think about it, among the thousands and thousands of professionals, only 10 individuals could become the unique ones. Just thinking about it made him realize how difficult it was. However, Song Jian now had 2 inherited skills from the sword immortal profession. He was already one big step ahead of other players. Back at the manor castle, there were already 7 or 8 NPCs under the supervision of the steward, George, who were busy non-stop. The mill and livestock pen had been established. Next to them was a blacksmith's shop with a furnace burning brightly, and in front of it was a building under construction. Song Jian didn't pay too close of attention. He had given the construction of the manor over to Steward George, basically putting the game on autopilot. As long as there were sufficient materials, construction of the necessary buildings in the manor would continue. The black dragon egg now stood over half a person tall. Its body was covered with a layer of fine black scales, and 2 protrusions on its head had risen significantly. It seemed that they would soon break open to form 2 dragon horns. It's leveled up to level 5 already? There was a look of surprise on Song Jian's face. In only 17 or 18 hours, the black dragon had leveled up from level 2 to level 5. As an elite boss, its leveling experience was much greater than that of ordinary monsters. The black dragon was hunting monsters. When it saw Song Jian return, it just turned its head and gave him a glance, then indifferently turned back, continued breathing fire, and turned the mutated zombies into ashes. If Song Jian could check the intimacy between him and the black dragon, he would find that the original friendly intimacy had rapidly declined to indifference. Looking at the black dragon with vitality points already exceeding 1,000, Song Jian's brow furrowed. It cannot continue like this unchecked, otherwise it'll be like raising a tiger for trouble. Song Jian looked at the black dragon and couldn't help but feel a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 203, Sign It. Song Jian opened the manor's property interface and began setting up combat equipment. Arrow towers and catapults were all loaded with ammunition. At the same time, he woke up the bloody ghoul poison tree from its deep sleep. Master, I have a... As soon as the bloody ghoul poison tree woke up, it called out to Song Jian, hold on, we'll discuss other matters later. Right now, I need you to do something. Later, you have to do this. Song Jian interrupted what Alex was saying and directly gave his orders. The bloody ghoul poison tree had grown into a level 10 elite boss. Its vitality points exceeded 2,000, all Song Jian needed was for it to hold off the black dragon hatchling. He didn't want it to join the fight because there was a risk that it could accidentally kill the level 5 black dragon hatchling. Alright, do you understand what to do? Asked Song Jian. I understand, Master, but... Alex seemed to be somewhat discontented and wanted to continue speaking. Good, as long it's clear, we'll talk about the rest later. You better not mess it up later. After giving his approval, Song Jian headed towards the manor gate. Master. Okay. Alex sighed and the roots of the tree began to move slowly within the spirit field. Song Jian walked up to the black dragon hatchling and took out a piece of roast meat. The black dragon hatchling glanced at Song Jian and then at the roast meat, then with a contemptuous look in its eyes, it pounced on a mutant zombie and started tearing it apart. After a short while, it surprisingly killed the zombie effortlessly. Seeing the black dragon hatchling with blood all over its mouth and an aura of violence all over its body, Song Jian frowned. Little black, come here. Song Jian called out in a low voice. Roar! The black dragon hatchling actually turned around and roared at Song Jian. The vertical pupils of its eyes flashed a hint of blood-red color. Song Jian knitted his eyebrows and his right hand slowly reached for the long sword by his waist. The black dragon hatchling seemed to understand something. Its violent aura disappeared in an instant, making pleasing noises and trying to jump onto Song Jian's shoulder. Get lost, get away. You're so heavy now, how can I bear it? Song Jian playfully scolded it, using his right hand to push the black dragon hatchling away. He laughed heartily, walked towards the manor, and upon reaching the gate of the manor, he turned back and waved at the black dragon hatchling. The black dragon hatchling stared at Song Jian's figure, opened its big mouth, showed its full row of sharp teeth, and let out a silent roar. It extended its front claws, which were flashing with a metallic cold light. By the time Song Jian turned his head to wave, the hatchling had once again assumed its adorable appearance. Fluttering its wings and flying towards Song Jian slowly walked into the manor. The black dragon hatchling flew into the manor behind him. The manor's gate started to close slowly. The arrow towers located at the four corners of the wall were gradually rotated, targeting the dragon hatchling. Explore new novels on Novelbin. Come underneath the ground. Roots crawled like land dragons, rumbling slowly beneath the surface, following the movement of the black dragon hatchling. Even the fine dust on the ground began to vibrate slightly. When the black dragon hatchling was about to follow Song Jian into the castle, it finally sensed a threat. It stopped, flashed a look of confusion in its eyes, and started to look around. Whoosh! A sharp swishing sound suddenly rang out, and a sharp arrow over a meter long pierced through the left wing of the black dragon whelp and into its abdomen, causing over 60 points of critical damage, displayed above the dragon's head. Whoosh! In an instant, arrows from 2 arrow towers showered over the young black dragon, which thrashed and roared in response, flapping its wings in an attempt to stand once more. However, the barrage left it looking like a porcupine, its body bristling with arrows. GRR, GRR, GRR! The young black dragon wailed at Song Jian, blood seeping from its wounds. Despite its pleas, Song Jian only returned a chilly stare. Eventually, seeming to understand something, the dragon opened its blood-flecked jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and roared at Song Jian before struggling towards him. Whoosh! A tree root from the ground suddenly erupted and jabbed into the black dragon whelp, piercing its other wing. The dragon whelp that had managed to rise half a meter off the ground fell back into the dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Dozens of tree roots, snake-like, threw themselves at the dragon, turning it into something akin to a rice dumpling. Several small wooden thorns materialized on the tree roots, slowly digging into the spaces between the dragon whelp's scales and began to drain its vitality. What no one expected, however, was that the tree roots that absorbed the dragon's blood began to heat up almost instantly. In no time, they had turned red hot before bursting into flame. As the roots wrapped around the young dragon turned to ash after sucking up the dragon's blood, Song Jian frowned slightly, drew his long sword, and lunged at the dragon. His sword cleaved into its head, immediately resulting in over 100 points of critical damage floating above the dragon whelp's head. By this point, the young black dragon had already lost over 400 vitality points. It was stuck with more than a dozen arrows, with Alex's poisonous ghost tree roots still incessantly shooting up from the ground, aiming for the young black dragon. Song Jian flipped his wrist and with a swift flick of his right hand, the long sword peeled open the dragon whelp's neck, spraying fresh blood. The dragon whelp let out a painful cry, a hint of blood appearing in its golden eyes. Opening its mouth wide at Song Jian, a ball of searing fire began to take shape inside its mouth. Sploosh! In less than a second, a stream of fire 5 to 6 meters long shot out from the dragon whelp's mouth. The heat filled the small courtyard, scaring the NPC workers into running into the sub-castle under the scolding of their butler, George. They peered fearfully out of a narrow window. Song Jian activated the innate skill of his long sword, enveloping his body in a milky white glow. The intense fire licked at his protective field, causing several 40-point damages to pop up. Within seconds, the defensive capability of the shield had dropped to a third of its original state. Steadfast against the fire, Song Jian wielded his long sword and lunged at the black dragon whelp. The arrow tower continued to attack, and Alex's tree roots seemed endless. Even as some were destroyed, more would sprout and rush at the black dragon whelp. The black dragon whelp felt like it had fallen into a swamp, surrounded by enemies on all sides, its vitality points rapidly declining until it fell below half. Grrrr! With an angry cry, the black dragon whelp took a hard turn towards the wall. Its ragged wings continued their frantic beating, gripping the cracks in the wall with its claws. Spewing dragon flame from its mouth, the dragon burned away the roots entangling it and managed to scramble onto the wall. Song Jian looked up at the whelp on the wall, grinning faintly. He pulled out a scroll glowing with a silver light from his pack, and in a solemn voice, addressed the young black dragon, "If you sign this bet contract, you will be allowed to live. Otherwise, you face certain death." Chapter 204, Forced Signing. The black dragon cub stood on the wall, gasping for breath. Its two wings were already injured. Being able to leap onto the 2-meter-high wall meant it had already exploded its final potential, expending a great amount of energy. Hearing Song Jian's words, the black dragon cub bared its sharp fangs at him, letting out a low roar. A trace of brutal murderous intent appeared in its golden vertical pupils. Although it wanted to kill the man before it, the black dragon cub knew how powerful the enemy was and that it was now injured. If it didn't run, it might die here. As its level increased, the black dragon cub's bloodline inheritance gradually awakened. It was precisely because it recognized Song Jian's strength that it had been eager to raise its level. As long as it could reach level 10, it would be confident in escaping from here. If it could reach level 15, it would even have the confidence to kill Song Jian. With a leap backward, the black dragon cub jumped off the wall, fluttered its broken wings, and fled into the distance. "Do you think you can escape?" The arrow tower was still locked onto the black dragon cub, continuously shooting crossbow bolts at it. The 3 catapults also made a creaking noise, with stones already prepared and aimed at the black dragon cub, adjusting their angles automatically. The roots of the bloodthirsty and soul poison tree, Alex, spread underground towards the manor's exterior, breaking through the earth near the black dragon cub and stabbing its body like a spear. This was probably the only chance for the bloodthirsty and soul poison tree to devour the blood of a giant dragon. Even if it destroyed all its roots, it wouldn't miss this opportunity. Song Jian followed the black dragon cub at an unhurried pace. He couldn't afford to let down his guard for even a moment against a dragon, even if it was just a cub, for fear of capsizing in the gutter. Woo! A deep whistling sound echoed through the air as 3 stones fell from the sky, blocking the black dragon cub's escape route. Several tree roots ruthlessly pierced the black dragon cub's abdomen, causing several blossoms of blood to burst forth, and the cub let out a painful roar. Boom, boom, boom! The 3 stones hit the black dragon cub's body, causing its vitality points to drop drastically. Song Jian was startled and quickly stopped the catapults from attacking. If they continued attacking, they might just kill the black dragon cub directly. The arrow tower also stopped attacking, And now only the bloodthirsty and soul-poison tree Alex was fighting against the black dragon cub. Root after root began to suck blood from the black dragon cub continuously. Wisps of smoke rose from the roots as the water inside evaporated, causing them to burn and turn to ash. However, Alex persisted stubbornly. One root after another wrapped around the black dragon cub, constantly sucking its blood, even though the blood was like molten lava to Alex. With too much vitality lost, the black dragon cub's health had already dropped to below a third. It fluttered its wings and struggled in vain, unable to break free from the shackles of the bloodthirsty and soul-poison tree. "Alex, be careful. Don't kill it," Song Jian warned anxiously. Master, I will control." The bloodthirsty and soul-poison tree seemed to have expended a lot of energy and appeared somewhat breathless. The black dragon cub was in a very sorry state at this point. Both its wings were pierced through by several tree roots that had burrowed into the ground, locking the wings in place. Its limbs were tightly wrapped by tree roots, while 5 or 6 roots continuously stabbed into its body, sucking its blood before burning and turning to ash. More roots would then continue to pierce the cub's body. The endless onslaught of roots left its body covered in wounds, making the black dragon cub feel desperate. "Sign it, and you can live." Song Jian stood 3 or 4 meters away from the black dragon cub, holding the pet contract, and spoke to it. The black dragon cub seemed to ignore him, as if it had given up on struggling. Its wings would occasionally twitch, but its entire body lay on the ground, allowing the bloodthirsty and soul-poison tree to suck its blood at will. The vitality points slowly decreased, and soon the black dragon cub's vitality points were reduced to just 1/10. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, as this pet contract could only be used once. If the black dragon cub refused to submit, forcefully signing the contract could easily fail. "Do I really have to kill it? Even if it's part of the dragon clan, it's just a level 5 elite boss now. What kind of good loot could it drop? Compared to a giant dragon pet, the items it drops now are worthless." Looking at the still defiant black dragon cub, Song Jian couldn't help but frown and become agitated. At this moment, several tree roots that had pierced the abdomen of the black dragon cub began to emit faint white smoke on the surface but did not catch fire. In the manor courtyard, the bloody infernal poison tree Alex suddenly roared. "Sweet, crisp, and the flame of burning fire, this is the blood of a giant dragon, roar." After the destruction of hundreds of tree roots, the bloody infernal poison tree finally adapted to the fiery poison in the blood of the black dragon. Of course, this was largely because the black dragon cub was too small, otherwise, daring to directly suck the blood of a giant dragon would result in the bloody infernal poison tree becoming a huge torch. -1 -1 -1. A series of -1 numbers began to float above the head of the black dragon cub, appearing so frequently that Song Jian thought Alex wanted to kill the black dragon cub. However, after losing just over 30 vitality points, Alex stopped absorbing and left the black dragon cub with just over 50 vitality points remaining. "Become my pet, or die," Song Jian said coldly. The black dragon cub still struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the bondage of the bloody infernal poison tree, opening its mouth wide and roaring angrily at Song Jian. "It seems like I have no choice but to kill you." Song Jian felt the unyielding spirit of the black dragon cub and disappointment appeared on his face. Although he wanted the black dragon cub to be his pet, Song Jian dared not continue to keep it without the game system certification, otherwise, it would be like raising a tiger to invite trouble. As soon as the black dragon cub grew up, it would definitely backlash against him. Song Jian raised his sword and slashed heavily at the black dragon cub, finally reducing its vitality points to less than 10. "Become my pet, or die." Song Jian still couldn't help but show the silvery pet contract scroll in his hand to the black dragon cub. Roar understood. Song Jian raised his sword, preparing to end the life of the black dragon cub. "Master, why not just try using the scroll directly?" Steward George suddenly appeared at the entrance of the manor, shouting at Song Jian. "Use it directly? If it fails, the scroll will be gone as well." Song Jian hesitated. Its life value is already very low now. At this time, forcefully signing the contract will also have a high success rate. George explained. Song Jian pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth, tearing the scroll in his hand and throwing it at the black dragon cub. Chapter 205 Occupation. A silvery light flickered, and the pet contract scroll transformed into a large net, descending upon the black dragon cub. The moment it was trapped by the contract scroll, a hint of confusion passed across the eyes of the black dragon cub. Its ferocious aura rapidly weakened, and it was as if it had become a quail, crouched on the ground. "System, you have successfully captured a black dragon cub as your pet. System, congratulations. You're the first player in the game to acquire a pet. After you complete the main quest and exit the game will undergo its first maintenance. After the maintenance, you will receive a reward. System, you have obtained a pet space, You may place your pets in the pet space and summon them at any time. It takes 5 seconds to summon your pet. When your pet dies, it will automatically be revived within the pet space. Huh, I actually caught it. Song Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had decided to kill this level 5 elite boss, the Byac Dragon Cub. He never expected such a vicious creature to submit in the end. Their words say no, but their bodies are honest, huh? Song Jian rubbed his chin, looking at the battered black dragon cub, deep in thought. Damn it, I have to treat its wounds now, and its vitality points are less than 10. Don't let it die. Suddenly, it seemed as if something dawned on Song Jian. He quickly ordered his blood soul poison tree to release the black dragon cub, surgical healing. A white light enveloped the black dragon cub. Its initially broken and damaged wings rapidly healed, and its status of bleeding also vanished instantly. The black dragon cub let out a weak cry towards Song Jian. Struggling to stand up, Song Jian promptly offered a piece of grilled meat that had the property of vitality restoration to the cub. Seeing it tearing at the meat bit by bit and its vitality points gradually increasing allowed him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, 2 consecutive system alerts brought a smile of surprise to Song Jian's face. System, since you've captured the first pet, the game has opened the rare profession Beast Tamer for you. You don't need to complete an assessment task to learn about the features of this profession. System, since you have a giant dragon as a pet, the game has opened the epic profession Dragon Knight for you. You don't need to complete an assessment task to learn about the features of this profession. This is really like receiving a gift from heaven while sitting at home. Haha, Beast Tamer, Dragon Knight, these sound really cool. Song Jian burst into laughter, a rare profession and an epic profession, neither requiring any assessment tasks. This time, capturing the black dragon cub as a pet was truly a huge win for Song Jian, especially the Dragon Knight profession, which is the first epic profession Song Jian encountered. If not for the chance to become a sword immortal as a sword controller, Song Jian would undoubtedly pick this epic profession without any hesitation. Other than the unique profession, it is one of the most powerful ones. To be a Dragon Knight, one must have a giant dragon as a prerequisite. Looking at the obedient black dragon cub standing by his side, Song Jian thought to himself. Next, Song Jian followed the procedure, entered the explanation space for the 2 different professions, and quickly learned their characteristics. The Beast Tamer profession is mainly centered around capturing pets. It's a bit weak in the early stages, but once a vast pet squad is assembled in the later stages, it's simply overwhelming. Even leveling a city is not out of reach. However, this profession doesn't amplify the strength of the Beast Tamer himself considerably. Almost all the skills are auxiliary. Once there are no pets, the might of this profession plunges. As for the Dragon Knight, this epic profession matched Song Jian's prediction. It requires a giant dragon as a pet initially. Only when one owns a giant dragon can they touch the threshold of this profession. The Dragon Knight profession is so powerful it's almost dreamy. Super high defense, clad in heavy helmets and armor, even the vitality levels are so high it's depressing. High-level Dragon Knights even possess the skill lifelink with their pets. As long as the pet is alive, the Dragon Knight won't die. Apart from having high defense and vitality, the attack of the Dragon Knight is also extremely formidable. Besides the handheld heavy swords, the most distinctive weapon is the profession-enhanced weapon, the Dragon Lance, a weapon that only Dragon Knights can equip. It's part of Epic Profession's unique equipment. This huge weapon more than 3 meters long can kill almost any creature in seconds with the aid of a giant dragon's speed. It's terrifying. However, there's a minor issue for Song Jian if he chooses this profession. Almost all the Dragon Knight's skills are required to be executed with the help of a giant dragon. Considering the young age of his black dragon cub, to bring out the true power of a Dragon Knight, Song Jian will have to nurture the black dragon cub into an adult dragon, meaning to raise its level to 60 first. This is a bit awkward. I'm afraid that before I could grow you up, I'd be the one to die first. Song Jian rubbed his nose and mumbled, touching the head of the black dragon cub. After becoming a pet, the experience points gained from slaying monsters will be split evenly between him and the pet. Of course, this can be adjusted from a minimum of 10% to a maximum of 50%. The wounds on the black dragon cub began to heal at a rapidly visible speed. After becoming a pet, the black dragon cub lost its vicious temperament. Most importantly, it lost the eligibility to inherit its lineage. Its growth curve will now change to another system. You have learned about 10 combat professions. Please choose one of them as your main profession. You may also choose other professions as your main profession, but you must have a combat profession certification. I want to choose the Sword Immortal as my combat profession. Song Jian tried probing. System, please show the certification for the Swordsman Immortal profession. Helpless, Song Jian could only shake his head and say, I choose the Sword Controller as my combat profession. A golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Song Jian. At the same time, a surging force flowed from above his head into his body. System, you've chosen the sword controller as your combat profession. You are now a sword controller. System, you've obtained profession bonuses for your combat profession sword controller. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points, agility attribute by 3 points, physique attribute by 3 points, and spirit attribute by 3 points. System, from now on, you can only use sword-type weapons as your combat weapons. If you use other weapons, the power will decrease by 80%. Holy smoke, isn't that a scam? Song Jian's eyes landed on the last system prompt, and he felt like crying without tears. It looks like his secret weapon, the Cobra 2X rocket launcher, will be of no use from now on. Chapter 206, Silver Moon Commercial Group. The Cobra 2X rocket launcher is a level 10 blue weapon with decent damage. Not only does it automatically replenish ammunition, but it also has a premium attribute of +1 ammo capacity. Song Jian calculated that he should be able to use this weapon until at least level 20. But now after becoming a sword controller, he could only use sword-type weapons. The power of all other weapon types would decrease by 80%, making the rocket launcher instantly become useless. Thank God I already gave away that dagger, otherwise, the feeling of heartache would be doubled. Song Jian couldn't help but think. Only now did he understand the significance of the assessment task given to him by Wang Jian, to use a sword-type weapon and kill a level 15 elite boss by himself. Looks like from now on I can only rely on my good old sword. Song Jian muttered to himself. Initially, he gave the Tusk Fang Stinger to Lin Sheng not only to complete the task but also because the Tusk Fang Stinger was only a level 5 weapon with slightly insufficient damage. If it weren't for its Poison Nova skill, Song Jian would have probably sold it off long ago. But the rocket launcher was different, it was a level 10 item. Forget it, selling it can still earn me a lot, Song Jian consoled himself. System, you've completed the main storyline task. You may choose to leave the game now, or you may choose to leave in 3 hours. After 3 hours, you will be forcefully logged out of the game. Rhea are the latest stories on Novelbin. Upon completing the main storyline task, Song Jian let out a sigh of relief. Fuld spent over 20 days in-game on this excursion. Living cautiously each day in this monster-filled city was mentally exhausting, and he now keenly needed to return to the real world and relax. First, he placed the 2 jewels into the golden bag slot, then he headed towards his manor with the black dragon cub in tow. Upon entering the manor, the black dragon cub let out an angry roar towards the bloody shadow poison tree Alex. If Song Jian hadn't controlled it, he feared that another fight would break out between the cub and Alex. It seemed that the black dragon cub still retained its memories of the previous battle and was filled with hatred towards the bloody shadow poison tree. The bloody shadow poison tree, which had absorbed the blood of the black dragon, now had vivid red markings emerging on its trunk surface, stretching out to all its branches like blood vessels. Master. Evolution. Sleep. Tree shepherd. Alex seemed drowsy at a moment, his speech sluggish and choppy before it went completely silent. Alright, Lil Black, we're all friends here, don't pick on Alex anymore. Song Jian said, patting the black dragon cub's head. Roar. The black dragon cub made an unwilling noise but obediently followed Song Jian. Even though he had a pet space, Song Jian still didn't want to place the black dragon cub inside it. Just because it had lost its bloodline inheritance didn't mean it would become increasingly stupid. On the contrary, with level ups, the black dragon cub would acquire wisdom and cunning to rival that of humans. Back on the 3rd floor of the castle, Song Jian opened his radio. Since he couldn't use the rocket launcher, it was natural to sell it as soon as possible. Instead of selling it to other players, it would be more profitable to sell it to NPCs. Crackle. Crackle. After a burst of static, Song Jian heard a recruitment message that was being looped and broadcasted. This is the Silver Moon Merchant Guild. We are looking for 10 professionals, level 10 or above. Outstanding and rare professionals will be given priority. Good treatment assured? Please send your CV to the mailbox address. The message continued to loop for 10 minutes before it ended. Just when it ended, a slew of raucous cursing immediately filled the radio. Fuck, the Silver Moon Merchant Guild sure is full of itself, even occupying the radio channel to loop their advertisement. Freaking hell. How good it must be to have money. I wish I had enough money to dominate a frequency like the Silver Moon Merchant Guild. What exactly is the treatment? Why don't they declare it directly on the frequency? Money can make people capricious, those without just have to accept their fate. Young people should not complain about their situation, strive more while you're young. The next successful person might be you. Yeah, right, keep going. If you don't try your best, how would you know? What is despair? Can you please not monopolize the public channel with such harmful advice? Fuck you. After listening for a while, Song Jian realized this radio was pretty effective. It automatically censored swear words. Ahem, I have a weapon for sale, Cobra 2X, rocket launcher, blue quality. Song Jian interrupted. He described the properties of the rocket launcher. Act fast, those interested can send me a private message for the price. I won't reply to messages without a price or those offering too low. After Song Jian finished describing the properties of the rocket launcher, the radio eerily became silent except for a faint hum of electricity. There were no other sounds. Just when Song Jian thought something was wrong with the radio, a timid voice piped up. Boss, are you really selling this weapon? You're not joking with us, right? That voice caused an uproar in the radio, sounding like a pot boiling over, with hushed voices jumping in one after another. A god's favored one. This boss must be a god's favored one, right? Only a god's favored one would have such financial clout to sell such a weapon. My god, this level 10 weapon is going to be against the heavens. If I had it, I could use it until level 15. I can use it till level 20. I could use it till level 30. I could use it for my fucking lifetime. 5,000 Doomsday coins, we from the Silver Moon Merchant Guild will purchase it. We are also curious if this God's chosen one would be interested in joining our Silver Moon Merchant Guild. The hiring price is negotiable and definitely the highest in the industry. We're even willing to lower the usual requirements. If you're not already a professional, we can offer you 3 scarce profession scroll for free. Song Jian was taken aback. A simple level 10 blue quality weapon could be sold for 5,000 Doomsday coins? When he had originally sold 2 set armor pieces, he only got 4,000 Doomsday coins. After waiting for a bit, no one offered a higher price. After the Silver Moon Merchant Guild made their bid, the radio fell silent, as if everyone was intimidated by the Silver Moon Merchant Guild, and they dare not raise the price. Could it be, the Silver Moon Merchant Guild's influence is really that big? Song Jian frowned. He needed to be careful when selling items over the radio in the future. Alright then, Silver Moon Merchant Guild, this weapon is sold to you. As for your hiring offer, let's forget about it. Besides, I'm already a professional and currently have no intentions of joining any organization. Song Jian politely refused. Alright, you can mail the weapon to looking forward to our next deal. Chapter 207, Broken Wing Dance. After selling a level 10 blue quality weapon for 5,000 Doomsday coins, Song Jian was more than satisfied, although he couldn't help feeling a little reluctant to part with it. Oh well, out with the old and in with the new. I'll have even better weapons in the future. Song Jian comforted himself and recalled what the sword master mentor had once said: if he chose this profession, he would receive a free sword technique, so he might as well use this time to learn it. Immediately, Song Jian sent his black dragon whelp to the pet space, as he didn't have much time left, and having the whelp follow him would slow him down. Morphing into dark cloud, Song Jian flew high into the sky, heading for the area where level 15 monsters were located. In reality, Song Jian's flight speed while in the dark cloud form wasn't fast, and was equivalent to riding a bicycle. The advantage was that he could fly at a high altitude, making it the safest method to travel, as long as he didn't encounter any flying bosses. After spending more than half an hour, Song Jian arrived at Danzō building, where Wang Jian was still standing on the rooftop, gazing into the distance with his hands behind his back. Seeing him, Song Jian couldn't help but want to tease him. Yo, what are you looking at all day long? Are you waiting for your wife? Mentor. Song Jian flew to the rooftop, cancelled the dark cloud state, landed in front of Wang Jian, and bowed in salute. Well done. It looks like you've made the right choice. Wang Jian glanced at Song Jian, his face revealing a satisfied smile. Mentor, didn't you say I could learn a sword technique for free from you? Song Jian asked somewhat shyly. Yes, as your guide, you can learn a basic sword controller technique from me. Wang Jian nodded and said, but what you can learn depends on your luck. It relies on luck? Song Jian frowned but understood immediately. Wang Jian raised his hand, and more than a dozen cards with a faint golden light floated in front of him. Choose one at random, Wang Jian said casually. A gold quality skill? Impossible, wasn't it mentioned that it's a basic sword technique? Song Jian couldn't help but feel surprised, looking closely at the cards. The cards were all facing Song Jian with their backs, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled magic rays. The patterns were all identical, making it hard to tell the differences with the naked eye. Song Jian closed his eyes, trying to discern the difference using his mental strength. As a sword controller, his mental attribute had been raised to 9 points, making his sixth sense much more intuitive, and he could even anticipate some impending dangers. He wanted to see if he could distinguish the value of these cards by using his mental strength. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. The card's surface seemed to be covered in a faint layer of mental strength, blocking any sensing attempts. With his currently limited use of mental strength, he couldn't even touch the cards themselves, let alone tell any difference between them. A moment later, Song Jian shook his head, unable to discern any differences. He glanced at the smiling Wang Jian and casually chose a card from the middle. After choosing the card, The faint golden light on it slowly faded, leaving a card with a white glow. Skill, Broken Wing Dance, active, level 1, skill effect. Activating this skill allows you to charge forward, initiating a surprise attack and can be activated twice more. First and second strikes, slashes forward, dealing 50 plus 0.5 physical damage to all enemies touched. Third strike, leap into the air, then smash the ground, causing 60 plus 0.6 physical damage, and sending surrounding enemies flying away. Learning requirements, Sword Controller. This skill is quite good. It has strong attacks, includes a shifting ability, and even has control effects. Nice, nice. Song Jian was elated, immediately using the card to learn the Broken Wing Dance sword technique. However, he also became interested in the other cards, eyeing them curiously. Wan Jian smiled faintly, waved his hand, and turned over the remaining cards, which caused Song Jian's face to change, his eyes widening in surprise. Damn, 6 Vein Divine Swords, incomplete, Little Merchant Sword, Jugu's 9 Swords, incomplete, Palm Breaking Strike, Taikai Sword Skill, Quanzan Sword Technique, Jade Maiden Sword Skill, 3-part Swordsmanship. Song Jian's eyes bulged as he looked at the legendary sword techniques. He initially thought that Broken Wing Dance was already a remarkable technique, little did he know that among these sword techniques, it would rank at best as average. Jugu's 9 Swords, 6 Vein Divine Swords, Taikai Sword, and even Evil Warding Sword Skill. Song Jian was speechless. There were so many legendary sword techniques that it was overwhelming. Alright, practice well. When you reach level 15, go to the television tower to find me, and I'll teach you a body refining technique. Wan Jian said, waving his hand, and all the cards disappeared. The sword orb around him transformed into a giant longsword, which Wan Jian jumped onto, and used the sword flight art. Within a short while, he disappeared into the sky, becoming a small black dot. Sword. Sword flight art? Is this also a skill that sword controllers can master? Song Jian asked in surprise. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from behind Song Jian. Turning around, he saw 3 or 4 players rushing to the rooftop. Seeing Song Jian standing on the rooftop, the players displayed a surprised expression. Sword controller, are you the sword controller mentor? Asked a player wearing leather armor, shouting towards Song Jian. Since becoming a sword controller, Song Jian hadn't had the chance to hide his profession, so now his level and profession were exposed above his head. It shouldn't be, right? I heard that the sword controller has a level of 70 or 80, this one is only level 10. Maybe he's a disciple of that sword controller, possibly our senior brother in the future. Right, right. We have to be polite. Do you fellows need my master for anything? Song Jian asked with a smile. Master? It seems we guessed correctly. He's indeed that combat mentor's disciple. Ahem, we also want to become sword controllers, is that possible? These players quickly asked. Of course, but it depends on how sincere you guys are. Song Jian's face was full of smiles as he stretched out his index finger, rubbing it against his thumb. Damn, is he asking for a bribe? Are the NPCs in this game so intelligent? It's so human-like. Just give it, maybe it'll make our assessment tasks easier. These players hurriedly took out a handful of Doomsday coins from their inventory, some gave 30, others 50, and the highest one gave 100 Doomsday coins. Looking at the Doomsday coins in their hands, Song Jian sighed disappointedly and said, your hearts are not sincere enough. Chapter 208, Auction House. Several players looked at each other suspiciously, starting to doubt Song Jian's identity. I'm telling you, this guy looks like a player to me, someone muttered. Yeah, are NPCs really this smart? He even complains that we're not giving him enough money. The man in leather armor looked up and down at Song Jian with suspicion. I think he is a fraud. Right, he looks like a player, and he's only level 10. The man in leather armor walked up, his face sour, and said to Song Jian, hey, brother, stop joking with us, will you? Where did the sword controller class teacher go? Explore new novels on Novelbin. Come haha. Song Jian laughed and said, I'm sorry, everyone, but I've become a sword controller, and the combat class teacher has left. This is a legendary class, limited in number. Hearing Song Jian's words, everyone's faces darkened. In fact, they had a bad feeling in their hearts when they saw through Song Jian's player identity, and they didn't expect it to become a reality. Wasn't the sword controller class test supposed to be difficult? How did someone complete it so quickly? Yeah, I had to travel a long way to get here, and this place is a level 15 monster area. I was almost surrounded by monsters just now. Sigh, let's go, and try our luck somewhere else. A few players glanced at Song Jian, looking annoyed, and turned to leave the rooftop. Hey, man, you're good, a legendary class. A player turned back, gave Song Jian a thumbs up, and said, Song Jian smiled slightly and watched them leave. System, you have 30 seconds left until you exit the game. Please be prepared. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and Song Jian's figure disappeared from the rooftop of the Tan building. The real-world Song Jian opened his eyes to discover that the sun was already high in the sky. The window let in a cacophony of noise from the city, honking, hawking, the sounds of street vendors frying dough sticks, various noises amalgamating into a rich atmosphere of life. Phew, I only got an S-class rating for my last main quest. It seems that in the future, I can't give up quests so casually. Song Jian thought to himself. Pushing open the window and taking a deep breath, Song Jian showed a happy expression. Returning to the real world is much more comfortable. The game was just too oppressive. Ding dong, at this moment, Song Jian's phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a delivery notification. Rushing downstairs to retrieve a cardboard box, Song Jian opened it up and couldn't help but smile with bitterness. It was a dagger he had bought online 2 days ago for over 1,000 yuan. It hadn't been sharpened yet, and he had intended to practice dagger fighting techniques with it at home, but now it seemed a bit redundant. Looks like I'll have to buy a long sword now. Song Jian sighed helplessly and set the dagger aside. After washing up, Song Jian went out for breakfast and made his way to Coastal City's largest auction house. His pocket now contained 2 pieces of jewelry, and he planned to auction one off so that he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future, allowing him to focus on his practice. Giant Auction House was the largest auction house in Coastal City. It was not only famous domestically but also held a place in the international market. Upon arriving at the auction house and stating his intention, Song Jian was led to a private room. The room was not very big, only about 30 or 40 square meters, but the interior was luxuriously decorated. Song Jian sat on the sofa and waited for a moment. Soon, a man entered the room and was momentarily taken aback by Song Jian before his eyes flashed with disappointment. Zhu Li had been working at Giant Auction House for almost 5 years, but he had always been the lowest-ranking appraiser, earning a few thousand yuan a month. His usual tasks involved appraising relatively cheap items, making him an invisible person in the auction house hierarchy. Seeing Song Jian's shabby clothing, Zhu Li quickly deduced that the man in front of him was not in good financial shape. Usually, people like this would bring in items of low value for auction, often fakes. Hello, sir. Can you show me the item you'd like our company to auction? Zhu Li asked with a smile. Despite his internal judgment, Zhu Li's professional courtesy showed through his polite manner and actions. Song Jian smiled faintly and took out the jewel flame from his pants pocket, placing it casually on the velvet-covered table. Upon seeing Song Jian retrieve the item from his pocket, Zhu Li's heart sank. What kind of valuable item would be casually stored in a pants pocket? He probably doesn't even think his item is worth much. Zhu Li couldn't help but grumble to himself internally. When he saw the jewel flame, the first thought that came to Zhu Li's mind was, what a huge piece of red glass this is. Zhu Li didn't even bother to take out his magnifying glass and said after an indifferent glance, Sir, in my opinion, this item is. At that moment, a ray of sunshine from the window illuminated the jewel flame on the table, and the brilliant red gem suddenly seemed to be engulfed in a flame. It shimmered in the air as if it were actually burning. Zhu Li's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Only a top-quality gemstone could have such a phenomenon. My God, this is a top-quality gem. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Li calmed himself down, walked slowly to the table, and took out his magnifying glass to examine the gem closely. In no time, his eyes were filled with intoxication. It's perfect, an absolute work of art. No, this can only be a treasure crafted by gods themselves, priceless. Zhu Li murmured as he continued to examine the gem. Can I ask how much this is worth? Song Jian asked from the side. Money. Zhu Li straightened up and put away his magnifying glass, his face serious. Measuring such a masterpiece with money would only tarnish it. Sir, I apologize for my rudeness just now. I'd like to reintroduce myself. My name is Zhu Li, an appraiser of Giant Auction House. Your jewel is priceless, and I'm afraid I cannot represent Giant Auction House to discuss the auction of this jewel with you. Please wait, I'll go and ask our general manager to come over and speak with you personally. Please wait a moment. Zhu Li bowed respectfully to Song Jian. Before Song Jian could respond, Zhu Li turned and left the room. Upon exiting, Zhu Li briefly stood outside the door and took out a set of keys from his pocket, locking Song Jian's room from the outside. Calling over a service staff member, Zhu Li whispered, Stay here and watch this door. Don't let the person inside leave. He's an important customer, and I'm going to look for the general manager now. If I come back with the general manager and the guest is missing, you know the consequences. Why yes, sir, I'll stay right here. The 19-year-old teenager stuttered. Zhu Li stared at him for a while before rushing upstairs. Chapter 209, Counterfeit. Song Jian sat in his chair, savoring his tea, clearly hearing the commotion outside. As for Julie's secret shenanigans, Song Jian merely smiled. If Song Jian wanted to leave, not even an iron alloy security door could withstand a kick from him, let alone a wooden one. Despite returning to the real world and losing the additional attributes provided by the Ring of Strength and the Guardian Sword, his strength stat still reached an impressive level of 13. In reality, he could be considered something of a mini-Superman. Meanwhile, Julie was anxious. He never imagined that he would be the first to discover such a treasure. This could be an unexpected stroke of luck for him. If he managed to secure this deal, could his status at the Giant Auction House experience a transformation as profound as an earth-shattering upheaval? This thought made Julie laugh out loud. He was about to knock on the door of the general manager's office when the door swung open. A glowing man walked out of the office. Upon seeing Julie, this man looked at him with contempt and said, "Julie, can't you just stay put instead of running around? You think a low-ranking employee like you can stroll into the general manager's office whenever you want? Do you want your bonus this month?" Julie looked up and saw Ding Yi, his superior. "Manager Ding, a guest has brought a rare treasure to our auction house. It's out of my hands, and I believe the general manager should take a look." Julie took a deep breath and spoke. Julie knew he had some disagreements with Ding Yi, who often made things difficult for him. He had been working at Giant for 5 years and was still a low-ranking employee. Ding Yi was largely responsible for that. "Sha, a rare treasure, how rare can it be?" Ding Yi sneered. "According to procedure, you should report to me first, and then I will decide whether to escalate it. You're going directly to the general manager, that's against regulation. Don't you understand? You've been an old employee of the company. If you do not understand even this simple rule, it seems you don't intend to work at Giant anymore." Julie's face flushed. Ding Yi was correct. Protocol indeed decreed that he could only report to his direct superior. He didn't have the authority to access the general manager directly. However, Julie knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to change his fate. He had on countless previous occasions followed protocol and reported to Ding Yi. But each time, Ding Yi erased his contribution after escalating the matter. The past could be water under the bridge, but today it was different. The item the guest had brought was far too valuable. Giant had not auctioned anything of its kind before. If Giant managed to secure the right to auction this object, its reputation among peers and prestige in society would rise enormously. "I can't back down this time. This is an opportunity for Giant and a chance for me." Julie had already made up his mind. "I'm sorry, Manager Ding, but I feel this matter has gone beyond your authority. Only the general manager has the right to make this decision. Please step aside." Julie spoke with a firm tone. Ding Yi was taken aback, his face immediately filled with anger. "So it's like that, Julie. You dared to talk to me like this. Do you want to quit? If you want to quit, you should tell me earlier. I will approve your resignation immediately." Ding Yi said, out of temper, "I'm sorry, Manager Ding, but time is pressing. I need to see the general manager right away." Julie pushed Ding Yi aside and knocked on the general manager's office door. Seeing Julie enter the general manager's office, Ding Yi rolled his eyes and walked downstairs. "Humphrey, I'd really like to see just what kind of customer Julie is dealing with." Ding Yi muttered to himself. Generally, those who came to Giant to handle auction matters would be led to the reception room. There were many private rooms there to ensure maximum privacy for the clients. Ding Yi began to roam around the reception room. He saw a 19-year-old standing at the door of one of the private rooms. Ding Yi's eyes lit up, and he solemnly questioned him, "What are you standing here for instead of working?" The youth, recognizing Ding Yi, became somewhat nervous and explained quickly, "Appraisers who asked me to stand here and not let the guest in the room leave." All right, get back to your post. Be careful, or your salary will be deducted." Ding Yi impatiently waved his hand and said, yes, Manager Ding." The youth hurriedly left in a fluster. Ding Yi narrowed his eyes and watched the young man run off. He pushed open the door to find that it was locked from the outside. He curled his lips, his curiosity about the person inside grew. Just who is it, and what treasure did they bring, that Julie would treat them like this and even have the audacity to defy me? Ding Yi muttered, took out a key to unlock the door, and walked in. "Sir, you." As Ding Yi opened the door, a professional smile appeared on his face. But when he saw Song Jian's attire, he glanced at the jewel on the table, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. This fellow came here to scam Giant out of money with a piece of red glass. This thought suddenly popped into Ding Yi's mind. As a well-renowned auction house, those who manage to hold a managerial position in Giant ought to be discerning. Ding Yi was recognized by Giant for his sharp eye, capable of spotting even the smallest flaw. Lamely dressed, Song Jian was given a quick once-over by Ding Yi, who immediately assumed that someone like Song Jian would not bring anything of great value. This mindset wasn't Ding Yi's fault but was formed through experience dealing with hundreds of similar situations in the auction house. Without such keen observation skills, one cannot be a manager in the appraisal department. Moreover, the jewel that Song Jian presented was intricately carved. Both the material and craftsmanship were top-notch. However, anyone seeing the jewel for the first time would be attracted by the massive ruby. It was a natural top-grade ruby, completely unblemished and as translucent as glass. It felt unbelievable, a fake made of glass. Once this thought popped into Ding Yi's head, he had no inclination to examine the other details of the jewel. Any work of art that reveals a flaw upon thorough inspection can be concluded as counterfeit. Is Zhu Li blind? Such an obvious fake, and he touts it as a rare treasure. Ding Yi sneered inwardly. He even alerted the general manager. It seems this whippersnapper really doesn't intend to stay at Jayad. At this thought, a grin appeared on Ding Yi's face as a proud look emerged. His eyes gazed fiercely at Song Jian. Sir, I am not sure who gave you the audacity to bring such a counterfeit to Jayad. Please note, Jayad Auction House has never received a counterfeit item since its establishment. Chapter 210, What if it turns out to be true fake? Song Jian hesitated, then laughed incredulously, pointing at the jewel, flame on the table. You're saying this is fake? By now, the sun had shifted angles, and the light no longer shone on the jewel, flame, hiding the flame-like haze on its surface. The ruby now appeared as a finely carved piece of red glass. Seeing Song Jian's confident expression, Ding Yi hesitated, then took another closer look at the gem on the table. The craftsmanship is good, but the gem is incredibly fake. How could such a piece of jewelry be real? There has never been such a large ruby in the world. Are you saying that this man has brought forth the world's largest? Ding Yi couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Even if this piece of jewelry were real, it certainly wouldn't belong to someone whose entire outfit doesn't even amount to 300 yuan. Thinking of this, Ding Yi looked up at Song Jian and couldn't help but admire Song Jian's acting skills. Are scammers so professional these days that they remain so righteous even after being exposed? Alright, sir, take your toy and leave immediately, or I will call the police. Ding Yi said seriously. Song Jian frowned, couldn't help but stand up, and a violent murderous intent surged in his heart. Luckily, his reaction was quick, and the murderous intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Ding Yi suddenly found that when the other party rose from his seat, he seemed like a ferocious humanoid beast, ready to pounce on and devour him in the next moment. You! Ding Yi's face turned white. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, bumping into the door painfully. When he looked at Song Jian again, that feeling had suddenly disappeared, as if it had all been a figment of his imagination. Alright, since Jayad isn't willing to accept this auction item, I'll just find another company. Song Jian shook his head and said. Of course, you can. Haha, I suggest you try the Shengshi auction house across the street. Their appraisers aren't as professional as ours, so maybe they'll be fooled. Haha. Ding Yi laughed sarcastically, a contemptuous look on his face. He thought to himself, anyone with a little appraisal experience would easily realize the truth. The people at Shengshi must be blind to accept this item. Boom! The private room door was pushed open, and Ding Yi was sent flying towards the table by a strong force, hitting his head on the solid wooden table. Ouch, who is it? Anger rose in Ding Yi's heart. He quickly turned and glared, but his expression quickly changed. The general manager has arrived. Ding Yi's face revealed a flattering smile, followed by a stern scolding of Zhu Li, who was beside the general manager. Zhu Li, how could you casually bring out the general manager for any person and any item? Don't you have eyes to see that this is clearly a counterfeit? You made the general manager lose face by calling him down here. Do you not want your job? Counterfeit. General manager Sun Yong hesitated, then glanced at Zhu Li with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Zhu Li has been a long-time employee of Jayad. He would not joke about his position, Sun Yong thought to himself. Counterfeit? How could it be? Even a blind person could see that the piece of jewelry is precious. How could it be a counterfeit? Zhu Li couldn't help but retort. Seeing Ding Yi preparing to argue, Sun Yong frowned slightly, waved his hand, and said, Alright, stop arguing. Let me take a look at the item first. It was unprofessional for two appraisers to argue in front of the client. General manager, it's the piece of jewelry on the table. It's a rare treasure. I believe that there will never be a second gem as brilliant as this one in the world. Zhu Li said excitedly. Song Jian. Haha. With Zhu Li's comments, Song Jian felt embarrassed to bring out the other jewel, deep blue. However, Song Jian also knew that he couldn't present both pieces at the same time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell them at a high price. Sun Yong gave Song Jian a polite smile and then looked at the jewel, flame on the table. At first glance, he was amazed. Were people really so bold as to pass off glass as a gem now? But soon, Sun Yang noticed the fine craftsmanship of the piece. Even if it were just a piece of glass, the exquisite carving alone would make it worth over 100,000 yuan. Would someone really use glass for such craftsmanship? Wouldn't that be? As this thought crossed Sun Yang's mind, he suddenly became excited. He carefully picked up the gem and took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely. After studying it for a full 3 minutes, Sun Yang quickly beckoned Zhu Li and said, "Go and get Old Wang and Old Sun over here." "Yes, General Manager." Zhu Li instantly showed an elated expression and hurriedly left the private room. "General Manager, what are you?" Ding Yi's heart sank, feeling that something was amiss. "Don't speak." Sun Yang glared at Zhu Li. "Haha, I'm sorry. This appraiser said that my item is a fake and told me to try my luck at the Shengshi auction house across the street. I won't bother you then." With that, Song Jian feigned an attempt to retrieve the gem and leave. "Sir, please wait. As compensation, our auction house is willing to charge only a 3% commission fee. This is an offer that no other auction house can give. You should know that the usual auction fees range between 10% and 15%. I believe you wouldn't turn away from the offer because of the money, right?" Sun Yang said with a smile. "I believe that as long as I bring out this piece of jewelry, any auction house will give me the best commission rate. Some might even waive the fee entirely. What do you think?" Song Jian shrugged and continued, "Moreover, I am skeptical about the skill level of your appraiser, and what irritates me even more is his attitude towards me. If your company can't give me an explanation, I won't choose to work with you." If Ding Yi couldn't figure out what was happening at this moment, he would have wasted his years working in this field. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. How could this be? This item is obviously a fake. How could there be such a transparent and massive ruby in the world? Ding Yi's eyes flickered, his heart filled with unease. Seeing Sun Yang's serious expression, a thought suddenly flashed through Ding Yi's mind. What if the gem really is real? What should I do? As Ding Yi was in a panic, the door to the private room was pushed open, and 2 elderly men followed Zhu Li inside. "Manager's son, what can't you figure out that requires both of us old fellows to come? Quickly show us what it is and let this old man broaden his horizons." The elderly man in front chuckled. Ding Yi watched the 2 old men as a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, thinking, if the 2 old men also insist that it's a counterfeit, then... Chapter 211, 30 million Old Wang, Old Sun, come take a look at this item. The general manager, Sun Yang, handed the jewel, flame in his hand to the 2 elders. Song Jian didn't mind, thinking that the more they could confirm the authenticity of the jewel, flame, the better he could negotiate with them. After all, Giant is the largest auction house in the country, and its fame, both domestically and abroad, is incomparable to that of Shengshi. Seeing the jewel in Sun Yang's hand, the 2 elders revealed a touch of surprise in their eyes. After glancing at each other, they both showed a hint of a smile at the corners of their mouths. "All right, since manager's son has his eye on it, let me, an old man, take a look at it." Old Wang took the jewel from Sun Yang, and after just a few seconds, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Seeing Old Wang's serious expression, a hint of surprise flashed in Old Sun's eyes. Soon, Old Wang shook his head and sighed, handing the jewel to Old Sun beside him, exclaiming, "One never thought I'd see such a dazzling jewel in my lifetime. It's worthy of a peaceful death." "Ah, how is that possible?" Hearing Old Wang's words, Ding Yi's last hope was shattered, and he wore an expression of despair on his face. "Sir, I'm really sorry, Ding Yi looked at Song Jian with a bitter face. "All right, Ding Yi, Zhu Li, you 2 leave first," Sun Yang said directly. The 2 left the private room with mixed feelings. "This jewel belongs to you, young friend. It's truly remarkable. I never thought there would be such a precious gem in this world, it's simply unbelievable." Old Wang looked at Song Jian and praised, "Does this jewel have a name?" "This jewel is called Flame," Song Jian said with a smile. "Flame?" Old Wang was puzzled for a moment and then slowly shook his head, saying, "The name is too ordinary, it doesn't do this jewel justice." Song Jian smiled slightly, took the jewel, Flame from Old Sun, walked to the window, and, facing the sunlight, lifted the jewel up. Suddenly, a crimson flame ignited on the surface of the ruby and spread throughout the entire jewelry piece. If someone were to wear it, it would appear as if a raging flame was burning around their neck. How is that possible? My God, this is simply... Sun Yang and the others watched, dumbfounded, as the jewel in Song Jian's hand caught their eyes. Sun Yang even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his face full of shock. Flame indeed, it's truly a raging flame. No other name could be more suitable for this jewel, it's a treasure only fit for the gods. Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim. "Sir, we at Giant Auction House are willing to auction this item without charging any fees. We implore you to choose our giant auction house, please. Sun Yang bowed deeply to Song Jian. But I have doubts about the professionalism of your giant auction house. Just now, someone said that what I brought in was a fake. Song Jian put the jewel, flame into his pocket casually. Seeing Song Jian put away the jewel, Sun Yang's heart sank, and he hurriedly said, our giant auction house enjoys a high reputation worldwide. We definitely won't allow that appraiser to continue working here, you can rest assured. Little son, what happened? Old son asked quietly, frowning. Ding Yi came in earlier and said this gentleman's jewel was a fake, which angered him. Sun Yang explained softly. What? How could this happen? Old son's face darkened. As a rule, even if someone brings a counterfeit for auction, the auction house cannot directly accuse them of having a fake. This can easily offend people. Little Ding has been working here for many years now, how can he not understand this rule? Old son glanced at Song Jian and said to Sun Yang, people like him staying at Giant will only tarnish the reputation of our Giant. You are right, Old Sunday. Sun Yang's gaze shifted to Old Wang. Old Wang nodded and said, I have the same opinion as Old Sunday. Dismiss him directly. Feeling reassured, Sun Yang said to Song Jian with a smile, Sir, as you can see, we are quite sincere. We won't let this kind of person stay here at Giant. Song Jian smiled slightly, took out the jewel, flame, and handed it to Sun Yang, saying, I am very satisfied with your sincerity. Please auction it off as soon as possible, I need the money urgently. Alright, there's an auction in 3 days. We can make this jewel the finale. Sun Yang smiled. Little son, wait a moment. Old Wang interrupted before Sun Yang could finish speaking. Frowning, he turned to Song Jian and said, young friend, it's too hasty to auction off such a treasure like this. Please give us a month. In a month, our Giant will hold a special auction for this treasure. Only in this way can we do justice to this jewel. A month? That's too long. Song Jian shook his head slowly. A month is not long. In fact, by our calculations, just the promotion would take 3 months. We want every tycoon in every country on Earth to know about this jewel's existence. When the time comes, it'll definitely fetch a sky-high price at the auction. Old Wang said excitedly. But... Song Jian hesitated. Sir, how much money do you need? Our Giant can advance you 30 million RMB, and the auction proceeds will directly deduct this 30 million. Old Wang said directly. Song Jian was startled, then smiled and nodded, then let's follow your arrangement. Old Wang and the 2 others exchanged glances, and their faces lit up with excitement. 3 months, in 3 months, Giant will hold an international auction. Old Wang declared resolutely. Ria are the latest stories on Novelbin. Camp 30 million was transferred to Song Jian's account immediately. At this time, Song Jian had just left Giant auction house. He was quite satisfied with Giant's efficiency. He didn't know how much effort Giant had put in to quickly transfer the 30 million to his account, just to show their sincerity. Leaving Giant auction house, Song Jian headed towards the Black Panther gym. Giant auction house, general manager's office. Julie, call Ding Yi over to my office. Sun Yang hung up the phone, his fingers gently tapping on the desk and his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly deep in thought. In fact, for an appraiser, making a mistake is not a very serious issue. As long as it doesn't cause damage to the company, such cases are usually overlooked. In today's incident, even though Ding Yi behaved against regulations, the severest punishment would be demotion, not outright dismissal. After all, training an appraiser costs Giant auction house a lot of resources. Knock, 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 come in. General manager, you wanted to see us. Julie and Ding Yi walked in together. Sun Yang looked at Ding Yi, who had a very unpleasant expression on his face, and shook his head, saying, Ding Yi, go to the finance department to get 3 months' salary. As you know, this is a chance for Giant, and we can't give it up. I'm sorry. Chapter 212. Is he despising your cooking skills? Ding Yi's heart jolted, he quickly looked up at Sun Yang. Mr. General Manager, I know I misjudged this time, but... Sun Yang waved a dismissive hand and said, Ding Yi, any appraiser is prone to make mistakes now and then. Misjudgment isn't a big problem as long as it doesn't cause any loss to the company. But what you've done today is a bit too much. Just as Sun Yang was about to continue, he suddenly paused and sighed, Ding Yi, your dismissal is the client's suggestion. We must seize this collaboration opportunity, so much so that our auction house didn't even charge a fee. You know, when we don't charge a fee, it means we are operating at a loss. But even so, we have to secure this auction opportunity. You should know why. Therefore, we must meet his requirement, and I'm sorry that it means letting you go. In fact, Ding Yi did everything wrong from the beginning. From breaking into the private room by himself and snatching other appraisers' clients, straightforwardly declaring the client's item as fake, and even suggesting in a condescending tone that the client should go to Shangxi auction house. Sun Yang didn't dare to imagine, if he arrived a few seconds later and the client directly left for Shangxi auction house and started collaborating with them, the news would probably cost him his position as general manager. Go. Sun Yang didn't want to say anything more and waved Ding Yi off. Ding Yi left the office like a walking corpse. Julie, you've done a great job today. You deserve praise. From now on, the position of appraisal department manager will be yours. After Ding Yi left, Sun Yang switched to a warm expression and told Julie, Song Jian arrived at the Black Panther gym. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Dan chatting with Sun Qian in the lobby. Seeing Song Jian, Wang Dan's eyes lit up. She quickly gestured him over. Why are you here so late? Quick, come with me to the classroom. I'll teach you a new technique today. Before she finished her sentence, Song Jian displayed an awkward expression. Master, I intend to stop learning the dagger fighting technique. Wang Dan was taken aback, blurted out, but you have just started. There are still more than 10 lessons to complete. Well, I'm interested in sword techniques now. I plan to learn how to use a longsword. Sword technique? What's the use of learning that? Wang Dan replied discontentedly, this is modern society, you can't always carry a sword around, can you? Dagger is much better, just tuck it in your waist, no one will notice. Master Wang, I may have to disagree with your opinion. Gubo casually walked over. Seeing Gubo, Wang Dan looked embarrassed. She bowed to Gubo and greeted him, Master. Gubo nodded slightly, turned around and smiled at Song Jian. Young man, you've been practicing the dagger technique well, why do you want to learn sword technique? Song Jian scratched his head, not knowing how to reply. It's not like he could say that he is playing a game, and has switched his class to sword controller in the game, so he can only use a long sword, and no more other weapons, right? Well, I suddenly became interested in sword techniques. Song Jian said with slight embarrassment. Ha ha ha, good, interest is the prime motivator for learning. Come, follow me to the classroom, I'll teach you the sword technique. Gubo, looking quite pleased, led Song Jian to the classroom. Wang Dan. Looking at Sun Qian's teasing laugh, Wang Dan complained, is this considered undermining me? It's hard to find a promising student like this one, and I thought I could. What were you thinking? Didn't you see the guy doesn't want to learn the dagger fighting technique from you? Probably because he thinks you're not good enough. Sun Qian quietly chuckled on the side. I'm no good? Wang Dan's eyes widened. She started poking Sun Qian. Tell me, where am I not good? My dagger fighting technique is the most practical killing technique. It could save lives on the battlefield. Alright, you're amazing, nobody can beat you. Sun Qian quickly pleaded for mercy, asking, if on the battlefield, you only have a dagger, and Master Gu only has a long sword, who do you think would survive? Wang Dan stood still, furrowed her eyebrows, pondered for a long time, then finally sighed, where are we going for lunch? I think there's a new Szechuan restaurant next door, should we try it? Sun Qian. Inside the classroom, Song Jian held a training sword, watching Gubo demonstrating the basic sword techniques. Just like the sword controller Wan Jian in the game, Gubo also broke down the basic moves, demonstrating and explaining the details. However, Song Jian felt that Gubo's swordsmanship paled in comparison to Wan Jian's technique in the game. His grasp of the basic sword techniques seemed even better than Gubo's. Nevertheless, Song Jian didn't show impatience, he patiently waited for Gubo to finish explaining. After more than half an hour, Gubo finally finished demonstrating the basic sword moves. He didn't withhold anything about every detail and movement key to pay attention to from Song Jian. How about it, want to give it a try? Gubo put away the sword, looking at Song Jian excitedly. Sure. Song Jian responded with a slight smile. With a flick of his wrist, the scabbard of his sword flew off, accurately sticking on the weapon rack about 5 or 6 meters away from him. His Gubo looked astonished, involuntarily gasping at Song Jian's stunt. He looked at Song Jian in disbelief. Song Jian simply smiled, walked a few steps forward to the center of the room, inhaled deeply, and started moving. The long sword in his hand made the crisp sound of cutting through the air. Chop, thrust, hack, slice, raise, wrap, twist. Song Jian's basic sword technique swiftly appeared just like flowing water. Sharp sounds of splitting air followed his movements, causing Gubo's face to change dramatically. Song Jian's passive skill cold weapon, sword type, basic, had already reached level 5. Demonstrating a basic sword technique, Song Jian could do it like it's child's play. After the demonstration, Song Jian let out a sigh and steadied himself. How did I do, Master Gu? Song Jian asked with a grin. Gubo. Isn't this guy here to show off? Ahem, it seems like you're not entirely a beginner, you must have practiced for 7 or 8 years, impressive. Gubo grinned and said, Come on, let's spar a bit. And you don't have to call me Master Gu, we can just regard each other as equals. Alright, Master Gu, please. Song Jian's face expressed excitement. After all, he had only fought monsters in the game and was unsure of his own level. He could finally take this opportunity to see how good he is. Chapter 213, Underground Boxing Ring. Gubo clasped his hands around his sword and gave a bow to Song Jian, treating him now as a martial artist of equal stature. Once Song Jian had finished his bow, Gubo slowly drew his long sword and thrust it straight at Song Jian. Song Jian flicked his wrist, and with an outward bat, the sword that Gubo had thrust was instantly deflected, leaving his chest exposed. Gubo was alarmed. He quickly halted his attack, thinking, this young man is incredibly powerful. At this point, Song Jian's strength was enough to suppress his opponent, but in order to better learn the techniques of swordsmanship, Song Jian chose to defend rather than attack, resulting in a fierce fight between the two. Outside the classroom, several coaches were watching and whispering. Isn't this the guy who pierced the human-shaped mold with a dagger yesterday? He is so skilled. Wang Dan, isn't he learning dagger techniques from you? Why is he practicing swordsmanship with Gubo now? Wang Dan didn't want to hear this, her face immediately darkened, so she chose to ignore the comment. Hey, Dan, did he reject you because you're too weak? He held his own against Gubo. If he fought with you, it would probably be quite a challenge. Do you think he can rank in the competitions next month with his current level? Unlikely. This little guy has a solid foundation, but he hasn't shown any signature moves yet. He's only able to hold out against Gubo because of his strength. But after some time, when his physical strength starts to decline, he won't be able to keep up with Gubo's speed. Wouldn't this qualify as overpowering an enemy single-handedly? With such physical strength, he could potentially become a rough gem. I wonder if Gubo will. With his physical condition, all he needs is some good training. He could at least rank in the citywide competitions. If he trains for a few years, it's not impossible that he could rank nationally. While the coaches were discussing this, the fight in the classroom had came to an end. Gubo feinted an attack, then swiftly stabbed his long sword towards Song Jian's shoulder. Before Song Jian could react, he felt a strike to his shoulder. He looked down, then shook his head at Gubo, saying, I lost. Indeed, Gubo's Wudang swordsmanship wasn't bad. But if it came to a real fight, Song Jian was confident he could kill him within 10 seconds. Even relying solely on swordsmanship, Song Jian hadn't used his ultimate move, the broken wing dance. If unleashed, the tide of the battle could instantly turn. It's terrifying how in just 2 real-world nights, I went from an ordinary person to someone with such terrifying power. As time goes on, people like me will become more and more numerous, which may cause a serious impact on the real world. Song Jian thought to himself. Young man, your talent is not bad. But you shouldn't behave recklessly. Train with me to become a master of the sword. Gubo said, his face wearing a smile, as he nodded at Song Jian. Forget it, I'm not coming anymore. Song Jian suddenly felt quite bored. This type of practice resulted in such slow progress that if he wanted to, Song Jian could probably defeat all the coaches in the gym. He carelessly threw the practice sword into the equipment rack, then turned around and headed toward the exit. Hey, young man, wait a moment. Gubo quickly tried to persuade Song Jian to stay, but Song Jian showed no signs of regret as he walked out the door. Amid the astonished looks of a few coaches, Song Jian left the Black Panther gym. Outside the Black Panther gym, Song Jian looked lost. He felt as if he was out of sync with the real world. Just then, a man walked out of the Black Panther gym. He appeared to be in his 30s, sported a small mustache and sharp eyes. He walked up to Song Jian and said, Buddy, I watched your fight with Gubo. You're impressive. Song Jian turned to look at him, and smiled, too bad I still lost in the end. You held back, I could tell. The man with the mustache revealed a satisfied smile. He extended his right hand towards Song Jian. My name is Wu Zhuan. You could consider me a talent scout. A talent scout? Song Jian was taken aback. Do you think I have the potential to be an actor? It seems I'm so attractive now that I couldn't even hide it if I tried. Walking around on the streets, I could encounter a talent scout. Could it be that I might become a superstar? A smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Which entertainment company are you from? Entertainment company? Wu Zhuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly explained. Ahem, I meant underground boxing. You could be a fighter. You could earn a few thousand for each match, and if you win, you could earn tens of thousands. How about it, are you interested? Not interested. Song Jian was somewhat disappointed. Underground boxing sounded too boring. Could real-life underground boxing compare to the dungeons in the game? Don't go yet. Listen to me. A fitness gym like this isn't that interesting, there's not even any blood. I could see that you held back your sword technique. And if you're learning sword techniques, you must be interested in learning to kill, right? You can't learn that in a gym. Only in an underground boxing ring can you hone this skill. Wu Zhuan said as he kept pace with Song Jian, trying to persuade him. A thought occurred to Song Jian. Indeed, he was learning sword techniques not for self-defense, but to kill enemies. You mentioned an underground boxing ring. Can weapons be used there? Song Jian couldn't help but ask, out of curiosity. Of course they can. Underground boxing matches have both bare-knuckle fighting and weapon fighting. Wu Zhuan's eyes lit up. Hee, it does sound a bit like the game, Song Jian murmured. What did you say? Wu Zhuan didn't catch what Song Jian had said. Song Jian shook his head. Nothing. Where's this underground boxing ring you mentioned? Take me to see. With a grin on his face, Wu Zhuan grabbed Song Jian and led him down the street. Come on, follow me, this way. The two hurriedly made their way across 2 streets, eventually arriving at a high-rise building. This is the place, on the top floor. Wu Zhuan declared. The outside of the building was lavishly decorated, glistening resplendently like a 5-star hotel. 2 Han white jade lions stood imposingly at the entrance. Upon entering the building, they encountered a spacious lobby. The decor was not dissimilar to a hotel, with 3 young and pretty girls stationed at the reception desk. Wu Zhuan led Song Jian straight to the elevator. Soon they reached the top floor. As they exited the elevator, Song Jian saw 2 powerful men dressed in black suits standing either side of a large door. It was obvious from their bulging waists that they were armed. Hey, is Boss Wu bringing another fighter? A security guard glanced at Wu Zhuan, then looked Song Jian up and down, commenting with a chuckle. Haha, it's just a friend. Brought him here for a look, to broaden his horizons. Wu Zhuan laughed heartily. With Song Jian in tow, they pushed the door open and entered, walking down a long corridor. Song Jian could hear faint sounds of shouting and clamor ahead. Just have a look first, and if you feel an itch to join in later, let me know. I can arrange for you to go up. Wu Zhuan tapped Song Jian's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 214, The Han Sword. As he entered the top floor hall, Song Jian discovered that the interior was decorated similar to an NBA arena, with a boxing ring in the center, almost twice the size of an ordinary one. Above the ring was a projection television, displaying the ongoing fight on the ring. Surrounding the ring were tiered seats. There were not many spectators at the moment, only about a third of the seats were occupied. On the ring, 2 boxers were engaged in a fierce battle. Song Jian squinted his eyes, realizing both fighters were not wearing any defensive gear or boxing gloves. How is it? Pretty realistic, isn't it? Only a place like this is perfect for you. Wu Zhuan exclaimed passionately, pointing at the ring. As soon as you walked in here today, I could tell right away. You're not like old Mangekyō, or any of the trainers at the gym. They may have been on the battlefield before, but do they still have a shred of their warrior spirit left? Even old Mangekyō, all he's doing now is taking care of his health. Studying swordsmanship with him is simply a waste for you," stated Wu Zhuan. Song Jian looked at Wu Zhuan in surprise. He had felt the same way when he was practicing with old Mangekyō. Thus, he didn't hesitate to leave. He didn't expect Wu Zhuan to have noticed this. This guy had a sharp eye. Surprised, huh? Wu Zhuan laughed. In our line of work, we rely on these 2 eyes. If you decide you want to step into the ring, just let me know. Without a manager to introduce you, you can't get on that ring. So, you're my manager now? Song Jian joked. Well, a man's got to eat. Wu Zhuan nodded, laughing. Alright, sign me up for a match if there's one that uses weapons. But, I don't have a suitable weapon right now. You have to find me a sword, a good quality one. Also, what if I accidentally take someone's life here? Song Jian hesitated. Upon hearing Song Jian's willingness to participate, Wu Zhuan's eyes lit up and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, this place has robust backing. But you also need to be careful. If you really end up broken here, it's... Song Jian just nodded, saying nothing more. Wu Zhuan patted Song Jian on the shoulder, instructed him to wait, and then rushed off to the office nearby. In no time, Wu Zhuan returned to Song Jian's side. I've notified them. You'll be able to play after 2 more matches. This is the information about your opponent. Take a look. Wu Zhuan handed Song Jian a sheet of A4 paper with the opponent's details printed on it. In terms of weapons, you'll have to choose your own. Most athletes bring their own weapons. Even though the weapons here are of decent quality, it's always better to use your own weapons since you're accustomed to them. We still have time now, so we could go and pick it up. Wu Zhuan hesitated. Waving his hand, Song Jian said, I'm good with the weapons here. Alright, follow me to choose a weapon. Wu Zhuan instructed, leading Song Jian down the corridor to a room next door. The room was lined with racks of equipment filled with various weapons. A man in his 20s was sitting behind a wooden desk by the door, playing on his computer. "Zhao, it's your shift today, huh?" Wu Zhuan handed over a voucher, and sneakily slipped in a pack of cigarettes. "Hey brother Wu, found another good fighter?" Zhao Hua lifted his eyes to look at Wu Zhuan and then glanced at Song Jian, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Hi, let us pick a good sword first, we're short on time." Wu Zhuan hastily replied, clearly embarrassed. "Fine, second row on the far left. Go pick one yourself. The company just received a new batch, the quality is not bad." Zhao Hua casually pointed to the left. "Alright, you get back to work. We'll have a look over there." Wu Zhuan pulled Song Jian towards the direction Zhao Hua pointed. When they arrived at the designated place, there were 3 rows of weaponry racks filled with all types of long swords. "Go ahead and pick one, Song Jian, whichever feels right," Wu Zhuan instructed. Song Jian reached for the closest sword, withdrawing it from its sheath to inspect it more closely. All of these swords looked as though they had just been forged. They were sharp but seemed unused. He gently flicked his finger against the blade and crack, a tiny crack spread across the blade from where he had hit it. "What kind of junk is this?" Song Jian's expression instantly darkened. He returned the sword to its sheath, placed it back onto the rack. Standing aside, Wu Zhuan was also taken aback, murmuring, "Impossible, how can there be such poor quality?" The kickback must have been quite vicious this time. Song Jian continued to test several swords, cracking them one after another. He was growing impatient. This one's not bad." Song Jian withdrew another sword. This one was somewhat heavier than the previous ones, the blade appeared to be long and narrow, ground into 8 facets. With a light flick, a clear resonance rang out as the blade vibrated, reflecting light like a pool of clear water. "I'll take this one." Song Jian returned the sword into its sheath, holding it in his hand with a satisfied smile showing on his face. "As long as you're comfortable with it." Wu Zhuan sighed in relief. The quality of weapons is crucial in a weapons match. An ineffective weapon could greatly diminish a fighter's capabilities. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Song Jian's turn. At this point, there were many blood stains on the ring, being wiped away by 3 or 4 service personnel. Only after 10 or so minutes was the ring finally cleaned. Stepping on the hard rubber mat of the ring, Song Jian could still smell a faint scent of blood. He felt a chilling sensation in his heart. Once you step on this ring, it's a matter of life and death. Even if you survive, you would have sustained serious injuries, and might end up spending the rest of your life on a bed or wheelchair. Song Jian took a deep breath, fixing his eyes on a man clad in a white long robe, clutching a long knife in his arms and a shorter one hanging on his waist. He stood tall, his gaze icy cold. He remained oblivious to the commentary from the announcer or the noise from the audience. The only thing in his eyes was his opponent. Why does this guy look somewhat like a Japanese? Song Jian squinted, looking the opponent up and down. Ding, the match begins. At the sound of the clear bell, the man in the white robe drew out his long knife and charged towards Song Jian, shouting as he went. "Shit, a katana. He really is Japanese." Song Jian squinted and pressed the spring on his right hand, a portion of the sheath popped out immediately. He threw the sheath forwards with his left hand. The sheath flew towards the opponent swiftly like an arrow. Tyson. The Japanese man swung his katana forward suddenly, cleaving the sheath into 2. The sheer force of the killer intent was overwhelming. Song Jian swung his sword single-handedly, charging forwards whilst perpetually rotating his wrist. The long sword in his hand was as light as a wisp of smoke, emitting a low whistling sound. Die. Upon seeing the Japanese man head-on, Song Jian waved his right hand and struck his long sword viciously towards his opponent's head. Chapter 215, The God's Favorite Robber. The 8-sided sword in Song Jian's hand was much heavier than the katana wielded by the Japanese man. When he brought down his sword, it struck with the force of 1,000 juns, leaving the Japanese stunned. "Is this your sword technique? I know little of Chinese martial arts, don't try to fool me." The seemingly effortless move of Song Jian was powerful and heavy, leaving the Japanese no choice but to recover his stance and defend with his sword. Bang, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, the katana in the Japanese man's hand was forced towards his own shoulder. When it came to power, the 2 men were not in the same league. Song Jian overwhelmed him with his superior strength, and nani. The Japanese man's face filled with surprise. How could this Chinese man be so strong? Could it be that he took some sort of drug? Too weak. Song Jian looked at the Japanese man dressed in a white shirt with disappointment in his eyes, deeply wounding the Japanese man's pride. I am a warrior of the great Japanese Empire. Our warriors are invincible. Die. The Japanese man's face twisted in rage, and he abruptly released his katana, leaping towards Song Jian. The main reason he came to fight in these underground fights was because the organizers had a huge amount of influence. Even though people were seriously injured or even killed every day, it never caused any problems. The Japanese man and Song Jian had the same goal, both came here seeking to improve their martial arts skills through killing. However, he didn't expect to encounter Song Jian, a tough nut to crack, on his very first day in the ring. Knowing that Song Jian was powerful, the Japanese man made a desperate decision. As he leaped towards Song Jian, he drew a short blade from his waist and thrust it forward with all his strength. "I told you, you are too weak." Song Jian sighed lightly, as the man's every move were transparent in front of his superior perception. With a flick of his wrist, the eight-sided sword flashed with white light and cut directly towards the Japanese man's right hand. A stream of blood spurted out, followed by a painful scream, and a hand holding a broken blade flew up in the air. The Japanese man, like a wild beast, opened his arms and lunged at Song Jian's throat, in a posture to perish together. Song Jian did not retreat but pushed forward, lightly thrusting the long sword in his hand into his adversary's throat. A spurt of fresh blood shot out and Song Jian quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back to avoid the splash. Hey, the Japanese man staggered forward a few steps, his knees gave way, and he fell to the ground. "We won." Ding Yi jumped up excitedly from below the stage. Explore new novels on Novelbin.com. Song Jian walked down the stage expressionlessly. It was too easy and not even a warm-up for him. "If the contestants here are all of this level, I won't be coming back here in the future." Song Jian glanced at the excited Ding Yi and shook his head. Ding Yi's face stiffened, and he quickly said, "One only brought you here for a look today. Normally, there are no experts here. You can tell by looking at the audience. The battles between the top fighters are notified and promoted in advance. Don't worry, if there are no skilled fighters here in Linhai City, there won't be any elsewhere either." "Fine, let me know when there's a strong opponent," Song Jian said casually. "I'm taking this sword with me, that's no problem, right?" Ding Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "No problem, you can take it." Song Jian nodded and walked away with the eight-sided sword. In fact, the fighters couldn't take the sword away, but Ding Yi was a familiar face here, a nominal manager. As long as he paid, he could buy the sword. However, there was no discount on the price, and the money had to come from Ding Yi's own pocket. Song Jian took off his coat and wrapped it around the eight-sided sword to cover it a bit. The sword's scabbard was damaged, and carrying it down the street would make people think he was crazy. As he walked down the street, Song Jian felt mixed emotions. This was his first time killing someone in real life. He had thought he would be uncomfortable, but unexpectedly. Just as Song Jian was reflecting on his situation, he suddenly heard a scream from a distance. "Ah, catch the thief. The thief has stolen my purse. Catch the thief." Song Jian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young girl who had been pushed to the ground in front of him. It seemed that her ankle had been twisted and she was having trouble standing. She was screaming loudly and pointing at a young man running away ahead of her. She looked almost like she was about to cry. The young man who stole her purse looked around 15 or 16. He was holding a lady's handbag in his hand and his face was filled with excitement. He was running very fast, easily jumping over a fence half his height. "Stop, don't run." A traffic policeman, who had been issuing a parking ticket, heard the shout and turned his head to look at the fleeing boy. While he shouted, he also gave chase. Seeing the policeman, a look of panic appeared on the boy's face and a white light suddenly bloomed at his feet. His speed boosted significantly, even leaving an afterimage, and whooshed past the policeman. The policeman instinctively tried to reach out and grab him but caught only air. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the boy. This is the acceleration skill from the game. Lin Sheng has used a similar skill before. At the fact that this boy was using a game skill in broad daylight to steal bags, Song Jian was somewhat speechless. It was really embarrassing for the so-called gods chosen, like them. Even if he participated in a sports event and won some prize money, it would be better. A sense of heaviness crept into Song Jian's heart. The skills they learned in the game could now be brought back to the real world, giving many people terrifying power overnight. However, these people's character couldn't keep up with their skyrocketing power, often pushing them into the path of crime. This was evident in the news about people who won the lottery being unable to hang on to their windfall. Most of them ended up worse off than before they won. Looking at the spot where the boy disappeared, Song Jian shook his head and continued in the direction of his home. He walked into the housing complex and turned towards his rented room. As he passed a small alley, he noticed a boy in the shadows holding a white purse, rummaging through it, and randomly flinging makeup products about. What a coincidence! Song Jian's lips twitched upwards as he turned towards the boy. Perhaps he noticed Song Jian's gaze. The boy looked up and their eyes met. The boy made a vicious face, hoping to intimidate Song Jian but to no avail. Seeing Song Jian's slightly upward twitching lips, the boy felt provoked. He tossed the purse aside and drew out a switchblade from his pocket, gesturing threateningly at Song Jian. "Stay out of this, or else," he growled menacingly. Chapter 216 Update. Seeing the fierce yet tender expression on the young man's face, Song Jian chuckled and took 2 steps forward. "I'm warning you, don't come any closer or you'll be covered in blood." The teenager shouted angrily, retreating 2 steps. The alley was dimly lit and had a strong smell of urine. Song Jian didn't want to stay here much longer, so he waved to the boy and asked, "What level are you in the game?" The teenager was startled and asked, "Are you a god chosen too?" "Cut the crap, we're just players." "Don't try to make yourself look good," said Song Jian. "How did you end up resorting to robbery? You don't think you're tarnishing the name God chosen?" The teenager showed an awkward expression and scratched his head. "I'm just a beggar, I don't have any other skills besides stealing." "So you've upgraded from begging to robbery?" Song Jian waved his hand. "Come on out, it's too smelly in here." The teenager reluctantly walked out, holding his switchblade, but his eyes still showed a hint of vigilance. "What's your name? What level are you in the game?" asked Song Jian as he walked ahead with the teenager following behind him. "I'm Zhang Ergu, level 10 in the game." The teenager answered quietly. "Level IO. Already built a safe house? Not bad." Song Jian's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew that in the game, fewer than 1 in 10 players had built a safe house. "Just luck." Zhang Ergu's eyes showed a hint of pride. "Can't you bring items out of the game? Wouldn't selling a few be enough instead of resorting to robbery?" Song Jian was puzzled. "I couldn't find anything valuable to bring out. All the items were useless." Zhang Ergu was frustrated. He had been playing the game for over a month without finding any valuable items to bring out of the game. Song Jian smiled wryly, knowing that it really depended on their luck. "So what are your plans for the future? Continue being a thug and stealing on the streets?" Song Jian asked. Zhang Ergu's face darkened, feeling his pride wounded. He snorted, "That's none of your business, Humphrey." With that, Zhang Ergu immediately jumped onto a nearby wall and landed on the roof. Standing on the roof, he shouted at Song Jian, "Mind your own business, and be careful not to lose your life in the game." Song Jian was taken aback, watching Zhang Ergu disappear. He didn't know what to say. Zhang Ergu was the first player Song Jian had met in the real world. He originally wanted to develop a good relationship and possibly ally with him, but they had a falling out after just a few words. No wonder he's called Zhang Ergu. He really has a dog face, turning against me just like that, and I was even planning to give him 10 or 20,000. Song Jian muttered under his breath as he walked towards the rental house with his sword. With 2 million in his pocket, Song Jian planned to buy a house first, so he'd have a place to store items brought from the game. He didn't feel safe leaving valuable items in a rental house. After returning to his room and malting himself a simple lunch, Song Jian took a short rest and then picked up his 8-sided sword to practice indoors. The space in the room was limited, but it didn't stop Song Jian from practicing the basic moves of his sword technique. Half the day passed quickly, and darkness began to fall. Song Jian freshened up, changed into loose clothes, drank a glass of milk, and placed his phone on the bedside table before lying down quietly in bed. Soon, her phone on the bedside table lit up automatically, as did the Doomsday City game icon, which turned into a spinning red vortex. A skeletal arm emerged from the vortex, grabbed Song Jian, and pulled him into the phone. After a dizzying moment of weightlessness, Song Jian opened his eyes and found that he hadn't entered the game directly, but had arrived at the stage where mainline missions were calculated. Every time a player completed a mainline mission and left the game, they would enter this space for calculation. During his last mainline mission, Song Jian received an S-ranking reward. The next time he entered the game, his vitality points recovery rate would be increased by 300%. Song Jian roughly understood why his ranking was 2 levels lower this time. It was most likely because he had abandoned the side mission offered by the dwarf blacksmith from the Doomsday Blacksmith shop. This alerted Song Jian about the importance of side missions. If he completed them, his ranking would improve, but if he failed, it would decrease. It was a double-edged sword. But why didn't I enter the game directly this time? Why was I sent to this calculation space? Song Jian wondered. At that moment, rows of golden text appeared in front of Song Jian. After carefully reading through the information, Song Jian finally realized that the game had its first update. This update had a lot of changes, with the most significant ones being the cancellation of the requirement to complete mainline missions to leave the game. Additionally, some other updates made Song Jian feel quite surprised. The real world and game world's time flow ratio is 1:24, so 1 hour in the real world makes 1 day pass in the game. Each time you enter the game, you can stay for at most 1 week, which is 7 days in the real world. After the time is up, the game shuts down automatically. Added roaming NPC, Pet Merchant. You can buy pets if you meet them. Added pet contract scroll to system shop. When a monster's vitality points are below 5%, you can use the pet contract scroll for a chance to capture it as a per. Added a special building, auction house. There are city auctions and world auctions. No handling fees and mailing costs for city auction house items. World auction house will have high handling fees and mailing costs. Increase the number of side missions, lowered their difficulty, and added regional missions. Upon completion, players will receive numerous rewards. Songjian carefully read through the densely packed update information and changes. The changes were made to avoid inconsistencies in the flow of time for players entering and leaving the game at the same time due to the difference in the completion speed of mainline missions. These inconsistencies would likely consume a significant amount of resources, making the game difficult to maintain, and eventually had to be changed to fix the time flow speed between the real world and the game world. As for the other changes, they serve to enrich the game content. Songjian believed that this wasn't the last update, and more content would be added in the future. What is the ultimate purpose of this game? To create gods? Songjian furrowed his brow, gazing at the starry space-like settlement area beneath his feet while speculating silently. Chapter 217, The 10-Door Sword Technique. Songjian quickly emerged from the settlement space and entered the game. I remember when I left the game, I was on the top floor of the Tan building, so how come I'm back in the Manor Castle after re-entering the game? Songjian sat up from his bed with a slight frown. System, when a player logs off, please save your current location as the login point. This way, you will log in from the current location when you re-enter the game, otherwise, you will log in from the game's default location, safe house. Oh, I see. Songjian nodded. If he were to return to the safe house every time he entered the game, it would be embarrassing if he went to a distant location, arrived at the destination, and then, after the game time was up and he logged in again, found that he had wasted his previous journey. Just then, a red liquid started to seep out slowly onto the wall opposite Songjian. The liquid didn't drip down, instead, it coagulated on the wall to form a few lines of text. Main quest, Swordsmanship Mission Brief. As a newly appointed sword controller, you've started to feel embarrassed about the number of sword skills you have. To become a true sword controller, you must master various sword skills. Only then can you become stronger and grow gradually. Mission goal, master 10 sword skills. Progress, 2 out of 10 inches. Mission tip, there are many ways to acquire sword skills. You can get them from monsters or learn them from other swordsmen. You can even purchase them from the auction house. Tip, the stronger the sword skill you master, the higher the completion degree of your main mission will be. Tip, the higher level the monster, the higher chance it will drop high-level sword skills. Tip, humanoid monsters have a much higher probability of having sword skills than other monsters. Warning, if you die in the game, your identity in the real world will also be erased. You can view this mission in the mission bar at any time. The wall of blood letters emitted a faint glow for a few minutes before gradually disappearing, as if they were being reabsorbed into the wall. 10 sword techniques, this should not be very difficult for me. Songjian looked at the main objective, which he had already completed 2/10 of. It seems that the system had counted his sword finger and broken wing dance as part of it, but the passive basic sword techniques weren't included. However, this was within Songjian's expectations. These basic passive abilities are easy to understand when you enter the game and are a kind of benefit for the players. But how powerful these passive abilities are is hard to say. Inside the Manor's spirit field, the blood-soaked spectral poison tree, Alex, is still in deep sleep. Its level has been upgraded to level 13, and its aura is gradually becoming stronger. A touch of coercion is being released around it, and its branches and leaf veins are becoming more vibrant. They were originally a sallow shade mixed with a hint of dark red. But now, they are visibly turning blood red. The number of blood ravens on Alex seems to have decreased, perhaps only half of the usual. When they saw Songjian, they didn't react. They shrank their heads and stood on the tree. It took them quite a while to twist their necks, making them look just like statues. All the other spirit fields were full of plants. This time, sweet potatoes and radishes were planted. They seemed to be growing well, and it wouldn't be long before another harvesting ceremony could be held. Compared with the attribute fruits dropped by monsters, the monthly harvesting ceremony has become Songjian's primary way of increasing his attribute points. Outside the walls of the manor, a few zombies with red skin and ragged clothes were wandering around. As soon as any mutant zombie approached, these zombies would rush to fight them until the mutant zombie was eliminated. These are the blood zombies bred after the blood pool was upgraded to level 2. They have stronger bodies and faster speed than the level 1 mutant zombies. They don't have their abilities halved during the day, and they have a blood-sucking ability when attacking, which can completely crush mutant zombies of the same level. The most important thing is, These blood zombies can also upgrade their own levels by fighting monsters. However, their maximum level is limited by Song Jian's level. They can't surpass Song Jian's level. Now these blood zombies are still low level, only around levels 2 or 3. But since Song Jian's manor is built in the novice area where the monsters' levels aren't very high, the blood zombies can handle them. Master, you're here to inspect the territory again. The steward George appeared out of nowhere. When Song Jian wasn't paying attention, he appeared beside him and bowed, immediately starting to flatter. I believe that under your leadership, our manor will surely prosper. In the future, we will certainly have even more territories and a vast expanse of land. Song Jian gave a slight nod. As for having a territory only within a 10-meter range, he felt somewhat helpless. But there were few players around building safe houses, so he believed that in a short period of time, he could safely invade and occupy territories. However, the rule that he could only expand once a month made Song Jian somewhat frustrated. After all, there were too many buildings that could be built. Right now, his territory only had one livestock pen and one mill. He was in the process of building houses, so later he could recruit more NPCs. When the scope of the territory expanded, he would be able to open up fields. Looking at the steady development of the manor, Song Jian was very satisfied. He nodded, then summoned the black dragon hatchling. After becoming a pet, the black dragon hatchling's level had dropped back down to 0 and needed to be leveled up again. The area he was going to had high-level monsters and wasn't suitable to bring it along. In case it carelessly got killed, there would be a drop in intimacy level, so it was better to let it safely hunt low-level monsters to level up in this area. The black dragon hatchling was very intelligent and would hide in the manor if it encountered danger. Watching the black dragon hatchling eagerly pounce on a mutant zombie, Song Jian summoned a motorcycle and headed towards the area with level 10 monsters. After becoming a sword controller, the level limit has been lifted, and he can continue to level up. Previously, Song Jian had noticed that many people had already reached level 10. Moreover, some of them had even become professionals earlier than he had, which made him feel somewhat threatened. Even if he couldn't maintain being the top player level-wise, he must at least stay in the leading echelon, and couldn't lag too far behind. All the way there, Song Jian saw many players hunting monsters to level up. When a monster zone was repeatedly cleared, the zone would stop refreshing monsters and would become a safe zone. Similarly, if a safe zone didn't see any players for a long period of time, the safe zone would be occupied by monsters, regressing back to a monster zone. The power dynamics between the players and the monsters waxed and waned. As more and more players entered the game, the area of the safe zone also continued to expand, accommodating more players. The roar of the motorcycle attracted quite a few monsters, but these level 5 or 6 monsters only glanced at Song Jian from a distance and then stopped chasing. Unless they were monsters that had completely lost their sanity, most monsters had an instinct to avoid stronger beings. Since they sensed Song Jian's strength, they naturally wouldn't chase him to their deaths. Upon reaching the area with level 10 monsters, Song Jian put away his motorcycle. The monsters here wouldn't shy away from him. If he attracted too many, he would be in danger. There were not many players here, just a handful scattered around, either hunting level 10 monsters on the streets or searching for supplies in nearby shops. Song Jian's gaze fell on a theater in the distance. Generally, the larger the building space, the more likely a boss could appear. And the probability of a boss dropping a skill was obviously much higher than ordinary monsters. After looking around, Song Jian cautiously made his way towards the theater. Chapter 218, Mutated Skeleton. The perimeter wall of the theater had completely fallen, and most of the doors and windows were blocked by heavy stones, making it resemble a colossal tomb. Unlike other buildings, where monsters sheltering from the sunlight would occasionally emit roars, the theater was utterly silent, not a hint of sound escaping. There better be some monsters inside. Without monsters, a place like this is worthless. No one would even bother to explore, Song Jian secretly hoped. He stepped on the broken bricks and used the gaps in the wall to climb upward, trying to see if he could make his way into the theater from above. After all, removing the collapsed bricks in front of the theater would require a significant amount of time and energy. The theater was over a dozen meters high, but the collapsed wall in front represented a slope that he could climb to reach the top. This wasn't particularly challenging for Song Jian, who possessed superhuman physical capabilities compared to an average person. Grabbing the eave, Song Jian flipped himself onto the roof. Thump! His feet landing shattered a few tiles, and one of his feet sunk deep. Having been left unmaintained for years, this building was on the brink of collapse. The roof appeared intact, but it was brittle and decayed, unable to withstand any pressure. Song Jian looked up to find a sealed skylight in the roof, used for lighting in the theater. He walked cautiously along the roof ridge towards it, the creaking sounds from beneath his feet making him nervous, afraid of making a misstep and falling in. The closed skylight was embedded on a sloping surface of the roof. Some of the glass pieces were broken, and the others were covered in a thick layer of debris and dirt. Song Jian carefully climbed onto the skylight and knocked on it lightly. Crash! The frame of the skylight shattered, pieces of glass flying apart. He tapped a few more times until there was enough space for him to fit through. Only then did Song Jian leap into the skylight. Beneath the skylight was a small loft with some basic furniture. Straight ahead from the skylight, a white, fleshless skeletal figure leaned on a table, a decayed quill in its hand, and scattered papers on the floor. The writing on them was blurred, but they seemed to be someplace scripts. This is indeed rare, a fleshless skeleton. Song Jian couldn't help but take a second look at the skull on the table. Though the city was filled with all sorts of monsters, most were zombies, still maintaining rotten flesh and skin. Upon seeing the skeleton, Song Jian was reminded of the gigantic skeletal giant he once saw walking through the city center, akin to a skyscraper. Crack! An odd sound echoed in the quiet loft. Song Jian's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the skull. The skull, which was initially face down, had twisted to one side. Just as Song Jian looked over, its right index finger trembled slightly. Is it coming back to life? Song Jian drew the guardian's sword and lunged forward, slashing the sword towards the skull's neck. Click! The skull's left hand strangely flipped up and grabbed the blade, blocking the attack, but its body remained still on the table. At this point, a blood gauge and its attributes slowly appeared above the skull. Level 10 mutated skeleton, normal, vitality points, 4.00 out of 800, traits, super resilient, dark energy. Just a level 10 normal monster. It scared me for a moment. Song Jian was always cautious around unusually looking monsters, fearing he might encounter a boss with special abilities. Broken wing dance. Song Jian abruptly withdrew his longsword, his figure darting forward as if teleporting. The blade violently cleaved down on the mutated skeleton's spine. This time, its claw reached out for nothing, its backbone taking a harsh strike. Clang! The collision sounded dull, almost as if he had struck gold or jade. As he unleashed this skill, Song Jian suddenly seemed to feel a powerful surge of energy within him, propelling his own body. He swiftly twisted and almost as if teleporting, rushed to the mutated skeleton's left side, his sword sweeping horizontally towards its skull. Clang! Another resounding thud was heard. On the milky white surface of the skull, a white mark remained. At this moment, the mutated skeleton seemed to have just awakened, attempting to rise to its feet. It was dazzled by the two blows, a harsh strike to the head causing it to lose its balance and staggered to the right. It extended its right hand and grabbed hold of the backrest of a chair to steady itself. But the chair, long decayed, crumbled into a pile of wood dust with a creak, and the mutated skeleton tumbled to the ground. Thud! Two eerie green flames were burning in the skeleton's eye sockets. The scent of fresh flesh. The mutated skeleton was suddenly engulfed by a green flame, preparing to rise. Song Jian's broken wing dance third stage had already been triggered. He leapt high into the air, his hands gripping the sword, and slashed down with all his might. Boom! The whole tower swayed slightly as the sword dispersed the green flame on the mutated skeleton's surface and plunged into its shoulder, the blade lodged in its bones. Bang! The mutated skeleton suddenly extended its right hand and forcefully pushed Song Jian's chest, flinging him 3 to 4 meters away. Song Jian rolled a couple times on the ground before standing up. On his zombie leader armor, there was a palm print half an inch deep. This blow had directly drained Song Jian of over 60 vitality points. Is this the defense and attack power of a standard level 10 creature? System, is there some misunderstanding with the standard creature term? Song Jian couldn't help but spit out blood. Explore new novels on Novelbin. After coughing up the coagulated blood, his chest felt a little relieved. While losing over 60 vitality points would seem a lot to other players, to Song Jian, it was only a tenth of his vitality points. Moreover, his vitality points recovery rate had increased by 300%, recovering 23 vitality points per second. He would be at full health soon. Click click click. Slowly getting up, the mutated skeleton charged at Song Jian, the spine-chilling sound of its bones grinding against each other echoed in the air. Eye of Death. A silvery vertical pupil slowly opened in the center of his forehead, and a silver light column instantly targeted the skeleton's head. Consecutive damage scrolled above the skeleton's skull. For a moment, the mutated skeleton was restrained, its vitality points visibly diminishing rapidly. Seconds later, the mutated skeleton emitted a harsh shriek, bursting into flames, and turned into a pile of black ash. No matter how high the defense, or the attack, the vitality points are still that of a standard level 10 creature, said Song Jian, as the silvery vertical pupil on his forehead slowly closed, leaving only a faint silver line. A standard creature simply cannot withstand the Eye of Death. It will be killed instantly. Among the black ashes that the mutated skeleton had turned into, 3 to 4 items were scattered around. Song Jian didn't pick them up. Instead, he sat down to recover his spirit points. Chapter 219, The Golden Jar. After recovering his spirit points to over 80%, Song Jian approached the items dropped by the monster. It was a mutated skeleton. Although it was just a level 10 ordinary monster, the items it dropped were quite good. First, there was a blue quality weapon, which even came with a skill. It could be considered a small top quality item. Flame skeleton repeating crossbow, blue, one-handed weapon, attack, 2248, fire damage +3, agility +2. Special effect 1, triple shot, active, consecutively launches 3 crossbow bolts at the target, with the first dealing 110% physical damage, the second 90% physical damage, and the third 60% physical damage. Skill cooldown, 10 seconds. Special effect 2, infinite ammo. The weapon can automatically generate crossbow bolts. Usage requirement, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Aside from slightly low damage, this weapon's other attributes were top quality, almost comparable to a silver quality item. Although Song Jian's attack damage would be reduced by 80% when using this crossbow, it could be equipped in the secondary weapon slot to enjoy the attribute bonuses, and it would also be very handy for luring monsters. Song Jian equipped it in his secondary weapon slot, finally raising his agility attribute to double digits, reaching 11 points. Of the remaining 3 items, one was a white quality necklace, another was a material, and there was also a small pile of doomsday coins. Getting a blue equipment and a white equipment from a level 10 ordinary monster could already be considered a pleasant surprise. Frost skeleton necklace, white, necklace, defense increase by 10%, additional spirit points recovery +2. Usage requirement, level 10, can it be taken out of the game? No. Bone powder, white, material, can be used to make potions. Usage requirement, possess potion making skill. Doomsday coins, 56, currency, can be used to purchase items in the game. An item that could recover spirit points was a rare piece of equipment among rare pieces. Since entering the game, Song Jian rarely came across items that could recover spirit points. Besides the devouring belt in his possession, this would be the second item that could recover spirit points. Naturally, he put it on his neck without hesitation. As for the bone powder, although it was a material for making potions, without the corresponding formula, he didn't know what kind of potion it could be used for, so he could only put it in his inventory for now. Although the doomsday coins weren't many, not every humanoid monster dropped them, so it was still a pleasant surprise. System, your level has increased to 11, you gained 1 skill point. Song Jian's experience points had long been stuck at level 10, 99%, and after becoming a sword controller, the level limit was removed. A level 10 monster was enough to raise him to level 11. He checked his skill bar, and at this time, all his active skills proficiency was not maxed, so he could only add the skill point to a passive skill. However, these basic passive skills could be improved through daily practice, so using the skill point on them felt a bit wasteful. In the end, Song Jian could only add a skill point to his natural talent skill thick-skinned, raising it to level 8. At level 8 thick-skinned, his defense was increased by 2%, resistance by 1%, damage forcibly reduced by 11 points, and there was a slight increase in resistance to negative effects such as taunts, charms, corpse poison, paralysis, and dizziness. However, these improvements could not be seen in the data. Just after adding the skill point, Song Jian's gaze suddenly fell on his active skills, and an idea surfaced in his mind, his face full of regret. I'm such a pig. Song Jian cursed. Both Earth Teeth Assault and Kick skills consumed vitality points, but now that Song Jian recovered 23 vitality points per second, he could fully withstand the consumption of these 2 skills. He could use them to increase his proficiency as long as the cooldown time was over. As for the sword finger skill, it consumed invisible sword chi, which recovered extremely quickly. 100 invisible sword chi points, even if fully consumed, could be fully restored in just a few seconds. It was effortless to improve. The newly learned sword skill Broken Wing Dance consumed spirit points, and he could practice it intermittently as long as he ensured his spirit points remained above 80%. With this thought, Song Jian lifted his left hand, and a silver sword chi burst forth, directly piercing a bookcase in front of him. Next, he kicked his right foot forward, and a white light enveloped his right foot. Accompanied by a soft breaking sound, the white light flashed and disappeared. Seeing that the proficiency of both skills increased by 1 point, Song Jian regretted so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Forget it, it's not too late to start practicing now. Song Jian shook his head and continued to explore. There was only one mutated skeleton in this attic. After killing it, Song Jian slowly began to search the place. In this game, acquiring items was not limited to defeating monsters. Searching for supplies was also an important method of acquiring items in the game. Drawers, Wardrobes, boxes, and even under the bed. Song Jian carefully searched every spot, and though he did not come up empty-handed, the items he found were not very useful to him. A firearms attachment, a 2x scope, and a miscellaneous item, a nail clipper. This nail clipper has the property of being able to be taken out of the game, but what use would that be for me? It even takes up one of my carry-out slots. Song Jian looked at the 2 items he discovered and couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. At least the 2x scope could be sold for some money, but this nail clipper? Is this a joke? After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian didn't throw away the nail clipper. Instead, he stored it in his inventory. Currently, he not only has a storage ring but also a backpack, so the storage slots were fairly open. If he really couldn't fit all the items, this nail clipper would certainly be among the things he would casually discard. After finishing his search, Song Jian came to a corner of the attic. On the floor here, there was a rectangular metal cover locked in place. This should be the passage to the theater. Song Jian broke the rotten padlock and threw it aside, then opened the metal cover. Below was a short flight of stairs leading to a slightly larger spacious room. This room seemed to be the backstage makeup room of the theater. There was a large mirror embedded in the wall, occupying half the wall, and below was a row of dressing tables. Directly across from the dressing tables were a row of dilapidated sofas. The large mirror seemed to have been struck by something, with a large chunk broken off, and a crack extending from the center to both sides, dividing the mirror into 2 halves. Numerous smaller cracks branched out from this central crack, creating countless tiny fragments. On the dressing table beneath the mirror, in the center, there was a pale golden jar. On the surface of the jar, twisted and deformed faces were drawn. These faces seemed to be enduring immense pain as they contorted and wailed, becoming completely misshapen. There were numerous faces, large and small, which looked quite eerie and made onlookers feel uneasy. Song Jian slowly approached the pale golden jar. Chapter 220, Sniper Skill Stone. This was a pale gold porcelain jar, covered in gold foil, with countless twisted faces of agony etched upon it. From a distance, it gave off an eerie feeling. Anyone with a fear of crowds would undoubtedly feel nauseous upon seeing it. Song Jian leisurely walked towards the porcelain jar. The closer he got to it, the stronger the sense of danger he felt in his heart. There was also a bone-chilling feeling that wrapped around him, as if what lay before him weren't a porcelain jar, but a massive, 1,000-year-old chunk of ice. Maybe this is a treasure chest in the game, capable of yielding good loot. Song Jian's eyes were gleaming, his mind filled with visions of silver-grade and gold-grade treasures. Upon closer observation, there was a rigid look in his eyes, as if he were being pulled forward by some unseen force. Stepping up to the dressing table, Song Jian extended his hand towards the porcelain jar. His smoke resembling human faces wafted from the jar. Each face was screaming in torment as it seemed to bear an endless pain. They had already shattered. Come, join us, join. I'm free, I'm so hungry. Kill you all, kill all, kill all. A cacophony of screams and roars filled Song Jian's ears, as if a vast crowd surrounded him, relentlessly yelling, irritating him, and causing his eyes to gradually fill with bloodshot veins. Groups of face-shaped dark smoke floated above the porcelain jar, repeatedly merging, biting, and swallowing each other. Eventually, they formed into one horrendous and resentful face, staring intently at Song Jian. Song Jian's head was throbbing with pain, his chest felt as if a boulder was pressing against it. He tried to vomit but couldn't. Wave after wave of psychic attacks, like tidal surges, came crashing against him. Just as he was about to succumb, about to break down, a burst of cool energy emerged in his mind, instantaneously dispelling all negative energy. Song Jian regained his consciousness, panting heavily. His face was covered in sweat. Just now, he had faced a brush with death, and had almost lost his sanity. Looking up at that ferocious face, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Song Jian's eyes. He lifted his left hand. Swipe. A streak of silver sword chi whizzed towards the floating face. The horrific face curled up at the corners of its mouth, with a look of mockery passed in its eyes. Your attack is ineffective, mortal, offer up your body, let me. Whoosh. The silver sword chi flashed past, splitting the face in half. Dense smoke rose from the fractured wounds. The face looked horrified. How is this possible? Puff. The face turned into a cloud of dark smoke, wildly writhing in midair, as if trying to reform itself. However, it eventually dissipated. The chilling and bone-piercing feeling gradually faded, and the golden light that radiated from the surface of the porcelain jar dimmed. Crack. A crack appeared on the surface of the porcelain jar, followed by the sound of shattering. The entire surface of the porcelain jar was like a spider's web, covered in cracks. A sense of decay wafted from within the jar. Bang. The porcelain jar suddenly exploded, spewing out a heap of gray-black powder. This feels like the ashes left after the monsters die. Song Jian looked in confusion at the powder that continued to flow out. Rhea are the latest stories on Novelbian. Calm this time, he gained no benefits. Instead, he almost lost his life, leaving Song Jian a bit vexed. Swoosh, swoosh as the porcelain jar exploded, the gray-black powder flowed out non-stop, trickling from the dressing table to the floor. Song Jian began searching other pieces of furniture in the room, possible sources of hidden items. 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 bag of chips, nothing else. Song Jian shook his head, stashing these 2 items into his inventory. Resources in the newbie zones were running thin. Only these high-level areas still had food and drinks. Back in newbie zones, these items that were essential for survival had started to slightly increase in price. I should scout other dressing rooms. Maybe I can find some good loot. As Song Jian was about to leave, he glanced unintentionally at the dressing table and noticed a flicker of light from the shattered jar's ashes. Huh, there's something inside. Song Jian's eyes lit up. He walked swiftly towards the porcelain jar, now reduced to a pedestal, and dug into the black ashes twice. He then pulled out a stone that shimmered with a silvery glow. It was a stone in opalescent white, semi-transparent, with a surface that was as smooth as pebbles. Engraved in the stone was the character for skill. What is this? Holding the stone, Song Jian furrowed his brows. This was his first encounter with such an object, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, the attributes of the stone soon appeared before his eyes. Sniper Skill Stone, Fatal Blow, Learning Requirements, Sniper Class, Level 15, Usage Effect, Once used, learn the skill, Fatal Blow. Fatal Blow, at the cost of 80% vitality points, deal 280% critical damage to the target, additionally, hit enemies' vitals to stack extra damage on critical hits. A skill stone for snipers? This skill is a bit scary. A one-shot kill from a kilometer away must be a core skill for the sniper profession. As expected from Fatal Blow, it is indeed fatal. Song Jian was a bit astounded. This skill stone was extremely precious. With such severe damage output, it gave even Song Jian pause, fearing he might get one-shotted. As for other players with only 100 or 200s of vitality points, I can't sell this skill even if it rots in my warehouse. Song Jian tightly clutched the skill stone. After pondering for a while, he put it into his inventory. Even though he found a valuable item, it brought little immediate benefit to Song Jian. After leaving the dressing room, he thoroughly searched all the other dressing rooms backstage of the theater. He found a lot of food and water, as well as some ingredients for making medicine. With his portable medicine crafting station, Song Jian managed to create 3 high-quality weakness potions. Through a corridor, he pushed open a half-broken wooden door to enter a spacious front hall. As far as he could see, the hall was probably over 2,000 square meters in size. There were over 1,000 seats in front of the stage, although many of them were now in disrepair. Ribbit, ribbit, a series of low croaks resonated throughout the hall. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, noticing that under the seats of the hall, many monsters were sound asleep. These monsters looked like 8 or 9-year-old children, dressed in simple dirty gray clothes, badly torn. Behind them were large black bat wings, making them look like giant bats. Zombie bats? All of them are zombie bats. Song Jian was startled and quickly retreated. Chapter 221, Regional Plot Task. Seeing so many batwing zombies, Song Jian's heart skipped a beat, recalling the scene from that night. Even though these bat-winged zombies were level 10 elite bosses, the sight of 100 of them flying low through the sky was absolutely terrifying. That night, Song Jian had seen numerous level 15 and even level 20 elite bosses fall under the bat-winged zombies' onslaught and become their food. Just as Song Jian stepped onto the stage and prepared to retreat, he suddenly heard a cold, mechanical voice in his ear. Warning, you have entered a sensitive area, and the area's plot will begin! 11 Warning, there is a skill book steal in this area. Kill all the monsters in the entire theater to activate it. The steal will be available for 10 minutes, and you can purchase skill books that appear on it. Warning, you will automatically accept this task and cannot refuse. 15 seconds after accepting the task, all the monsters in the entire theater will launch an incessant offensive against you. Please be prepared. Tip: after the task starts, the entire theater will become a special structure, prohibiting other players from entering in any form and preventing you from leaving in any form until the steal appears. After 15 minutes, you can choose to leave. If you leave the special structure, the task will fail, the skill book steal will disappear, and you will no longer be able to obtain this task here in the future. System: you have accepted a regional plot task, which will begin in 15 seconds. System: 15-second countdown begins. 15, 14, 13. A regional plot task? Is it only available to the first person who enters here? Song Jian was puzzled. Glancing at the dense crowd of at least 100 bat-winged zombies in the hall, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Fortunately, these Batwing zombies were only level 10 ordinary monsters, not elite bosses like the ones he had seen that night. Seeing their childlike bodies, Song Jian assumed it was because they hadn't fully grown yet. Level 10 Batwinged zombie, young, vitality points, 550 out of 1100, traits, flight, strong poison, skills, fight, dive. These Batwinged zombies were just level 10 ordinary monsters, but their attributes and skills were powerful. Although not as formidable as elite bosses, they were much stronger than regular level 10 zombies. The 15-second countdown ended quickly, and all the Batwinged zombies opened their blood-red eyes at the same time, staring at Song Jian. 100 bloodthirsty red eyes stared at Song Jian, making him feel a tingling sensation on his scalp, as he slowly moved towards the backstage passageway. It was impossible for him to fight so many monsters in an open area. If he wanted to achieve victory, he had to rely on terrain. The passageway leading from the stage to the backstage could only fit 2 or 3 people side by side, giving him a distinct advantage over fighting the Batwinged zombies on the open stage. Moreover, Song Jian could retreat while fighting, and if he felt overwhelmed, he could hide in the loft he had entered the theater through. As long as he held the entrance, he could endure until the 15 minutes were up. However, this would be his last resort. Until the very end, Song Jian wouldn't choose to hide in the loft and let the task fail. Plop. All the Batwinged zombies took to the air and attacked Song Jian. It looked like a massive wave of dark clouds rushing towards him. Seeing the swarming Batwing zombies, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he took out a T11 high-explosive grenade from his inventory, pulled the pin, and threw it at them. Boom. A loud explosion ripped through the crowd of Batwing zombies, instantly sweeping away dozens of them. A large row of damage numbers appeared, creating a dizzying display. 10+ Batwinged zombies received critical damage, showing damage figures of over 600 points above their heads and were instantly killed. They transformed into black ashes floating down from the sky. Many other Batwinged zombies lost half of their vitality points, their bodies drenched in blood and emitting painful screams. Some Batwinged zombies even caught fire, flying around in pain and causing other Batwinged zombies to stay away from their burning companions. Killing more than a dozen Batwinged zombies gave Song Jian a small boost in his experience points. He then took out a bottle of weakness potion and threw it at the nearest Batwing zombie. Without checking the effect of the weakness potion, Song Jian turned and ran towards the passage behind him. What a pity. I only managed to make one high-explosive grenade. If I had 3 or 5 of them, it would be easy to wipe out these monsters. Furthermore, killing all these monsters would be enough to raise my level by 1. Song Jian lamented as he ran. The T11 high-explosive grenade was quite powerful, dealing 300 points of area damage to targets within a 5-meter range and having a chance to inflict an additional 150 points of fire damage. If in the center of the explosion, there was a high chance of critical damage, the more densely packed the monsters, the better its effect. It was indeed a powerful tool for slaying monsters. But the success rate of crafting high-explosive grenades was low. Even 10 sets of materials might not guarantee the creation of one, and the materials required were numerous and challenging together. Otherwise, Song Jian could have mass-produced them and quickly reached the highest level possible. Upon reaching the passageway, Song Jian turned around, wielding the Guardian Sword, and stood 1 meter away from the entrance, waiting quietly. In no time, several Batwing zombies covered in weakness potion rushed in, attacking Song Jian without hesitation. With a sudden forward thrust of the longsword in his hand, Song Jian pierced the head of the foremost Batwing zombie, flung its lifeless body backward, and hit several others. Broken wing dance. With a soft shout, Song Jian lunged forward, his body slashing heavily into a Batwinged zombie covered in weakness potion, instantly cutting the half-health monster in half. Blood rained down on him. Buzz. A faint sound echoed, and a milky white light shield appeared around Song Jian's body, blocking the attacks of the approaching Batwing zombies. The second stage of Broken Wing Dance was activated, and in the narrow passage, Song Jian could only move forward. At this point, he had reached the entrance of the passage, and if he continued forward, he would be in the middle of the swarm of monsters. Undaunted, he charged ahead, his long sword piercing another Batwinged zombie. Then, Song Jian leaped high into the air and struck down forcefully. With a bang, his sword smashed into a Batwinged zombie's head, splitting it open like a watermelon. A shockwave spread in all directions, sweeping away the other Batwinged zombies that were within range. The damage numbers continued to rise as Song Jian retreated back into the passage. Chapter 222, Blood Pool Summoning Skill. The Broken Wing Dance skill, featuring impressive damage, mobility, and a powerful third-stage attack that can control opponents, can paralyze anyone hit by its energy wave, throwing them into the air. It's a versatile move that can be used for both offensive and defensive tactics. Splash! Upon seeing Song Jian retreat to a backstage corridor, the bat-winged zombies swarmed in, screaming. They piled on top of one another, desperate to squeeze into the tight space. They seemed to have lost any sense of self-awareness. Song Jian frowned, looking at the chaotic red eyes of the bat-winged zombies, filled with fury and a thirst for blood. Attack! Song Jian advanced instead of retreating, standing his ground in the corridor. He swung his sword, chopping at the monsters rushing towards him. These creatures had claws as sharp as metal. The tips of their claws gleamed with a green light. They launched themselves from the air at a furious speed, and any neglect on Song Jian's part would result in them managing to land a blow. Thud! The vitality points of the bat-winged zombies were slashed to 0 one by one. They burned in midair, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke accompanied by a pitiful scream, only leaving some black ash floating in the air. Rhea are the latest stories on novel.com. Swordfinger. A 3-meter-long silver sword light suddenly flashed and stabbed forward, piercing the bodies of 6 or 7 bat-winged zombies like kebabs. Plop plop plop! The bodies of 3 bat-winged zombies exploded, turning into black smoke and breaking apart. The rest were heavily injured, struggling on the ground of the corridor, their bodies continuously emitting black smoke. Song Jian fought as he retreated, quickly killing 3 to 4 dozen bat-winged zombies. The other zombies didn't hesitate in the face of their comrades' death, throwing themselves at Song Jian one after another. Despite his vitality points recovering at a rate of 23 per second, Song Jian's vitality points kept dropping. The bat-winged zombies' attacks were all highly toxic. Each hit resulted in a burning pain at the wound site. System: Bat-winged zombie, juvenile, has inflicted 55 points of damage on you, with an additional 15 points of toxic damage. Your talent skill Thick Skin has activated, reducing 12 points of damage and immunizing against the toxic damage. After considering your physical condition and equipment defense, the Batwing Zombie, Juvenile, has inflicted a final damage of 24 points on you. System: Batwing Zombie, Juvenile, has inflicted 59 points of damage on you, with an additional 15 points of toxic damage. Your talent skill Thick Skin has activated, reducing 12 points of damage and immunizing against the toxic damage. After considering your physical condition and equipment defense, the Batwing Zombie, Juvenile, has inflicted a final damage of 28 points on you. Such combat prompts were falling like a waterfall, startling Song Jian. His talent skill was really powerful, it immunized him against every instance of toxic damage. Otherwise, Song Jian would have long since retreated, instead of standing his ground in the corridor, fighting against 3 to 4 bat-winged zombies. Soon, he reached the end of the corridor, which led to a hallway aligned with dressing rooms. Song Jian retreated towards the dressing room he first entered, which had a staircase to the attic. If he couldn't hold them off, he would have to retreat to the attic and block the entrance. A thick layer of black ash now covered the corridor, with more than 50 bat-winged zombies dead. Among the black ash, various glowing items floated about. These were the items dropped by the bat-winged zombies that Song Jian had no time to collect. In actuality, this quest isn't designed for solo players but for a combat squad. Only with a well-organized and fully equipped squad could one potentially block the suicidal onslaught of so many bat-winged zombies using this corridor. But unexpectedly, Song Jian, with his extraordinary vitality recovery rate and strong attacks, couldn't go as far as a full-fledged combat squad, but he came close. Relying on his strategy of retreat and fight, he managed to eliminate nearly half of the bat-winged zombies. The rest couldn't inflict fatal damage on him. As long as he had enough time, Song Jian believed he could wipe them all out before his vitality points run out. The speed of his vitality points depletion was very slow. At this moment, Song Jian still had more than 300 vitality points. If it were someone else, they would have hidden in a narrow place by now. But, Song Jian had killed 50 to 60 bat-winged zombies. Phew, that was refreshing. Song Jian wiped the jet black blood splattered on his forehead, surprisingly a smile crept onto his face. Whoosh! He was hit hard on the shoulder again. Although he was immune to the poisonous damage, the moment he was attacked, he felt a burning pain in his shoulder, as if something was scorching and corroding the wound. The durability of the zombie leader's armor also appeared. Its durability had now dropped to 28 out of 56. This made Song Jian a little worried. This piece of zombie leader's armor was a minor masterpiece, and it's a set with gloves that came with set increased attributes. Once the armor is damaged, not only will he lose the attributes of an upper garment but a 3-point strength attribute bonus the set provides would disappear as well. That would be somewhat unbearable. Broken Wing Dance. Seeing that the cooldown of the sword skill Broken Wing Dance had ended, Song Jian immediately released this skill. With the Devouring Belt and Frost Skeleton Necklace, as long as Song Jian didn't expend high-consuming skills like I Kill, his spirit points would consistently remain above 90%. Phew, no more, I must replenish some vitality points, otherwise, it's not sustainable. Even if I reach the attic, they will drain me to death. After casting the skill, Songjian retreated. He checked his vitality points, which had dropped from over 300 to just over 280. For others, more than 200 vitality points might be their total, but for Songjian, he had already reached a very dangerous zone. Blood pool summoning skill. Songjian murmured, and a hexagram magic array materialized under his feet centered around him. Whoosh! A flock of blood ravens flew out of the magic array. Average level of the 30-odd blood ravens was around 5. Their sudden appearance startled the Batwing zombies. Those that were about to pounce on Songjian also halted, but they resumed their charge at the realization of the blood ravens' strength. Level 5 blood ravens were no match for these Batwing zombies, plus, Batwing zombies could fly, nullifying the only advantage blood ravens had. However, Songjian had not summoned the blood ravens to resist the Batwing zombies. A mere few seconds distraction would suffice. The blood ravens were obliterated one by the Batwing zombies, turning into splattered blood, dyeing the entire corridor in red. The sweet nauseating smell of blood filled the surroundings. The blood ravens bought Songjian 6 seconds of recovery time, restoring his vitality points to over 400. As one by one the blood ravens were obliterated, red zombies emerged from the hexagram magic array. Chapter 223, Skill Steel. Blood ravens filled the sky, yet they were under siege by the Batwing zombies. Periodic bursts of blood plasma were seen, and within the hexagram array, the figures of red zombies began to appear. These creatures were blood beasts called blood zombies, produced by the blood pool after being upgraded to the 2nd level. These blood zombies, like the blood ravens, could kill monsters to level up. However, their maximum level was much higher than the blood ravens, reaching up to level 10. The blood zombies had not been around for long, so none of them had reached level 10. The highest among them was level 6, while the lowest was only level 3. All blood beasts would return to the blood pool to grow again once they died, and their levels would directly drop to level 1. To regain their original levels, it would take considerable effort. Blood beasts could level up in 2 ways. One was by killing monsters to gain experience points, and the other was through time. Their levels would automatically increase over time. However, the latter method was time-consuming and greatly dependent on the level of the blood pool. Blood zombies were considerably stronger than the blood ravens. As soon as they left the magic array, they roared and rushed towards the Batwing zombies. Despite their lower levels, the blood zombies managed to fight on par with their enemies for a short period. While a blood raven could be defeated with 2 hits, each blood zombie would need to be hit about 5 or 6 times by the Batwing zombies before it was killed. Songjian smiled slightly as he watched his vitality points about to be fully restored. He then charged towards the Batwing zombies. In just over 10 seconds, the 30 blood zombies had been reduced to only 7 or 8. Even though their vitality was drained, they had managed to buy time for Songjian to recover. They had also managed to kill 3 or 4 of the Batwing zombies. In contrast to the blood ravens, the blood zombies had certainly enhanced their combat power several times over. Sword finger. Swish! A silver sword light about 3 meters long swept across and instantly bisected 7 or 8 Batwing zombies. The bats screamed in pain and turned into black ash, sending a chill through the remaining Batwing zombies, and in the blink of an eye, Songjian had charged into the hordes of Batwing zombies, causing carnage. Weakness potion. Bang! Another wheelmas potion was thrown at the Batwing zombies. As it shattered, a green powdery mist enveloped all the Batwing zombies within 6 meters. The green particles seemed to burrow under their skin and entered their bodies through their mouths and nostrils. Suddenly, a grayish aura spread amongst the afflicted zombies. The potion caused 30 points of actual damage and reduced the armor defense of all enemies within its range by 35% for 65 seconds. Many Batwing zombies turned into black ash before they could shake off the weakening effect. Kill. 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 In his frenzied state, Songjian charged around the hordes of Batwing zombies without any regard for his defense as the Batwing zombies' claws left marks on his armor. The battle lasted for half an hour, with all the blood zombies killed and returned to the blood pool. Songjian, completely exhausted, started laughing heartily amidst the black ashes and loot scattered around. He sat on the floor, leaning on his long sword. System, you have successfully completed the regional plot task, and the evaluation of the main task has been upgraded. System, the professional skill book steal will appear in 3 minutes, and its appearance time is 10 minutes. Please prepare. System, the professional skill book steal only exists for 10 minutes and will disappear after 10 minutes. During this period, you cannot leave the regional plot task area, or the steal will disappear immediately. Songjian struggled to his feet and began picking up the spoils of the battle scattered on the ground. All these items were dropped by level 10 monsters. Even their materials were more valuable than those dropped by previous monsters. He continued along the corridor, collecting items all the way onto the stage. Song Jian's bag was filled, 6 slots of his storage ring were also occupied, with only the green quality postal bag remaining empty. 64 white quality materials, 13 green quality materials, 3 summon card of Batwing zombies, more than 600 doomsday coins, 1 vampiric scroll, 1 attack scroll, haha, it's well worth it. Song Jian looked at the items in his bag and an excited look flashed across his face. White quality materials of the same type could occupy 1 slot, while green quality materials had to be separately stored from the white ones, even if they were of the same type. This was why Song Jian's bag was full. The summon cards of Batwinged zombies occupied 1 slot, and the vampiric scroll and attack scroll each took up 1 slot. After picking up the loot, Song Jian went to the spacious stage. At this point, countless shimmering dots of light, like fireflies, were dancing in the air, continuously merging towards the center to form a light pillar more than 3 meters high. The light pillar was emitting a soft glow, which got brighter as more dots of light joined. Looking at the time, 2 minutes had passed, and the professional skill book steel was about to appear. As more and more light converged on the pillar, it grew brighter and more intense. Eventually, Song Jian had to cover his eyes to avoid being blinded. Soon, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, the professional skill book steel has appeared, please select and purchase quickly. The steel will disappear in 10 minutes. The light vanished in an instant, and Song Jian lowered his hand. Before him stood a 3-meter-tall cyan steel. This steel, carved from cyan stone, was wider at the bottom and tapered upward with complex magical patterns on its surface. Energy was flowing through these patterns, flickering in and out of sight. Song Jian stepped forward quickly, reached out his right hand and touched the surface of the steel. Instantly, a 3x3 grid appeared before his eyes. Each grid was occupied by a skill book. Song Jian had a cheerful smile on his face as he carefully looked at the contents of the 9 skill books. The professional skill book steel was essentially a hidden store that only sold skill books for various professions. These books included skills for over 10,000 professions, from unique to common, each with dozens of skills. Finding a skill book for one's own profession from the vast number of skills was like finding a needle in a haystack. Soon, the smile on Song Jian's face gradually faded and he looked somewhat distressed. Here are the latest stories on Novel.com Chapter 224 Rapid Sword. These are all skill books for other professions. After scanning the 9 squares carefully, Song Jian couldn't help but frown. These 9 skill books were Warrior's Fierce Strike, Holy Shield's Charge Shield Strike, Demon Hunter's Night Vision, Shaman's Bloodthirst, Archer's Triple Shot, Demolition Man's Fast Placement, Elemental Mage's Great Fireball, Genetic Warrior's Bloodline Potential, Wolf Rider's Beast Perception. Not a single one was about Swordman or Sword Controller. Song Jian felt quite disappointed. He had put in so much effort to complete the regional task, but the reward, the skill book in the stone tablet, didn't contain a single book he could use. He couldn't help but think, system, are you joking with me? Although these skill books were pricey, and with Song Jian's current wealth, he could only afford 3 or 4 of them. But, if he were to put these books on the market, they'd fetch a return of multiple times their original cost. Even so, he still felt frustrated. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of Song Jian. System, you have completed the regional plot task and received the right to reconfigure the skill book. The system detects a silver quality skill stone in your inventory. By adding the skill stone, the quality of the next skill book reset can be improved. I have a chance for reconfiguration? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. The last bit about having a skill stone made Song Jian hesitate. The skill stone in his inventory was of silver quality and seemed to be a core skill for a sniper. If he wasted it and the value of the skill book obtained was less than the value of the skill stone, wouldn't he be losing out? It wasn't a small decision, considering Song Jian's current wealth, he wouldn't be able to buy many skill books. After struggling for a while, Song Jian gritted his teeth and took out the silver quality skill stone. I'll take the risk. Replace it. A silver light flashed, and the 9 squares kept changing rapidly. At the same time, the skill stone in Song Jian's hands turned into a stream of light and flew into the 9 squares. Soon, each of the 9 squares released a silver light simultaneously. What, have the 9 skill books been promoted to silver quality? Song Jian was dumbstruck, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky right on top of his head. Damn, I'm short of money. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly remembered the doomsday coins in his inventory. He only had a few thousand coins. With this small amount of money, the most he could afford was probably just 1 silver quality skill book. It seemed like he was going to take a loss this time. If I had known. Wait, system, are you playing with me? Song Jian sighed heavily, looking as if he was wronged. Soon, The changes in the 9 squares stopped, and 9 skill books, each emitting a silver light, appeared before Song Jian. Explore new novels on Novelbin. Enhanced stealth, Overlord's lifting ceremony, backfire gun, fear technique. Song Jian nervously went through the books. These skills were all of silver quality and appeared to be core skills of their respective professions. They were extremely powerful. Finally, Song Jian's eyes lit up, rapid sword. Finally, amongst the 9 skill books, a sword controller skill appeared. Skill book, rapid sword, after use, you can master the rapid sword skill. User requirement, sword controller. Song Jian checked the price of this book and almost cried out loud, if I buy this book, I will only have 1 doomsday coin left in my pocket. System, are you determining prices based on how much money I have? Song Jian blurted out. The price was indeed very eccentric, both whole and fractional values. It felt like the price was chosen randomly. After purchasing the book and looking at the silver light emanating from it, Song Jian immediately chose to use it. Immediately, the skill book turned into a silver light and entered Song Jian's forehead. Rapid sword active, level 1, skill effect. After activation, the speed of using sword-type weapons increases by 35%. This effect lasts for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 60 seconds. This skill was simple and brutal. It simply increased one's attack speed. However, the extent of the improvement was astonishing. A 35% increase in attack speed meant that if previously 3 slices could be made, now 4 could be accomplished. Why was the evil warding sword skill so powerful? Why was the Sunflower Treasure book the top martial arts book in the world? Wasn't it because they were fast? Before the other side could react, you could already kill them. How would they defend against that? Among all martial arts skills, any defense can be broken, except for speed. Hey, is the cooldown time of rapid sword a bit too long? I'm in it for just 5 seconds of action. Will I be called fast gun, or rather, fast sword in the future? Oh right, this should be considered a form of sword skill, right? Song Jian suddenly remembered, and quickly opened the taskbar to check the main task. Alright. Song Jian was relieved. The main task indicated that he has acquired 3 sets of sword skills. It seemed like rapid sword was also included in the list of the main task's sword skill requirement. After activating the rapid sword effect for a try, Song Jian swung his long sword, and indeed, his attack speed was much faster. The broken wing dance skill, which had a 3-stage attack, each stage had a speed-enhancing effect. With the addition of rapid sword, the power of the broken wing dance was significantly increased. He cast a regretful look at the other 8 skill books on the skill stone steel. These were all silver quality skills. If he could buy them all and resell them on the radio, he could earn at least tens of thousands of doomsday coins. What a pity. After 10 minutes, the steel began to emit a white light again. When the light reached its peak, the steel turned into a pillar of light, and then the pillar of light turned into countless crystalline light points. The light points then slowly vanished. The entire process was the exact opposite of the appearance of the steel. Just then, Song Jian heard a faint voice from outside. Master Lin, I just saw lights glittering inside this theater. There must be something good, let's search carefully, maybe we'll find something unexpected. Be careful, many monsters are reported here, and they move in groups. Last time a squad rushed in recklessly and was completely wiped out. Don't be afraid, we'll just lure those monsters out if need be. You all saw the light just now, didn't you? If you're scared of death, you wouldn't crave treasures. Song Jian saw several faint figures moving around the window. It seemed that they had seen the disappearing light from the steel earlier and wanted to explore inside. Not wanting to run into these players, Song Jian set off towards the backstage, planning to return the same way he came. However, at this moment, a crisp shattering sound came from behind him. The players had smashed the window of the theater and were about to jump in. Master Lin, there's someone in the theater. I just saw someone running backstage. One man standing by the window shouted. Chapter 225, Goblin Merchant. Upon hearing that someone was actually inside the theater, Lin Dong's face darkened. The sudden burst of light from the theater had attracted one of their team members who had been out hunting monsters in the street. The others hadn't noticed the theater, but an archer resting and recovering his vitality points caught a glimpse of the light and called out loudly. Lin Dong's team consisted of 5 people, and upon seeing the light in the theater, they thought it might be some kind of treasure. They quickly abandoned their monster hunting in the street and began to surround the theater. In fact, this theater in the level IO monster area was quite well known. Previously, a team of 3 had tried to enter it to search for supplies, only to attract hundreds of level IO monsters. Needless to say, the 3-person team was wiped out, but other players witnessed the spectacle of monsters pouring out of the theater as well. As a result, the danger of the theater began to spread among the players, and in this level 10 zone, it soon became an off-limits area. However, it wasn't long before people realized that as long as they didn't enter the theater itself, even yelling at the top of their lungs nearby wouldn't attract the attention of the monsters inside. Gradually, the theater began to be ignored by the players. At first, Lindong and his team were a bit hesitant, considering the sheer number of monsters inside. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. The plan was to have the person who smashed the glass draw all the monsters, and the rest of the team would enter the theater to search for treasure. The team member chosen to attract the monsters was a thief, who had a strong forced stealth skill. Just like the old temporary teammate of Songjian, Lin Sheng. Even in battle, he could instantly enter stealth mode. Furthermore, the thief profession also had an acceleration skill, so as long as he was careful, even if all the monsters from the theater were drawn out, he wouldn't necessarily die. As long as he hid in a corner, the monsters would not find him and naturally return to the theater. By the time, Lindong and his team would have completed their search. Just as the thief broke the glass, he saw Songjian running from the stage towards the backstage, and the stage was filled with slowly dissipating sparkling light points, indicating that the treasure had already been taken. He immediately began to yell in desperation. Lindong and the others were initially hiding in a shop across the street, waiting for the thief to attract the monsters so they could enter the theater. Yet, when they heard the thief's sudden cry, they were startled and rushed over. "Big Mouth, what are you shouting for? There's someone inside? How is that possible?" The archer who had first noticed the theater's light asked incredulously. The theater was filled with a swarm of monsters, who would dare to go inside and court death. "The monsters inside are gone. I just saw the stage covered with light spots, which have now disappeared. The light that appeared earlier must have come from the stage, the treasure must have been taken by that person," the thief insisted anxiously. Everyone turned to look at Lindong. "Let's go in and take a look." Lindong took the lead, jumping through the window and charging towards the backstage. The five of them chased after him, only to find that the person had already vanished when they reached the backstage. "Split up and search." "I don't believe it. Big Mouth, go guard the passage. There's only one entrance and exit to this theater unless that person can fly." Lindong looked at the row of dressing rooms, his expression turning ugly. "Master Lin, look at the black ash on the ground. Could it be that all the monsters here have been killed by that person?" One of them carefully examined the ground. "Impossible. There were hundreds of level IO monsters. That person isn't a god, how could they kill so many monsters?" Master Lin immediately refuted. The thief stealthily walked towards the passage in the back, and the remaining four scattered to search the dressing rooms one by one. "Master Lin, it seems like someone has searched through these dressing rooms." Someone shouted. "Master Lin, someone has searched here too." Lindong's face grew darker and darker. This was a chance encounter they had just barely missed, and he couldn't accept it. "Master Lin, I found an attic here. It seems like it can't lead outside." Suddenly, a team member called out. Lindong's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed towards the last dressing room. Climbing the stairs in the dressing room to the attic, Lindong looked at the gaping skylight above him and stomped his foot in frustration. At this time, Songjian had already left the area and had headed to another street to hunt monsters. Having killed hundreds of monsters in the theater, his experience points for level N had already reached 91%, and he would soon level up to level 12. The only disadvantage of hunting monsters during the day was that he had to find them himself. These monsters were hiding in nooks and crannies, making them time-consuming and difficult to find. Since real alliance guilds hadn't yet appeared, many players were forming small groups to hunt monsters together. To find a monster, they had to pull it into the sunlight. Under the sun, the monster's defense and attack would decrease, and their movements would become somewhat slower, making them much easier to kill. After all, everyone had only one life, and most people chose safety first. But Songjian didn't need to go through so much trouble since he could now completely crush monsters of the same level. A 35% increase in attack speed was no joke. Even merely using his basic attack, he could stand toe-to-toe with level 10 monsters without any fear. In just over half an hour, over 30 monsters had died at the hands of Songjian. However, the duration was mainly because it took a lot of time to find them. Following the road, Songjian turned into a dark alley, where he faintly heard the roar of monsters. He walked more than 100 meters down the alley and saw 5 level 10 mutant zombies. It seemed that they were surrounded and fighting over something. "You ugly creatures, leave me alone. I only have one piece of wild boar meat left. God, who will save me? Don't come any closer." "Fine, I'll give you one more piece. This really is my last piece. I'm giving them all to you, really. Don't come any closer." A sharp voice emerged from the group of zombies, sounding desperate and furious. "Are these monsters attacking an NPC?" Song Jian was surprised to discover that in front of the 5 zombies, a creature no taller than the thigh of an adult was carrying a large bag and constantly yelling. This creature had pale green skin, long ears, deep-set eyes, and a high, prominent nose. It was wearing a simple gray hemp garment and carried a package on its shoulder almost the same size as its body. The package's surface was covered with patches, making it look very worn. Level 15 Goblin Merchant, Kanan. Vitality points 1000 out of 1000, Spirit points 500 out of 500, Traits, Stingy, Super Speed, Skills, Miserly, You Can't Catch Me. Title, Miser. The 5 mutant zombies kept approaching, and whenever they were about to pounce on the Goblin Merchant, he took out a fresh piece of pork from his bag and threw it at them. Chapter 226, Rescue Mission. Clank. Song Jian unwittingly kicked an empty can in the alley, emitting a slight sound. The sound was soft to mutant zombies, but was noticed by the Goblin Merchant ahead. All human, it's great to run into a human at this time. It seems the revered Goblin God is watching over his faithful followers. I will definitely offer 5 Doomsday Coins when I return. No, let's make it 3, I will definitely offer 3 Doomsday Coins to thank the Goblin God. The Goblin Merchant, wearing a relieved smile like he had survived a disaster, shouted with excitement. Just then, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, Level 15 Goblin Merchant, Kanan has issued you a rescue mission. Kill the mutant zombies besieging him and get him out of danger. Task requirement, kill the 5 mutant zombies besieging the Goblin Merchant. Count, 0 out of 5. Task reward, greatly increase intimacy with the Goblin Merchant, Kanan, and receive a 9.99% discount on any purchase from him. Failure penalty, greatly decrease intimacy with Goblin Merchant, Kanan, human. Ah, a respected God's beloved, please help, I can't hold off these monsters any longer. Kanan the Goblin Merchant stared at Song Jian, his eyes sparkling as he shouted loudly.